Hello, and welcome to the humanity where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy, and welcome back to us. Sorry for missing the show last week. I had a let's see what why was I not here last week? It took me a second to remember. Like, oh yes, my son was finishing up his baseball season. Like it was tournament time. Like the schedule was real very up in the air with things, so we didn't find out till I think like 2 days before. Like, oh, he's playing Wednesday night. And then it was also funny I didn't actually find out till the game was actually over that was the championship game for his tournament. They unfortunately lost, but hey, that was cool. Like I had no idea until like they lost. And then after the game, I saw they were starting to pull out trophies. I'm like, what the hell? So cool.
What is happening?
So congratulations to them. He also like, and so they ended up losing the game, but I was actually impressed. My son actually, for like his team's last at bat, he actually started. They'd had a pretty good 2-out rally going there in the bottom of the last inning, but like he got like a nice hit like in the shallow center that started. I think that ended up being an RBI, and then they scored a bunch from there. But unfortunately, they were already down by a lot. So anyway, good for them. So yeah, that's why I wasn't here. And then I guess Matt was just still recovering a little more. But speaking of which, people might notice he's actually like sitting upright in
I'm
his like
sitting up.
yeah. So well done. Well
My
done.
left leg started working almost completely a couple days ago, so that was great. Um, yep, and I'm probably going to be able to do most of what I used to do for work, uh, which is great. Um, because it's how I make money.
Right. Yeah. Got to have the money, I guess. But yeah, but let's see. Yeah, obviously, cool to have you back upright. And, like before we started, I saw him like when he had to like get up and get something, and it took me a second to realize, oh, Matt's walking again. Like I haven't actually seen that in a while, so that was cool. Let's see other news. Yeah, on news on YouTube, we actually just cracked 50 subscribers. I think we're up to
Nice.
like 53 now, I think.
It's
But
not a very big deal.
well, kind of is. But
No, it is. It is. But then
yeah.
I've seen YouTubers talking about somebody has only like 10,000 subscribers, and they talk about it being like a nothing channel, and I was like, oh,
Oh, you don't even know the meaning of that word. uh, yeah, but yeah, always like appreciative of our subscribers. And speaking of appreciating subscribers and things some of them do apparently, as some know and may have seen him in the chat before. Subscriber to the channel, Dr. Kip Davis. I don't know if he's going to be on tonight. I guess he actually has a live stream. I think that's actually going on right now.
he has better things to do, I guess.
Yeah, but apparently, one of the things he did for people who watched 2 weeks ago, he mentioned in the chat. Well, I guess I'd mentioned to him how I missed him having "Circle of Dust," the band, as his outro music for his videos. He recently replaced it with Gojira, the song they did at the Olympics. For good reason. It's a pretty killer song. But he also said it was actually because whenever he puts "Circle of Dust" in his videos, he gets a copyright hit, which is really weird. But
There's got to be their record label.
yeah, but for people who follow Dr. Kip's channel, and if you don't, just go do it. You won't regret
you owe
it.
it to yourself.
Yeah,
I mean, if
because
you're here, you're gonna really like that.
yeah, for sure. But he did a video recently because he's also, I guess, an avid outdoorsman. Certain like outdoor activities like snowboarding and mountain biking. He did like a GoPro mountain biking video, like through the woods with his dog. And for the background music, he put in "Circle of Dust." And I watched it. I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, it's cool to see him putting some "Circle of Dust" back in there. That's awesome. But then on his live stream this past weekend, Budget Scripture Saturdays, which is a great show he does with Nitty. Usually does it with Dr. Tapioca Weasel past week. But he actually like pointed out, because I was in the chat like saying hey and stuff, and he like pulled up my comment and actually said like, "Now I hope you appreciate what I did for you." So apparently he actually did that just for us. So if you're watching, Kip, I already thanked you, but thanks again.
A little presumptuous to assume you watch his biking videos with his dog.
Oh man!
I mean, you do, but
I think he might be a little obsessed with us, so it might be getting unhealthy. But nothing else. But the thing is, now that's taught me that I can get him to do stuff. So next, so next, I'm expecting a crochet video with some Gordoroth in the background. So make it happen.
Does he crochet?
Anyway, I have no idea, but he better fucking learn. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, we love you, kid. Do what you want. Damn, that
so
escalated quickly.
Actually did that, or or like just had some really bad doctored footage, so that like it shows his face doing it, but then like it shows somebody's hands knitting, and it's clearly a grandmother.
Oh, I'm thinking he needs to do a collab on this with Godless Granny. Are you familiar with her?
Oh, I haven't watched much. She doesn't get put in my feed very much, but I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed.
Yeah, see, I usually just go to my subscription feed. That's mainly what I do. So.
Mine's too messy. If it's not in like my top 20 or whatever that is on the mobile app, then I gotta look at the list that has like 200 things in it.
Yeah,
I gotta clean that up.
Man, life.
I'm missing lots of good stuff.
So many problems. You are. But it was also nice. Dr. Kip also just gave our show a nice shout out, and the way he described the show, he said, and I quote, "It's usually pretty good." Unquote. So, which that's fair. I'll take that.
Oh, wait.
You know, it's high praise from someone who hasn't even written a book. You know that inside joke?
I do not, but that is absolutely something that an apologist would say.
Not an apologist. It was actually Neil, like Gnostic Informant. I didn't see what video this was from, but I think more of like the aftermath from the whole Derek Lambert leaving the cult. Like
I was about to say apologist adjacent.
Yeah. Different kind, but yeah, I didn't see the video, but Kip likes to play this clip where I guess he was talking about Dr. Kip, and Neil was saying like, and Dr.
Neil
Kip Davis
wrote a book.
Well, let me.
Okay.
I have no idea, but he said like, and Dr. Kip Davis, who has written no books, but he's actually written like at least 4. but Kip just likes to play that, and people.
Oh man,
like, they must watch. Kip, you haven't even written any books.
They must watch Tim Pool. Because that is totally a Tim Pool thing to do. You know, you aware of that guy?
I've heard the name, but
he's kind of a fake person. He's a fake conservative. He really just doesn't give a shit about anything. Does minimal research before he starts talking about anything. Usually reads only the first paragraph. So that was a Dunning-Kruger effect in full effect. right there, where you're like, he just is so confident in what he thinks he knows. That he does not realize that he knows very little and is overconfident about it.
Yeah, that's the best combo. But
thanks, social media.
Apparently, yeah. But I guess so. Apparently, the books that Dr. Kip has written are like academic book publications. They're not like popular books. Apparently, like for one, I guess they're really expensive, but also like one of them is like his dissertation turned into book form. And
did he just search Amazon and it wasn't in there? So he's like, doesn't exist.
Probably. But as a Tilting Windmill here it says, by the way, hello, Tilting Windmill. I might recognize your name.
Which I might also.
Yeah. So
it's a good name.
So So welcome or welcome back, as the case may be. But yeah, I mean that's on brand for conservatives. I would know. I
Yeah,
used to be one.
yeah, me
Um,
too. You were angrier than me, but we thought
only,
pretty much the same
yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Well, I think that's still kind of true, actually.
Yeah, I I think I'm really aware of how things can sound to people, and
Hmm.
I want them, and I like that. That's like my personal hyperfixations. I am obsessed with wanting to make sure I'm coming across correctly.
Mm. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, I'm kind of like obsessed and very concerned with that too. Only I'm just not very good at it. So that's my problem. But,
Yep.
but, so yeah. Thanks again, Dr. Kip. Appreciate the shout out and the Circle of Dust edition in your videos. Let's see.
I was just thinking. Thanks for joining
Ooh,
us. It's been your pleasure.
yes, yeah. But apparently a tilting windmill. Okay, yes, saw you in chat somewhere. Yeah, usually if you see like the humanity like in the chat on YouTube, that's normally me. But yeah, Matt's in there sometimes. But um, I guess Matt, when he's on YouTube, I guess he watches more like current events, like news type
Yeah.
stuff. I tend to be in more of the.
I'm also really bad about keeping track of when live streams are that I want to watch.
Mhm.
So I can be in the chat and it matters.
Yeah, but yeah, so that's where I've seen tilting windmill, and apparently just subbed within the last couple weeks. So thanks, you
Fantastic.
helped put us over that uh, questionably significant 50 sub mark. So
Big 5-0.
yeah, we've been talking about if we ever reach any specific like subscriber count milestones. We either want to just like celebrate a completely arbitrary one, like 62 or something, or celebrate like if we get to like 100 or something, but don't celebrate it until we're like up to like 130. Just gotta do it real late.
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps in Simos Funk State of the Onion. I have no idea what you're talking about, so probably not, but it sounds spectacular.
Yeah,
But
I need to know more.
mhm. All right, well, I'm getting thirsty, so let's get on to first drink here, at least int- introducing what we're drinking. So I'll start. This good old Stone IPA. I got another one of the Stone like variety
I,
cases.
I
So
don't love their simple labels now.
yeah, it's not what they used to be, but I mean I get it. It's probably cheaper to make them that way. I don't know.
They're
Maybe
going
it
for
makes them look.
something.
Yeah.
Maybe they're trying to attract. Maybe they're trying to attract people who are new to the more expansive craft beer selection,
Mm.
and so they're like, "Well, I like IPAs." It's like IPA, real big.
Right. Yeah, or they're probably trying to make it look a little more normal. Maybe it's like oh, this is this. I mean, this looks more like most beers
Hmm.
look nowadays. A little simpler, a little flatter with design, especially like the gargoyle design. It's not as intricately detailed as maybe it used to be, but I mean, it still looks good. I
I
think. I
I
mean,
do miss the full gargoyle. Like
yeah,
that was badass.
yeah,
But I get
those,
it. Nowadays,
yeah, those,
it's harder to sell those to like a third of the country.
yeah, and they'll still do that on some of their more like specialty releases and stuff. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like
all right,
their black IPA they had. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, the sublimely self-righteous ale,
Mhm.
which is one of my absolute favorite beers of all time. Yeah. All right, how about you? What you
I have the
imbibing this evening?
2025 appearance of Optimum from Sierra
Ooh,
Nevada. It's a triple IPA,
yeah, it's a
and
good
it
one.
is a 11% alcohol. Uh, and it's very, very good. Also, first my first full beer that I've had
Yeah.
uh, in over a month. Yeah, because of the medicine that I'm not taking anymore.
Yeah. So you're making up for lost time with that one, I
Hmm.
see. All right. But as Tilting Windmill says, got to say, it's really hard for me to imagine IPA in a can. Well, as long as you don't drink it from the can, at least you like
Right.
decant it, as it were, because I want to sound all fancy pantsy, into a proper vessel, then it's good.
Yeah, otherwise it really tastes like metal because you're smelling the top of
Hmm.
the can when you drink it.
Yeah.
At least for me,
No,
that's what happens.
no, yeah. Not ideal. But but yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. Other quick update before we get on to the official first drink segment, which I think speaking of tilting windmill, we'll get to your comment. You kind of spoiled both segments, but that's all right. I think it's pretty obvious anyway. For anyone familiar with Christianity and Wes Huff, but another thing, like so, yeah. Another reason, kind of sorry we missed last week, it being like the last week of Pride Month. We were trying to do like kind of on theme episodes. I don't know if we ever
Yeah.
actually came up with something, so maybe it's kind of in a way it was maybe all right that we missed last week because I don't know if we really had anything else to talk about. But this past weekend was the Cincinnati Pride Festival. We're in Cincinnati, for those who don't know. So I was able to go to that with a couple of our friends from that community. So yeah, huge honor to be invited and hang out with them. Matt was also invited, but he couldn't make it for back reasons and such. But
Yeah, I had a
it's all
foot
right.
that felt like skin was falling off from nerve stuff. So
Yeah, not ideal for walking around at a thing, but like I told him, you kind of didn't miss much, at least from like what we did. It was very hot because
hmm
which was disappointing because it was supposed to not be super hot that day. It was actually supposed to be cloudy and even like rain a little bit, but it wasn't. So, but yeah, it was still cool just to be there. Also, like the company I worked for was marched in the parade and like had a little booth set up, and I won a pair of sunglasses. So yeah, it was cool to see them there. And yeah, it was just like I said, just really, I think the enjoyment was just the fact that I was able to go. Um, I wore my free dad hugs shirt. Didn't get much in the hugs department because it was kind of hot. Like literally, the
yeah,
only actual hug I got was as I was leaving. I passed someone with a free mom's hug shirt, and we just thought, oh, it's only appropriate. But yeah. So anyway, see, that's the thing. We love talking beer. So Tilting Windmill says, yeah, I grew up when craft brews were in bottles. Loved Sierra Nevada back in the day. Yep. Don't really drink anymore. Yes, Sierra Nevada. That's some OG shit right there.
yeah. Something changed with can linings that made it possible to put uh, beer in a can without the flavor being affected.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah. So honestly, most of the beer I get anymore is in cans. So
now, I think some of the best ones are in bottles. Uh, although those they're not bomber size. What are they? What are they? Tall boy? Is that what it's called?
yeah, like a pint, like 16-ounce tall
Yeah,
boys. Yeah.
yeah. There's a lot of amazing stuff in that size
Hmm.
in
Yeah,
the
like
can.
speaking of Stone, like maybe my favorite beer ever, their Arrogant Bastard Ale. They sell that in cans, but it's so. But here's the crazy thing for people familiar with Stone's Arrogant Bastard Ale. Like I don't even know what style it is. I've seen it called like an Imperial IPA or an Imperial Amber Ale. It's basically just really hoppy. It's not super dark. It is more like a dark amber ale color, like. And I think like the ABV, it's like 7.1, 7.2. So it's just a lot of everything, and it's
Yeah,
so delicious. But
I
so I
think it's
remember back in the
probably
day,
closer to a barley wine than anything else, personally.
yeah, especially the double version they have. That's
Hmm
basically a barley wine. But I remember back in the day, like 10 years ago or so, just regular six packs of it were like 16, $17. But now you can get a six pack of tall boys for like 13 or 14, which is stupid. But
Are they
so
subsid? I almost wonder if that 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 line in their brand is being subsidized by sales of some of the other things.
well, but that's the thing. They also do that with their. It's the same thing with their Fear Movie Lions double IPA. It's like it's the same thing, and it's a
Interesting.
double IPA, which is also delicious. But
Tell you
I have
what,
some of those too, but probably not going to get
there's
to those tonight.
some wizardry marketing research behind that, where they
Mm,
because they had a really good reason to make it look like they're losing money.
mm. Yeah. But either way, like whatever it is, I appreciate it. All right. So, anything else before we actually get to our first drink segment?
Not really. I mean, I don't know what it was. It's something that's in the back of my mind. Something happened yesterday or this morning when I was watching news stuff about politics in the U.S. and like geopolitical stuff, and it just dawned on me how bad things are. Like I knew because I follow things too closely,
Mm-hmm.
so I knew what was happening. But I realized that I had gotten acclimated to it real fast, and
Mm-hmm.
just hearing concentration camps are being built in Florida. I knew that, but like
Right.
it's been so steady that I think my brain has started comparing it to the last crazy thing, and I'm like,
Mm.
it's not. It's only a little bit worse. And
Yeah. Your baseline is kind of
so something to hear
moved up
that's
a bit.
been
Yeah.
from today that's been knocking around. So if I seem distracted, that's probably what I'm thinking about at some point. Um, we're on track to have for the United States to be responsible for more deaths than the Jewish people in the Holocaust. Like, it's like 14 million people in other countries are expected to die within the next like 5 to 10 years because USAID's funding was cut and it was keeping those people alive.
Yeah.
Uh, so that's already like double the amount of people. Um, also, they're going to be starved and diseased to death.
Yeah.
That's torture. It's torturing people to death slowly. And
Mm-hmm.
then
Mm-hmm.
if funding is taken away from Medicaid in the United States, uh, it's expected to contribute to 50,000 deaths a year ongoing in the United States. They're exterminating people that are
Mm.
they think are a drain on prosperity. And I'm in that group of people that they're trying to exterminate because we have Medicaid. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and I have opinions that if it doesn't get stopped, then the people that are being decitizened and deported, uh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm on that list because
Yeah.
there's my search history. Just I'm sure I'm on a list somewhere. It's like the stuff I watch on YouTube and the stuff I've said on here, which isn't
Mm-hmm.
even all that much,
Yeah.
but like, yeah.
Well, anymore,
So
just for being outspoken atheist, that might be enough to get you on something. Or
you watch enough protest videos and you know you're on a list.
yeah. Or thanks to this guy, like just being autistic. Sorry, not
Yeah.
tilting windmill, RFK, but yeah. And also killing people from lack of vaccine access.
Yep.
RFK.
Because insurance companies won't cover it
Yeah.
because the government doesn't recommend it, and so to get
Mm-hmm.
properly vaccinated, your kids and all that, it's going to be like hundreds of dollars. Um, it's so what's going to happen is everybody's going to build like a bunch of informal and formal mutual aid networks, and they're going to be causing us to build the replacement for what they're doing
Right.
because it's going to grow out of necessity. So I think there's enough financial help to go around in the United States to have the goodness of people's hearts, at least to keep people from dying in those numbers. But that's how dire the situation is.
Mm-hmm. Right. But all right. Wanted to go back for a couple other comments
Yeah, go
from
ahead.
again because like I just always enjoy talking beer.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is what you meant by this, but this interpretation of your words kind of amused me. So Tilting Windmill says, my all-time favorite beer, Anchor Steam, classic. I do enjoy
Yes.
that one. Even began to package in cans, but I refused to buy cans, and then I more or less stopped drinking. So apparently they Anchor Steam drove Tilting Windmill to stop drinking. So she's like, that's it. At least that's how
Yeah.
I'm interpreting that
The Anchor
statement.
Steam bottle was special. Didn't it have like a
Yeah.
unique shape?
Mm-hmm.
Like a little
Yeah,
bit
it
of
champagne. Yeah,
Yeah,
like it wasn't like most beer bottles, or it's like straight up the sides, like curve and then tapered. It was just like
yeah.
a kind of a smooth curve. Yeah, kind of sexy. Like if I was into bottles, I'd
I'll
hit
bet it
that.
was to like.
I mean, what?
I'll bet it was to kind of give a nod to the glassware of the time period they were trying to
Mm,
recreate.
yeah,
Because I,
very old
from
timey.
what I remember, Anchor Steam isn't. Um, they don't know if it's for sure a steam beer, but it's the best available knowledge. That's what made that beer.
Hmm. Yeah, it's really good. But also, just wanted to point out, since like this kind of covers both like first and second drink topics for tonight. But just wanted to point out tilting windmill. Like spoiler alert for like is Christianity a death cult? And Wes Huff. It's like, of course it is, and Huff is a liar. I mean that's basically the show tonight. So good night, everybody. I mean, so thank you, tilting windmill. Let's see. Oh, sorta. It's a classic homebrew bottle. I do remember because we used to do home brewing, which again, that's one of the things like we've said for years we need to do again. So we need to actually do that again.
Yeah, all my stuff is still sitting on a shelf in the
Yeah,
basement, and I
yeah,
think,
mine too. Yeah, I
and
still have a bunch of bottles.
I
So
have access to a hot plate too, so that makes it easier to control, simmering and boiling.
mm,
Um,
yes. So
all right, so this will happen.
uh, finally, someone else watching. And blaming Tilting Windmill for ruining things for us. But how's it going, BS? Good to see you. I mean, you can still watch if you want, but I was just going to laugh if I looked up and our viewer count just like dropped to 0 after that. It's like, oh, fuck, damn it. But,
Dag Nurbit.
ooh, yeah. See, more or less true. Steam beer, according to Fritz Maytag, or Maytag, probably the original German, was lager
Oh
yeast at
yeah,
ale yeast temperature. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and they
which
used fucking lights in here. Hold on.
yeah. So, well, hey, I didn't spoil it. It was Tilting Windmill. I was only reading comments like a good professional host. See, they they even apologized. So
What were we talking about?
I'll say they Tilting
Oh,
Windmill. I don't know what your pronouns are. If you care to share, if not, that's totally cool. Or I'll just say they. But
yeah, that was the trick. I think maybe what they didn't remember was how they got it to do that in the past.
mm,
There was something about how like modern technology made that possible, but they
mm,
had some kind of cooling method or something.
mm.
Um,
Yeah, which that may be true. I'm just saying, like, just from what I remember from lager yeast is like ale yeast like will only um, brew will only ferment at room temperature, but
mhm.
lager yeast, even though it's typically cold fermented, it will still ferment at room temperature. It just won't. It'll just be have a little more ale character to it.
Oh,
But
okay. Well,
at least
then
that's what I remember. But
there's a
all right.
good chance I'm not remembering properly or correctly.
Yeah. Well, it's also the same for me. Like I said, it's been years since we did any of this homebrew stuff. That's just what I remember from like the first time I researched it, like 15, 16 years ago. So, so tilting windmill, he, him. Cool. Thank you.
Excellent.
Um, right. So yeah. So back to the question, I guess, or if we ever actually got to it.
No, but here we
Maybe
are.
we're starting. Or hey, welcome everyone. 30 minutes in. Let's start the show. Oh, oh, and just in time, Dr. Kip. Yeah, I caught a little bit of your stream as I had it playing in the background as I was setting up. So you missed like the kind words I had for you earlier in the stream tonight. So I guess you'll just have to go back, or maybe I'll just take them back. No, I'm just kidding. Once again, appreciate you sticking some circle of dust into a video for us. That was it got me right here, right in the sternum. Um, anyway, so So we're in the middle of a in-depth discussion about steam beer. Um, so right, that's the story. Steam beer was a San Francisco thing, and yes, I brewed steam beers all the time. Ale yeasts are finicky. Ooh. Really? See, I've had. I guess it depends on the yeast. Because, and again, this is just my experience. I had more trouble with lager yeast being finicky, but that also could just be I just had no idea what I was doing. Oh
Well,
well. Thanks for stopping by, Kip. I mean, like if you want the quick breakdown, tilting windmill. I guess I'll spoil it again. It's like, is Christianity a death cult? Of course it is, and Huff is a liar. But so that's there. You've been caught up there. Uh, Even caught up on the show we haven't actually started yet. Uh,
all right, so we started.
Sounds good to me. All right. So Christianity, is it a death cult?
I think so. Done.
All right. I agree. All right. Down this and second drink.
All right, so I would definitely have not said that and would have been appalled when I was a Christian for somebody to say that to me.
Mm-hmm.
Appalled slash confused. I think I wouldn't know for sure which one I was supposed to be.
Yeah.
But dying for your beliefs or dying for what you believe to be true is kind of the whole point. Dying slowly by denying yourself things, denying yourself yourself.
See, that's the death they don't talk about.
Yeah,
that's a bad one. Yeah.
And the guy that you follow, his big claim to fame, according to most Christians, is that he died.
Right.
Even though
that's what he's famous for.
Not, it's not even most of the Gospels.
Which that reminds me of one of my favorite memes I've seen recently. I feel like we can't go through a show without mentioning a meme. It's just like me and my therapy sessions. I don't think I've gone through an entire therapy session either without mentioning a meme. But there's one of those like just kind of like dialogue things. It was like Jesus and just some other random person, and the random person says to Jesus, like, "Do I know you? You look really familiar." And he's like, "Oh, I'm told I just have one of those faces." And the person goes, "Here, quick, go like this." And, like, pulls their arms out. That's what he's famous for. But speaking of other things God's famous for, kind of teasing, if you will. Speaking of Dr. Kip's stream that I caught a little bit of, yes, there was some wiener talk, specifically Yahweh. And it's like, does the Old Testament say that he was quite well endowed?
Yeah.
Well, watch Dr. Kip's stream and find
his robe
out.
did fill the temple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the part I caught, they were talking about was it talking about his robe, or was it talking about something else, or was the robe so big because it had to cover up the other thing that was?
Oh, wow,
yeah.
That's better.
See?
I like that because they classed it up, right? It's a dick joke that they classed up a bit.
Right. Yeah, literally dressed it up a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, go watch Dr. Kip's stream on that, because and that's another thing I've been meaning to ask Dr. Kip sometime is like, because like there's things in like the text that like all these things that like are euphemisms for genitals, like the train of his robe, like the dangling parts, or apparently like things like foot or thigh or leg. So my question is like, what words in Hebrew are not euphemisms for genitals? That's right. What I want to know.
Is the hem of a garment another euphemism? Because there were some magical like hems of garments that healed people.
Right.
Yeah.
So Jesus apparently had a magic dick. So
he's like, I felt power go out of me.
I've been there. Yep. It's like you do feel a little weaker after, don't you? I mean, so
maybe you do.
Confession time. Awkward. I mean, death cult, right? Yeah, let's get back to that. That's a more pleasant topic. Yeah, so the whole idea of Christianity being a death cult, that's something I've heard talked about a lot in like atheist, skeptic, counter apologetic circles. And they'll point out these things. like in the Bible, how I mean, it's pretty obvious, like like themes of death are like all throughout it, like and like you said, like it's a pretty major mechanism of the way the faith works. I mean, it's like not just Jesus' sacrifice, but that was he had to die because of the way things were set up with like atonement sacrifices all through the Hebrew Bible, and then even like after Jesus, it was like a big theme of like martyrdom or at least being willing to die for the faith that's like still carried
Hmm.
over. But yeah, so I feel like that part of it. I mean, it's definitely important. I think it's something that a lot of Christians don't necessarily really think about enough.
You're so
But
used to the language, uh,
yeah,
like covered in the blood, and like think something has to die to be truly forgiven, and that's ridiculous.
yeah. Hmm.
But you get used to it, and you hear it as like a sacred language instead of something horrible.
All right, sorry, I'm being distracted by the comments again. But first, so yeah, Dr. Kip says between today's stream and a recent episode of Budget Scripture Saturday, which also highly recommend, I have a friend who is convinced I have an obsession. I mean, you might, which I mean, like nothing wrong with that. Like I'm not here to shame, but
I mean, have you read God and Anatomy by Stavrakopoulos?
yeah, I'm pretty sure he's mentioned that on the
Okay,
show
yeah,
before.
because
But
that was
yeah,
that chapter made me stumble.
kind
I
of
was listening
questions
to
some
the
things about yourself.
audiobook. I was listening to the
Ah,
audiobook and yeah, her voice and accent reading what was essentially, I think, just like a chapter of dick jokes that she wrote and was just getting a giant kick out of it. And I was just like, I am I supposed to be uncomfortable right now?
oh, but yeah, thank goodness he wasn't nailed there. Ooh, I mean, good. He has read it. Brilliant book. I need to
Mhm.
read that or listen to it or whatever. But now, BS, like if you have a tune in mind, I feel like I need to know what tune this is to so I can. I was about to say so I can sing it, but like as my friend Jimmy says, I can't carry a tune in a suitcase. So I don't know if y'all want to hear that, but just whatever tune is in your head or in your heart, just sing along, won't you?
It's
So
Jesus with
anyway,
the Lazarus penis.
oh yeah, see, and he does have that second coming, so I guess he can do the
Right?
whole like multiple orgasm thing.
Right. And this time he's angry. Second time he's angry. Jesus is back and he's pissed.
Oh, geez.
I said that it's all a violent like death cult because just think like
Mhm.
a UFC match is kind of like their vision of the future like paradise on earth. Like
Mm.
that's what's yeah, all right, paradise will come, but first hell on earth.
Right. Oh, and real quick, so apparently it's Fiddy. See, now that's why I had no idea. Because I mean, if you're gonna try to make a musical reference that I'm familiar with, at least in like the past couple decades, it's probably gonna have to be like Norwegian black metal or folk metal of some kind, symphonic blackened deathcore, perhaps. Um, but
I just recently
when it comes,
started to appreciate rap. Not that I listen to
does,
a lot of it, but I appreciate it
mhm.
now.
Yeah, I have appreciation for it, but yeah, if it's anything to do with like rap or hip hop, like I'm gonna be completely clueless. So, so
The rappiest my listening gets lately is Kneecap and Bob Villain. But Bob Villain is actually a punk band where the vocalist raps half the songs. So
ooh, that sounds fun.
yeah, and he's the
Hmm.
one that had the big controversy at the
Ooh,
BBC. Um, damn it, I forgot the name of that festival, but you know what I'm talking about. Glastonbury, is that what it is?
Glastonbury? I don't know.
Something Berry.
Yeah, eh.
Yeah, yeah. I was. I'm not gonna get into that, but you should. Tommy, are you aware of the Bob Villain chant?
No.
Okay. There's the one. No, I'm not going to say it. We'll get flagged for sure.
Okay.
Let's just say it's made a particular country very upset. Um, while the rest of the world goes, I don't know. It kind of seems legit.
Okay then. Um, yeah. So Christianity being a death cult. It's like, is this just a topic we don't want to talk about? Because I feel like we keep getting
No,
sidetracked
I
more than
think
we
what it
need.
is like it affected. Okay, just from my perspective, I think the deathiness baked into Christianity, where you worship the big death, the one death to rule them all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But then it's little deaths. Like destruction is baked into the religion. Like if you're not destroying something, you're not doing it right. Because our Savior was destroyed and even went to hell for a minute, and
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
so
Went
that's
to hell
what
for.
you worship.
Yeah.
Then that's what you want to see more of. Uh, we don't we don't want to slowly crucify people with bad ideas that we have. Like that's
Yeah. That seems like a bad thing.
like there's benefits to religious community, right? But none of those benefits are exclusively found in those communities. Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
the community, the hope, the group focus, little inside jokes, the group like the cult language. Um, there's other versions of that are healthier, uh, but
Mm-hmm.
it not being healthy and it being something that damages and destroys is seen as a bonus. Um, you're like, okay, there's these two things. These two things are good. One of them hurts you less. And they're like, right, but getting hurt is kind of our thing.
Yeah. Kind of their fetish a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The floggings
Yeah.
will
So.
continue. It's like God, it's just, God just
Mm-hmm.
said the floggings will continue until morale improves. Um,
Yeah, or till atonement improves, or yeah.
yeah. Then he flogged his son extensively, his son self.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. After more than flogging
right.
large
So even
swaths
God
of
hates himself to
humanity.
death. God hates himself to death.
Ooh. Yeah.
What's the thing about Christians? Christians kind of hate themselves. I mean, white people in general seem to because we had the whole imperial Christianity thing that came out of Rome. Um, imperial Christianity, white people invented that shit. It's like, oh
Right.
yes,
Invented.
Romans are white.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes. Invented, perfected. It's a kind of morbid thing
Neat.
to think about. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Good to have a hobby, I guess.
That's one way to put it. But yeah, so we talked about how like these themes of death are just kind of they just kind of permeate the Bible, like Old and New Testament, in like so many forms, and it's one of those things like I don't think Christians really grasp or they just kind of take for granted like all the imagery because like obviously like from growing up in the church and in the faith like we're familiar with the imagery, but I think it's one of those things there like if you didn't grow up with it, listening to like how we talk about our faith and like the way it works, like yeah, if you're not familiar with it, it sounds so bizarre. I mean, just
Mm-hmm.
things like communion. It's like, okay, we're going to drink Jesus's blood and eat his flesh. I mean, especially like if you're Catholic and you think it literally turns
Yeah.
into his blood and body as you
Somebody's like, do you
consume it.
think that's really what it is? And then it depends who you are.
Yep.
Some
But
people think it's a
even just
metaphor but they're not allowed to change the physical reference or like spectacle of the metaphor. That has to
yeah,
stay exactly the same.
yeah, which Okay, but here's the thing, like it just occurred to me. So whether you're like in the Catholic tradition where you think it literally turns into his body and blood, like to me, like I grew up Protestant, so to me that sounds horrifying. But in a way, like which is worse? Like thinking that that's actually what's happening and that's why it's important, or just thinking of it metaphorically, but thinking, oh, but we still need to do it. So it's like, so in the Catholic tradition, okay, this is what's actually
Right.
happening. It's just what we got to do. But in the Protestant, maybe Orthodox, I don't know which way they go on this, but in that tradition, it's like, okay, we know it's not really happening, but we need to but we need to pretend it's happening. Like that's, that's
Yeah.
kind of weirder.
Like
I
there's something
think.
I okay. I can I'm almost more on board with that because and I did grow up Catholic, so like I think I can be more on board with the idea of that like you feel like you have to do it that same way, even though you don't think it's literal, because there is. I can see the logic being that there might be that there's something specifically magical about what happens in the human brain when you're doing that ritual with that assigned meaning. Not doing it another way, maybe you don't have the same experience that the people who keep it going want people to have.
Mm,
So I'll bet most of the people just they're not really sure. They're like, yeah, the whole actual body and blood thing like is gross and weird, but also we're not really sure it is. So we're gonna hedge our bets. Little Pascal's wager on the Holy
yeah.
Communion.
Hmm. Yeah. It's, yeah. But still, to me, that's just like, yeah.
It
Yeah.
tastes okay. Here, I don't know if you've ever had Catholic church bread, um, but it tastes exactly like those biodegradable packing peanuts.
No, I have. It was actually, I've only attended one Catholic mass where I took communion. It was actually in Guatemala.
Well, you're not supposed to, brother.
Well, well, here's the thing. I know that now, but like I was in Guatemala, and apparently, I don't know if they just thought because it's kind of the like kind of cool, but also kind of unfortunate thing. It's like most places you go in the world, just like as a white person, like everyone there just thinks you're awesome. So maybe there's like, oh, they're white, just let them have it. It doesn't matter, or I don't know, but it was also interesting. It was in Antigua, and in the church they also used white wine, which I thought was interesting.
Oh,
So
wow, man, you get
maybe,
that liberation theology going through your veins, and you'll switch up everything.
or maybe that's just because, or maybe that's what they give to the non-Catholics. So like, well, okay, you can have it, but you get the white wine.
You get the pretend wine. You don't really get the body and blood. You get to, we give you like goldfish and white wine.
No, but I did get one of the actual like little styrofoam disc wafer
Interesting.
things. Yeah.
Wow. There's a whole routine afterwards. If you ever wonder where the old wine goes, and well, the priest is an alcoholic, he drinks it, but
That- yeah, fair
but
enough.
everything with the leftover host is what it's called.
Yeah. Hmm.
So that's the bread. Um, you have to, I think you dissolve it in the leftover wine, and then it gets like rinsed down. I think it gets rinsed down this particular drain, but it doesn't go into the sewer. It goes to a pipe that empties on top of the ground outside. Uh, because your Lord and Savior can't touch the shit pipes.
But you just pour them on the ground. So,
Right, and then you spread, like insecticide on it and weed killer and shit. Um,
thirdly, so it's pouring one out for the homie, but
right,
what you're pouring out is the homie
and I
that
would
you're
not be
pouring it out
surprised
for.
if it
Yeah.
has to be holy water that rinses it down a drain. I don't remember for sure,
Mm.
uh, but yeah, there's an elaborate. Now, some of them think that you have to do it that way, and others are just kind of like, there's symbolism with every part of it, and that's true. They're really ate up with symbolism.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The pageantry, all right, that kind of confirms a theory that I've had that the priesthood used to be like, probably still is, very full of gay men and autistic dudes.
Mm.
Because you look at the Catholic Church, like that looks like that was created by some autistic gay dudes. Like all the pageantry and the costumes,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yep. The routine and ritual and
right
everything has to be done a
separation
certain
in
way.
things into
Yeah.
categories. Like that's,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Man, makes
I mean,
sense.
they've
Makes
created
sense.
a marvel. So also they created a monster.
A Marvelster.
Win some, you lose some.
Possible. Yeah.
Oh, genocide.
Oh, yeah. You know, live and learn. Unless we
remember
told you.
remember when we thought genocides were bad? Man.
Ah, those were the days. So way to tie that back into the theme, whether that was on purpose or not.
Oh
So,
yeah, and guess who's on deck for supporting all that? Like the descendants of the death cult people. Like
hmm
uh
yeah,
the rest of the world goes, what's your problem? Like, what the
right,
hell is your problem? We got the
yeah.
jeebus
So
all up in our soul.
all up in there. Um, uh,
Crucifixion for everyone.
but yeah, some amazing art though. You are right.
Yeah.
You are right.
Also,
Well,
uh
so that makes it worth it.
I don't know. I mean, like they're not going to be. Maybe that's, you get that big, an organization gets that huge, and never stops being human. Like it still does stupid shit, and it still does amazing things. But when you have that much impact on things, your stupid shit is really catastrophic.
Right. Yeah. It all scales. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then seeing that this like theme of death and not just its presence as a theme, but as an important theme and like necessary mechanism really just for how like the Christian faith operates. It's like so really it's I guess no wonder that and again like we're speaking largely from like an American Christian context, largely evangelical. A lot of Catholics as well. I guess we don't have as much of the Orthodox here in the States, but um, I guess unless it's really popular with the deconstruction community for some reason.
Which is weird because it's just full of patriarchy.
Yeah, I was going to say
If you
yes,
thought
super patriarchal.
right, if you
Yeah,
thought Catholicism was patriarchal, man,
yeah. Well, I think it's just probably because like since it's not as popular, it feels a little more like hipster or like countercultural or whatever. Like,
the theology I
yeah.
think is more approachable. Personally, it's, from what I remember, it has kind of a mysticism is the mystical community, and the mysticism in Greek Eastern Orthodox is more accepted, um,
Mm-hmm.
and it also has some things in common with like some other East Asian religions, like Taoism and Buddhism. Uh, some of the
Mm-hmm.
mystical content in the Eastern Orthodox is very those religion friendly,
Uh,
and so I think that's probably the in for people from the West, is that kind of like hipster, everything's cool, everything's one kind of. Um,
yeah.
well, that's
Mm-hmm.
kind of a weed thing too. uh,
Right.
yeah, I think that's their in. Um,
Yeah. Because I remember when I was deconstructing, I remember being intrigued by it, like never actually learning too much about it, but just from what I heard from other people who were into it, be like, oh, that sounds interesting and like a thing I might look into one day. But then I guess before I got into it, I got distracted by having cancer and becoming an atheist. So that was kind of the end of that.
I mean, it's a lot like how the stuff like Richard Rohr believes, um,
Yeah.
which is
Yeah.
kind of,
We were huge fans of his. Yeah.
yeah, he he's super approachable. I think that might be the,
Mm-hmm.
like that branch of Catholicism might be the most
Yeah,
approachable, in my opinion.
yeah, yeah. Franciscan. Yeah,
Yeah, because they're a little more open to different. Go figure. People having their own experiences of what they call the divine.
right.
Um,
Yeah, but yeah, but speaking of like the Franciscan sect of Catholicism and like Richard Rohr in particular, I mean that to me is something that I think the whole obsession with death in Christianity, I think even reaches to like what you would consider, like Richard Rohr, like his brand of Catholicism, Christianity, what most people would consider like the most approachable, like nicest, most like loving, compassionate, like less religiony.
yeah,
Um, but even in him, I remember this is something I talked about on an episode a while back. But even listening to him talk about like meditating on the cross, which is a pretty like you know take it out of the context of the religion, but just a person being crucified. Because in Catholicism, like in their imagery, they keep like their images of the crucifix like still have
yeah,
Jesus on there. So again, so
yeah,
just think about that in a vacuum. It's like you're choosing to meditate on a dude being torturously killed, and that's your symbol of like love and perfection and the divine. It's like that is just because like to hear him talk about it, like he talks about it as if it fills him with these feelings of like love and compassion and peace and like all this good stuff. But I'm like, dude, you're looking at a dude being tortured and murdered on a piece of wood.
yeah.
Like,
I kind of wonder if the crucifixion wasn't kind of repurposed for that kind of experience. Um, like it's there, you can't get rid of it. It's in the story, and so they found a way to use it because that
yeah,
doesn't. He's more like meditating on his concept of the cross. Um,
hmm, yeah,
because if you
hmm,
can watch crucifixion and then like meditate, like if that's what you're
yeah.
reflecting on, I think you're probably dangerous.
Yeah, that's just so weird. But yeah, real quick, yeah, thanks Tilting Windmill for hanging out. Yeah, appreciate when you go back and
Glad
watch.
to be
Yeah,
found and glad to
yeah,
see you.
yes, and feel free to continue leaving some comments as you're watching later. But speaking of comments, got another one from James here.
Oh
Another,
yeah.
I do recognize James as a repeat viewer, so thanks for coming back. So, is there death in the Bible? Sure. I don't know how that would make us a death cult, which implies we're into killing people. I don't. To me, death cult doesn't mean necessarily you're into killing, but just in the concept of death. And maybe, I guess to me, it maybe more invokes like being willing to die as part of the way things operate, or basically just the concept of death being a key facet of how things operate. See Deuteronomy 30:19, maybe later if I remember, which I promise I won't. Um, I'm Catholic, and because of that, I'm pro-life. Okay, in a very narrow context, I imagine, but yeah. So, well, here I'll just leave that up. Your thoughts on that, Matt? Like, I
Um.
mean, you're a former Catholic. You could maybe
Yeah. I mean, I
relate to where
was.
he's coming from here.
Yeah, I went through like a spectrum. But yeah, I was raised Catholic and did that for up to preteen, I think, maybe teen.
Hmm.
Um. So the language, the concepts that are fundamental to modern Christianity, Jesus dying on the cross for the forgiveness of sins, um, and then that's interpreted in different ways. Like, what does that mean? But Jesus needing to die is part of the thing. Like the most perfect being ever on earth, walking around as a person, needed to die. Uh,
Hmm.
so only the most perfect being could die the most perfect death. There's still a perfect death. Like,
Yep. And you could say, well, those were the rules. That's what needed to happen for God's justice to be satisfied. Okay, but who made the rules? Like,
yeah,
who made it so that death of any kind was necessary for forgiveness.
Or Jesus didn't expect to die quite like that. His followers didn't expect him to die either.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, he expected different things to happen, and him being, at least for his followers, him being executed kind of ended things, and they needed to save it. It couldn't just be meaningless. It couldn't just be that like that's what those two societies do to someone saying those things and telling other people to believe those things. Like that just gets you killed in that time period. Um, and they thought it would be different. Like his disciples definitely thought that like he's gonna survive. There's gonna be an uprising. He's gonna lead it,
Mm-hmm.
and we're gonna
Yeah.
build, and then we're gonna build the kind of world that he is teaching us to live in and be those people. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
I carrying your cross, dying to yourself daily. Um, if you're dying to yourself, then that means like you are sacrificing parts of yourself to yourself daily. So there is like
Yeah.
it's a metaphorical death, sure, but like you are trying to kill chunks of yourself. Um,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh man, I'm just suppressing it, not killing it. Well, you're like, I'm just strangling it, I'm not killing it. Like I'm just
Yeah.
strangling it to
Or
death. It's not dead yet. It'll die on its own.
yeah. Or I'm acting as if it's dead, and
Yeah,
that I'm just making it no longer a part of me.
and that's
Yeah.
not possible. So it festers as something and might come back as cancer. Uh, Not saying you did that, Tommy, but I am saying that
I may
um,
have, but
bitter
you know,
people tend not to have good health. So like
it's true.
there are
Yeah.
attitudes that do hurt your health. I don't know
Oh,
what
for
else to call
sure,
it that.
for sure. Yeah, but or even just not, like not in more like physical manifestations like cancer or other diseases, but even just like mentally, like just thinking
Oh yeah,
about yourself that way will fuck you up in the head,
yeah.
like
Your relationship
severe.
with yourself, other
Yeah.
people, and even God will suffer. Um,
hmm Yeah.
Also,
So
you become what you worship. I don't think that's debatable. Um, you become like what you worship, and so if somebody's worshiping a god uh, that needed to kill himself for his need for judgment to be satisfied, um, that's a guy who needs to kill.
yeah, because again, like again, and we this I think this
He
may
needs to, he
come
needs
up
to both
like
be to kill and be killed to be
hmm
content.
yes, kill or be killed.
People who
Yeah,
want
because
those
again,
things, we lock them up for their own theirs and others' safety.
mhm. Yeah, because this is one of those things like Christians just like seem to take for granted. Well, this is just the way it has to work. This is how God had to do it. But it's like, okay,
Says
but
who?
says God. Like, who's the one
Well,
who designed all of this?
as this whole series of people throughout history have put together, not on purpose. I
Mm-hmm.
think things were unintentionally invented. It was
Mm-hmm.
layers upon layers of people's best understandings and being freaked out by things they didn't understand and needing an explanation, refining that explanation over time as things uh,
Mm-hmm.
were proven or not. Really, the beginning of it's like theology is the beginning of science. I think in my mind, it was being refined over time, and then for some reason,
Mm-hmm.
once the scientific method started going off, religion was like, "No, we can't adapt shit. What are you talking about?" Like,
Right. But they ended up adapting to science anyway.
yeah, we're gonna
So,
freeze the
yeah.
Franciscan attire in 1400. You need to wear what poor people wore in the 1400s forever now. Why? Because things got too modern. Sorry, I didn't realize there was a Catholic here for a second, and I realized that might be taken poorly. Uh, I don't know. I just things that are amusing to me. I'm not saying that like
Yeah.
it's waste time for everybody, but like well, I'm not saying everyone sees it as a waste of time for themselves. I get that. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm being sensitive to
Yeah.
that, and at the same time, shit's funny.
It's true. It's true. So yeah. So, but as far as yeah, so yeah, like I said, I think that's just something that so many Christians just take for granted. Like the whole aspect of like, well, something had to die, and that's why. And they say like, well, Jesus had to die because that's
That's what God
was the way.
required.
Yeah. So that's what we're saying is it's like God is the one who set it up this way. So if you're saying that death had to be a part of it, then essentially what you're saying is like God could not have done it any other way. It's like is he really omnipotent in that case? It's like so you're
Yeah.
saying that God could not have come up with another system where death was not necessary?
And I think this is all just based on a misunderstanding. Like ancient people were like, they became conscious and aware enough to realize everything dies. And then
Mm-hmm.
they're like, oh, there's something I don't understand about the universe and myself. Shit, 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 shit. Like that
Yeah.
didn't used to be there. And so
Yeah.
then that became the concept of God. And then you're like, okay, so there's a thing that's like a God, or I don't even have a name for it yet, but it's that thing. And
Mm-hmm.
also, everything dies. So
Yeah.
that thing must
And
need things to die.
yeah, because you have this. They probably. I mean, I'm assuming this is at least generally universal feeling among humans, but like saying like noticing that things die, including ourselves, but then feel like, but we don't want to die. So we feel like this
Right.
shouldn't happen. Like this isn't ideal. So we need to come up with, or whether or not this was their conscious thought, but it just seemed like the thinking was,
It's
okay,
just
come up
clearly that's a
with,
problem.
right.
It was
But
just
so that
obvious to
it's,
everyone.
right. So it seems like the thinking was, okay, come up with a story to explain. So like, cause I mean, it's a form of like coping, if you want to call it that.
We were
Um,
too smart for our own good.
yeah. Where it's like okay where it's so basically the concept of death, as horrible as it is, it becomes at least slightly more palatable if you can come up with a story that gives it a purpose.
Yeah, like, as
So
long
that
as
part of it,
it needs to
yeah.
be just. There's
Hmm.
that
Right.
judgment must be being satisfied because we're humans, and
Hmm.
justice is baked into our DNA a
Yeah.
bit.
And so if we're dying but we kind of see that as a bad thing, well, there must be a reason, like we must have done something wrong to
We must
deserve
be a bunch of
fate.
assholes. I want to
Right.
kill assholes. Like
Yeah.
is what they're thinking. So they
Right.
must all
So
be assholes. He hates these cans. It's the same thing.
he really hates these cats. Like, and then to bring it back to our previous conversation, my special purpose. Um, so if people haven't seen The Jerk,
Which
you need
is
to
so funny because wow, that's a multi-layered joke. Because
watch. Hmm.
it was a black family, right? And
He was born. He was born a poor black child.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah. But
interesting.
yeah. But so then, okay, so we're having to come up with these stories just to explain our own death. But
Wait,
then,
you know
like
what's
Jesus,
funny? When the writers were coming up with that, they're like, shit. What would a black family call like their white son's penis? That's funny. Like, and she's like, oh, he's like, what's that? And they're like, oh, that's your special purpose. Here's your consolation prize.
yes, your specially sized special
Yeah,
purpose. Yes. Um.
it's,
Anyway, so
it's a short bus of wieners.
somebody please clip that. So so back to death. um. So so humans are having to come up with these stories to explain just like why we die, but then Jesus comes along, who for sake of something, I don't know why the term isn't coming to my mind, but we both like think Jesus probably was a historical person, like we're not mythicists basically, and so he probably was a dude who was like first century apocalyptic prophet, cult leader who was crucified by the Romans. So we think that part of the story is true, or at least true-ish.
And then what,
So,
like
but it's
the details of the story, uh, probably not all accurate, but they were attempting to
Right.
capture what
Hmm.
had been
Yeah.
handed down to them.
Right. So in his case, if people like if his followers did think he was the Messiah, so then the fact that he died, like that's an even like bigger thing that needs explained. So it's like we really need a story for
Yeah.
this.
So
So
if the story is accurate, where he's like riding into town on the donkey's doing that fucking walking. And if it's true that there were crowds there with the palm branches, that means there were a lot of people who were expecting him to just raise hell. Enough, at least enough. Once he
mhm,
got in there,
yeah, just
um,
enough. Yeah.
and then he just kind of just what you would expect would happen happened.
Hmm.
He was
Yeah.
apprehended and executed. Um, and
Yeah.
wouldn't you know it, that's the same kind of country that thinking is building right now where we live.
See,
Uh,
way to bring it back to where I was wanting to bring it back to because that's how I typed it up in the description, and I hate making myself a liar. Um, so yeah, I think we like we
this
said,
is
it's
what
pretty well
happens when your
established,
country's a lot racist.
right? And heavily Christian, which is so heavily steeped in and influenced by all these themes of death and things needing to die for justice and for atonement and like, well, we're all going to die anyway, but it's okay because after death, that's when like the real shit happens.
Hmm.
So that,
So
so I mean,
that's an excuse for slavery. It's like
it's an excuse
it's
for
only
slavery.
temporary. Tis but a
Yeah,
flesh
and
wound.
right, because also, I mean, is what have we heard from Christians like for years, including up to this day, probably saying like, oh, well, that's why they say, well, slavery was actually good for the African race because that's how we were able to introduce them to Jesus. You know,
uh, it was good for
right,
somebody. It wasn't them.
right, exactly. But that's the thinking is saying like, well, it was all worth it because now they get to know Jesus and now they
Okay,
got to go to heaven after
no,
their early deaths, which we caused.
that's just twisted
So.
because they're like, well, at
Mhm.
least they have the same religion now as their slave masters.
Right.
No, that sounds terrible. That sounds awful. That sounds like just
Hmm.
really like institutionalized Stockholm syndrome. Uh,
Hmm.
I might be speaking out of school a little bit there because it's not my personal experience, but I it would make sense to me. Um,
Hmm.
also, why did they need a new religion? Why wasn't theirs good anymore? They weren't allowed to fucking practice it in any way.
Are you talking about the slaves?
Yeah, the
Or,
slaves.
yeah.
They weren't allowed to
Hmm.
have any other religion. But
Yep.
people, especially people who are hurting, need some kind of spiritual focus. And I don't think that means it needs to be a religion of some kind. But there has to be, for human beings to be healthy, there has to be reflection on like yourself, others, and your place in the universe. Like that's,
Hmm.
and religions can do that. And if that's the only thing you're allowed to do, and it
Yeah.
appears probably that the people who do go for those Bible classes with the preacher, they seem to be better fed. I
Yep.
imagine
Yep.
some of that was going on.
Hmm. Hmm. I mean, plus you also like, but then also from the slave owners benefit, like, yeah, like it seems like a duh. Like, yeah, let's teach our slaves like this Bible that says slaves obey your masters.
Yeah,
You
they
know.
got edited versions. Did you
Yeah.
know that there were
Hmm.
things about slaves
Yep.
being set free and all that, and
Right.
anything that looked like equal rights was removed. Hey, and guess
Yeah.
what's happening now? Anything resembling equal rights is being called terroristic speech,
Hmm. And is being removed from the United States.
and your citizenship
So.
is literally questioned. Like
Hmm.
Mom Donnie Trump said, I don't know. I don't know. Some people are saying that that
Yeah. Like he's like.
that he's illegal. I'm like, no, no. You're saying that, and you're the president, and that's fucking scary.
Hmm. Yeah, and I don't remember if Trump said this, but some people have definitely called for like his citizenship being revoked because apparently the way
Yeah,
things are now, that's a thing that can just happen.
That's coming soon. Um,
So
and I almost want them to do it because millions of people who hadn't voted before in a primary in New York City voted. Like that was the choice of the people. Like also, there have been socialist Democrats, I think, in their state assembly for for years. There's like I think several in
nice.
there,
Mhm.
and that hadn't broken through to New York City because it was home of the status quo,
Mm. Yeah.
and then it broke through there, and talking about things that are popular and it makes sense, and like why aren't we already doing them? And at least a couple of those things I know for sure used to be happening in New York. Like the free buses, busing was free I think until the late '70s in New York, and rent control was a
Mhm.
super popular thing that also made sense in New York and was a good idea, and even Republican mayors did it. So like, but what it does challenge is it challenges the wealth and power with the will of the people, and you can't have that. Sorry, a little soapbox.
Yeah. No, it was a good one. I appreciated it. But yeah, so I mean,
They're going to try to do to him what they used to do to Latin American countries. When you say to somebody running for election or who's a current leader, you're like, "Nice country you got there. Shame if you lost it."
yeah, now they're just going to do it with people's citizenships or whatever. Yeah.
They've already deported U.S. citizens, kids of immigrants, and
hmm
there's we don't know how many citizens are already in the camps that people have been sent to. For sure, there's a
Yeah.
handful.
Yeah.
Uh,
So,
Cause nothing really matters to me.
well, again, so bringing it back to the topic, which that seems to be our theme of the night is returning to the theme, but
I think because in
um,
our minds, it from our experience of being in Christianity and then getting out and realizing how much of ourselves had died or was never allowed to live, uh, that we realize how much of us had died and was trying to
yeah.
be kept dead by the system or by people in general,
hmm
and then
Yeah.
realizing the stuff that we had done to ourselves and to other people.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah. So the focus, like in the religion, on just death as not just a concept, but a necessary concept, like to the point, like, or I mean, again, just trying to think of things like in a vacuum. Like I thought it was normal growing up, but like just the idea of teaching kids, like children, songs about being washed in the blood, like that's that's kind of fucked up. Like that is weird. That is not the kind of things like in any other context you would never want kids to be like focusing or singing about or hearing
it,
bedtime stories about things like that. But we
it's
just do it because
indoctrination.
it's just yeah, because that's just normal. So normalizing it so much has the effect of in these like real world circumstances where real people are being really harmed and killed. We're just like, well, that's just part of what happens. Like whether or not that's like their conscious thinking of like connecting it to their faith. It's like, well, I grew up in a faith that says death is a normal thing.
Right.
So now when I see real people dying, it's a normal thing. Like it's just so subconscious and so ingrained, like indoctrinated, brainwashed, whatever you want to call it. It's like, yeah,
No,
they
I
just
will say, um, shit. I don't want to forget. Remembering his last name and not the first name. James Alfred Wensk,
mm,
or Wensky. I like to say in my head.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I will
James.
say that Catholicism is way less death obsessed. Um, so
Mm,
I can see how he would be confused.
no.
Uh, because the upset, like the focus on death, is more ritualized eh, instead of internalized.
Mm,
And because I was just thinking about the difference between how Catholicism affected me versus um, New Wave Protestantism.
Mhm.
Uh, Protestantism seems to lend itself more to the like death obsession and the verses of dying to yourself daily and that. Um, Catholicism,
Mhm.
though, their thing
Yeah.
is more like guilt. Catholic guilt is just it's like institutionalized guilt. Uh, the structure of things just kind of imposes like a guilty feeling on you. Um, well, we're in buildings that our ceilings are much taller than we are, and so
Mm.
that's kind of a belittling
Mm.
feeling just
Mhm.
from the visual context you're in. So I think it's more the ritual and the environments and all that kind of. There's also cultural guilt. Like guilt is a weapon in a Catholic family. Like guilt is a it's a parenting method, um, which will
Mhm.
kill your children on the inside.
Right. Yeah. So that's the other aspect of like the death cult. Like I want to touch on like not just the literal death aspect of it, which is obviously a huge deal, but even just yeah the metaphoric like death aspect of it, where you're told like not only is it just part of the plan that people have had to die, up to and including Jesus himself and maybe even yourself. Like that's another thing that was like so bizarre now looking back on it and so fucked up. Like even as a kid, I was like introduced to like concepts of like martyrdom and like being willing to die for my faith. Like in like elementary school,
Yeah,
thinking like that was like the cool thing to do or the important thing to do or whatever. It's like, yeah, if you ever like had because everyone knows here in America, like Christians are on the brink of just like Nero's style persecution, like just happen any minute now,
it's amazing how much I believed that. I
right? So, and I was there. Like I remember
Meanwhile, they're
being
praying to the Jesus God in
Mhm.
Congress.
Right, right. Yeah, so I remember like being a kid, like something like 8 years old or whatever, but just having the mindset, it's like, yeah, I'm willing to die for Jesus, and thinking that was just normal and wasn't fucking me up at all. But
Yeah, because they were basically trying to gear you up for a world that hadn't existed for hundreds of years. Like it
mhm,
used to be a thing that little kids died pretty easy.
yeah,
So
but
getting
yeah, so
people
there's
warmed up to the idea of martyrdom or like dying. You didn't just die because people die a lot. You died for a good reason. Like
right. Yeah, so there's that, but then also just the idea of like we were talking about before, where there are parts of yourself that you need to like kind of like metaphorically die to, and like the whole language of self-sacrifice. I think it's like in Romans 12 or wherever, where it says like be a living sacrifice.
yeah,
So yeah, it's so just taking that same concept of being comfortable with the necessity of death, like oh, and even while I'm still alive, there's parts of me I need to kill, basically, or just not allow to live in any sort of real way. And
being
yeah,
told that
I
like
think that
you're an enemy of everything that is good, and also you are God's most beloved child. Like
yeah,
both those things are
which
true. Like, you are simultaneously as equally evil as any other person has ever been. Also,
mhm.
God sees you as Jesus. Like,
Right now. And I feel like this concept may be like bleeding over into the video we'll be watching for Second Drink. So
okay.
I don't know. Going for about almost an hour and a half now. Do you anything more on the like death cult angle we want to discuss before we get into the video, or what are you thinking?
Um, no,
Yeah, I guess one other thing I just wanted to talk about, like just the whole like bring in back into like the realm of like politics currently and how like comfortable with death a lot of American Christians seem to be, like with the whole like proposed like cuts to things like Medicaid or like the ending of US aid and like all
Yes.
the like literal deaths that are going to be direct results of this. And like then we have, people in Congress saying things like, oh, I don't remember who said what, but there were things like, oh, they'll get over it, or I think it was like
Yeah.
JD Vance said something about it's immaterial or whatever. Like,
No, they'll make us get over it. That's what he's thinking. He's like, they'll get over it, or we'll make them.
mhm. Yeah,
Just it being comfortable with the idea that in order for good things to happen, someone's going to have to die. Uh,
hmm
I mean, it's once you see the eugenics of it all, you can't unsee it. Um,
hmm yeah,
like they're with the vaccine stuff, where vaccines are probably going to have to be bought out of pocket in most places. At least at first, I'm sure we'll see a lot of doctors' offices try to subsidize those costs internally. Um,
yeah.
we're going to see a lot of people step up and do a lot of really good things. Uh,
Hopefully, yeah,
I I think it's going to be more than we think. But the people who are on board with what's happening right now, like somebody in
hmm
my family, um, their red line is somewhere further in the future. That makes me really sad. uh, like
yeah, yeah,
whatever that point is, and we haven't hit it yet. I'll be like, good, good. I'm glad they found it. I'm glad they found that point for them.
yeah,
Also, I don't like realizing. I don't like realizing that that person is fine with so much death and suffering, um,
yeah,
and doesn't think it'll happen. Still thinks I don't think it'll get that bad.
yeah. I was about to say, like, I mean, but at least you feel like this person has a red line, because I'm just thinking of people in my family, like there isn't even a red line. Like none, like nothing will matter. It's just,
I think some things will
but
still be accepted. Wholesale walking away. I don't know if this person is capable of admitting they were that that wrong or that misled, because it is a con. It's a culty con that
oh yeah, for
he's got
sure.
going on. Uh,
hmm
I don't know if this person is equipped to be able to admit that they were duped and that wrong. Um,
Yeah,
I think something I think something would have to happen to me that they wouldn't, um, me or my sister. Something would have to happen to me uh, that they couldn't offset individually. Like, I will help you pay for your health care, and like, what about everyone else? Uh,
hmm
there's a narrow window for empathy.
yeah.
I pointed that out, and then they've been nicer to me since. So I think that did
Oh,
something.
good. Yeah, yeah. Let's hope so. Yeah. So I don't know where else to go with all that. So what say we get to a second drink?
Save
Unless
the
you have anything,
babies, but fuck the immigrants.
even the baby ones.
Even the
Yeah.
baby ones. Even the ones that are U.S. citizens.
Mm-hmm.
They're
Mm-hmm.
not really citizens.
Yeah. Right.
So we're like, they gotta live, right? They can't do an you can't do an abortion. You can't do reproductive health. You have to like
Mm-hmm.
require that they have the kid. Also, fuck off.
Just all the way off. Yeah.
Fuck off back to where somebody came from. I just the,
Yeah.
planes going to Chile today. If that's not where you're from, too bad. One stop, coming back.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, what's the What is your second drink tonight, Matt?
All right, so I have a choice. I can do
Ooh.
watermelon wheat, which lightens things up, or
Mm.
I can go deeper into flavor country with I have a Bigfoot barley wine.
Ooh.
Last one on the shelf from I think January. I'm
Man.
thinking go big or go home.
Yeah, because I'm saying like so next choice, and I've already poured it. Like I'm going lighter, so I don't know if you want to follow suit or contrast, but
Hmm. Well, I swear I've got old man liver or something because I've I'm pretty fine.
all right. Well then you may need something a little stronger then for what we got coming up here.
Yeah.
So go barley wine.
Barley
There you go.
wine.
I mean, might as well go big. You're already home.
There you
So
go.
all right. So while he's getting that, so I'm sticking with like still in the Stone variety pack here, but this is a newer one, at least that I've never had before. Their Dayfest IPA. I guess it's supposed to be like a session IPA, even though it doesn't say that anywhere. It just says a refreshing IPA. But yeah, I mean, kind of tastes like a session IPA. Definitely looks like one, much lighter, but it's still pretty good. I mean, it's Stone, so I don't know if I've ever had anything by Stone that wasn't at least good. So
Right. At least good. Most of them are very
yeah,
good to excellent.
yeah. And this, I would say, this one's pretty good. In fact, so good amount of flavor still for only being 4.5%. So
Which one is that?
it's their Dayfest IPA. I don't know if it's a new one or I've just never seen it before,
Oh,
but
it
it
looks
was
newer.
like
I don't think I've
yeah, it
seen it.
was in. I think it's like an exclusive in their variety pack or something like that. But yeah,
All right, I'm
pretty good.
committed now.
All right.
This is one of my favorite barley wines.
Mm-hmm. Classic.
All right. Do you think it's all right? The malt is different, but I would love to see an imperial celebration ale.
Ooh.
Oh, good night.
Literally. Yeah. Man. All right. Sierra Nevada, if you're watching.
What would you call that? What would be the name of that?
Or
Would it a play on the celebration name? Like what's bigger than a celebration?
ooh.
Jubilation. I think they might actually have a jubilation beer now that I think about it.
Yeah. So BS, if you're still watching, you're in California. If you could go down to Sierra Nevada and tell them to make that happen. Um, oh, so here a new comment from James, but something I said a while ago. I think I said pro-life
Yeah.
in a narrow sense. No, not really. Okay. I
Well,
admit I was speaking in generalities, but
I think what you might have been. Don't let me speak for you, but I think what I
uh,
interpreted,
no,
knowing
you're
you.
speaking for me, speaking for him. So go for it.
There we go. Let's do it. Uh, um, I think what Tommy meant was that you are probably not pro-life about other things. Like you're probably okay with war. Might there's a good chance, just statistically, you're also okay with capital punishment. Uh, so mercy for some, but not for all. That kind of
Hmm. Yeah, or even in a like religious sense, it could be like again. I don't know like what your views are on hell, but again, speaking like for most Catholics, it seems like most thing, at least like most people will end up in hell, or at least a lot of them will,
well,
and just
you've
kind of
got purgatory.
yeah, and you just kind of got to be okay with that. It's like, well,
Yeah,
that's the just thing. It's like,
purgatory is like you got heaven on
yeah,
layaway.
yeah. So like I said, so those are just our like assumptions, presuppositions, whatever you want to call it. So feel free to correct
Right.
us. Yeah,
We don't like to be wrong,
yeah.
so
I
correct
love
us.
being correct, even if it means I need to be corrected. So
Yeah.
yeah. Also, I noticed James on Facebook, you recently earned a top fan badge. So
Oh, way to go! Way to go!
congratulations. Yeah. Um,
I wish we had prizes, but not like
yeah.
great ones because we can't afford that. Also, it'd be funnier if they're more like the fish pond prizes at the carnival. Where it's like,
right? Uh-huh.
here's a styrofoam plane that you got to put together and it'll break in a minute.
Probably while you're putting it together. But
If it's too
speaking of
windy, you
which,
can't do shit.
right? But speaking of which, I guess it's time for again, as much as we do appreciate our Facebook fans like James, other regular watchers going back to the beginning of the show, it seems like over the past couple months, a lot of our viewership and interaction and engagement or whatever has kind of shifted a little. We're getting a little less on the Facebook end, but we're starting to get actually more on the YouTube end. Because I remember before it was each episode would maybe get 1 or 2 views on YouTube, no comments or whatever. But now and we had 7 subscribers or whatever, but we're getting more. So just to put some plugs out there, just the general stuff. If you enjoy our show, thanks. And please keep commenting, sharing, subscribe if you haven't, follow us on Facebook. We're also on Twitch, but I still don't actually understand how that works. All I know is we're there. But yeah, share it with friends, recommend it. Keep hopping in the chat. We may even we like having people on every now and then, whether it's as a full guest or just have you hop on near the end. I don't know if we're going to get to that tonight because we're already going a little longer than I was anticipating.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we will.
Yeah, but yeah, we do that from time to time. So yeah, do all the things. But speaking of needing money for things, I don't know if we're eligible for super chats or whatever on the YouTube end. I'm assuming not, because I think you probably have to be a little bigger for that, or
you probably need a certain amount of subscribers or viewers.
Yeah, but if anyone on YouTube is still watching at this point, if you feel like you want to test that out, try to submit a super chat.
There's no way to do it. Try to figure it out.
Yeah, or just send us money. We don't care, because there are some kind of expenses associated with the show, mainly the program Matt uses to make the thumbnails and other graphics and stuff. But yeah. So, but I mean, we can cover it. But if people feel like contributing towards that, we're not going to say no. All right. So James, speaking of James, responded here. No, I'm anti-death penalty, anti-war. Awesome.
So we were wrong about the narrow sense.
Yeah. Glad to be wrong about that, which is why I want the war in Ukraine to end. With you there.
I want it to end too.
They need to settle for peace, and Zelensky needs to end the bloodshed. I don't know.
I think there's 2 people that could do that. I agree. There needs to be peace, but it needs.
I mean, Zelensky didn't exactly start it. From
peace
my understanding
among the Ukrainian people, unconditional peace isn't something they're interested in, because they lived under Russian rule recently enough and long enough that they remember what it was like to live under Russia's thumb, and the overwhelming viewpoint is they're not going back. And if they're going back, Russia needs to make them. That's so they're not fighting in general, not fighting against their will. Yes, there are some people that are being that were drafted and didn't show up for their draft, and so they go out and find them and press them into service. That is not, from a lot of reasons. One, that's not very practical. Because now you're forcing people to the front line who don't want to be there, and that's dangerous for their unit. If they can't brainwash that out of them in basic training, whatever limited basic training they have now, because they're getting people to fighting as quickly as they can, it does right now. I know it doesn't look like it, depending on where you get your news. Russia has more incentives to stop. When push comes to shove, Ukraine has Europe money behind them, and so they will be able to automate for longer because the pool of money that they can ultimately pull from and will pull from is much bigger than Russia's. Because like
Yeah.
China is going to be happy to sell them the drones, but they're not going to help them pay for them.
Right.
uh,
Yeah. So
but now I don't. But also, it's horrendous to do that to another human being. I don't agree with that. And at the same time, I like democracy. Zelensky's still in power, and there hasn't been elections because it's literally in their constitution that if part of their country is occupied, they don't have elections. Uh, so they can't hold elections. It would be unconstitutional in Ukraine for them to do that. But he's still trying to, for the most part, function or make decisions based on the will of their people. And in general, Ukrainians don't want to be under Russian rule or Russian requirements, Russian influence, whatever it's going to be to solve this. Like quickly would be something like that because Russia has said as much.
Yeah.
And they weren't invaded. And the guiltiest thing they have going for them is that there were CIA bases all along the border of Ukraine and Russia. But that's not illegal. And they even gave up their nukes. Had they kept their nukes and didn't give them to Russia, then this would have never happened. So there's like, it's an awful thing that's happening, and I think it's just going to go how it goes.
Yeah. So I have more thoughts on this, but I kind of don't want to get sidetracked on that more than we already have.
Oh, I don't know your thoughts, though. Do you have a short version?
Well, I'm just saying, like, my thoughts on, like, what James is saying here in the comments, but, yeah. No, I don't have a short version.
Oh, no, I'm not pro-slavery. Right. Oh, yeah, they're 4 times smaller than Russia. Sure. But, like, Russia's economy is falling apart.
But
I'm telling you, there's a lot going on. War of attrition, yes. They're running out of men, not running out of robots. Sure. So there's a lot of things. I'm getting James, and what you're saying. I'm getting that you are kind of like slanted towards Russia. I don't know if you realize that, but you are definitely giving them a pass on some of the same logic you're applying to Zelensky in Ukraine.
Yeah. But anyway, what I was getting at was I kind of don't want to go down that road right now. I want to move on to the video. So, because there's a lot we still need to get to.
No, I am not pro-slavery. I am not pro-draft.
Yeah.
I think if you can't get people to fight for what you're doing, maybe don't do it. Just
Yep.
Because it means people don't want you to do it. They're voting with their resistance to fighting.
Yep. All right. So Wes Huff.
Wes Huff, he's a wanker.
Yeah. So we realize we have been incredibly remiss, and also you're welcome, James, and also apologies if I haven't said it. I apologize for misjudging what you meant by like the extent of your pro-lifeness.
Yeah.
Thank you for correcting me on that.
Yeah.
So yes, especially like when I'm wrong about someone being more of a terrible person. I'm glad to know that you're better than I thought. So, anyway, so Wes Huff. Now, in all of our reactions that we've done to like apologists, like videos and such, like I feel like we've been remiss that we have not watched any Wes Huff videos and given him and his opinions the proper metaphorical punch in the dick that they may or may not be deserving of. But I guess for you to judge.
I don't know.
So,
look at that man's face. He wants a punch in the dick, doesn't he?
He might.
Also, he might be an alien. I don't know. There's a little vacant. Something a little vacant.
Yeah.
About when he talks. Like he's both dialed into the people around him and also not there.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how much this influences this, and apologies to any others for whom this may apply. But I mean, if this explains anything, I don't know if it does. He is Canadian. So maybe he just seems different to us in that sense. I don't know. But I don't get this vibe from folks like Dr. Kip or Apologia or
No.
Project or
Wes Huff seems
no.
Canadian by way of California.
But also by in his accent, I actually pick up a lot of Irish for some reason, which
Oh, I also pick up a lot of gay. Nothing against that, but I think he is obviously
yeah.
Wes Buff.
But
That's right.
yeah, because I mean that is one area I am definitely jealous of when it comes to the Wester. I guess is that a nickname? That's just
No.
what came off the top of my. Okay, good. We'll not talk about that again then. So,
Wait,
but for
what
people
should his
not,
nickname be though? Wes something, right?
I don't know. You think of that, but well, I explained to for anyone in the crowd not familiar with the Wes Huff, um, he's. I feel like he is most often and rather inaccurately portrayed as a biblical scholar or biblical expert, as it were.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: he is pursuing a PhD
Yeah.
in theological studies. Yeah, the
But
Wester.
Wester, maybe,
Yeah,
but like,
is that what I said? It's like in which case, yeah.
or he
But
might be suggesting one. But
yeah, I don't know.
I kind of want to give him like a girl's name, like Weslin, or Wes Ann. That goes with the Irish a little bit.
Ah, a little, a little.
Wes
Yeah.
Marie.
So
Wes Marie for the Irish.
I don't know. Is that a little misogynistic to give like a girly name as like an insult though?
You know he'd hate it. That's why I'm doing it.
Oh, because he would hate it, not
Right.
the okay.
Because it's the perfect
So
name for the situation, not because
gotcha.
I think it's insulting.
Right, because
Yeah.
he might think it's
Right.
insulting. Okay.
Wesleyan kind of sounds like a cool name
Yeah.
for a girl, actually.
I may need to like adopt a little girl.
Or for a fairy.
But no.
I mean an actual fairy with wings. I didn't mean the
Right,
slur.
yeah,
I realized
or
quickly that it was.
here we go. Wuss butt. I mean, I can't argue with that. But
Wester
so
Hasselhoff.
yeah. Oh, that's good. That is good. Or Wesselhuff. I don't know.
Oh, I liked how that's close to whistle puff or whistle pig whiskey.
There's something there.
Yeah.
So PhD in theological studies and sacred canonical texts. But even according to his own website, wesleyhuff.com, Wes
Of
is an
course it is.
effective
God damn it.
Wes is an effective and knowledgeable communicator who defends and promotes the Christian faith with academic care, not academic expertise.
Right.
Academic care and evident graciousness, not evidence.
Right.
Evident graciousness and good humor with a U.
He's not stupid. He may play an idiot
Right.
on the YouTubes, but his word choices and the way he applies logical fallacies. Right. One of his favorites, I think we'll see pretty in short order, is argument from incredulity, but he just does it with incredulity.
There you go.
Yeah, so
you relocated the R. I liked it, but yeah.
Yeah, I do that. He'll kind of repeat back to them what they said in a different way, but he's like does it with a tone like, "Oh, you can't really believe that." Like that's, and then he kind of reframes it, often by saying the same thing in different words as what they said and claiming it means different things.
All right, so I want to get to the video here. So it's yeah. So you have good word choices.
I agree. It's the creativity combined with inability to words at the same time.
Maybe a little too much Sir Sick influence, perhaps. Okay, so Wes Huff, I guess, recently appeared on what is this show? Flagrant, which
by the way,
never heard.
Who has a flagrant mustache. The host of that show.
Yes. Um, which I was unfamiliar with this show, which I don't know, surprising, not surprising, based on the fact that it
Uh,
has almost 2 million subscribers and
right.
has had.
If you roll in the lefty YouTube streams like I do, they he's well known as being a big deal in the brosphere.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because I was just like browsing through their channel, I've noticed they've had guests like Donald Trump, Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
I also saw. I mean, I don't know where this particular guy falls in anything, but like 50 Cent. But that's just to say, like, he's had some big names on the show. So
it is unclear why.
yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and bring this up. So he also had the Westmeister,
Also, the
but
setup for this
whatever.
show is basically men's group has a podcast. It's a Christian
Yeah.
small group that also is racist and misogynistic.
Oh, so are these guys
No, a
Christian
handful of them
or?
are, but like they're very
Okay,
culturally Christian. Uh,
gotcha.
they're very they're very conservative coded. Some of them are conservative, some of them aren't, but they don't hate the conservatives. They're the good. I don't know, good nearly dreads and good black guy. Like you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This is the
Yep.
good of the man bun crowd, and this is the good black
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So we've, as you may notice, if you can see like the timeline here, we skipped ahead quite a bit because
because it
like
was garbage.
yeah, Matt watched most of it. I was only familiar actually with the part which I think is what we're about to watch
Well, I
here.
didn't even watch all of it. I skipped ahead, and every time I heard something that was not brand new information, I skipped ahead 10 more seconds, and then eventually, you could just tell by the titles of the chapters. I was like, he's just saying all the things the general atheist community knows and says amongst themselves, and arguments against shit. But he's kind of an inoculation against atheism.
Mm-hmm.
So people will have heard some of the low level information in that community. It will not be a new problem for Christians who listen to him. But he's going to give them a way to twist it closer back to familiar territory.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And like Jordan Peterson, I haven't nailed it down yet, but there is a rhythm to what he does. He has his go-to logical fallacies. Jordan Peterson's, I learned this from Rationality Rules,
Mm-hmm.
the Mott and Bailey
Yes,
fallacy.
that's a
He
big one.
does that over and over again. If he does it, he knows he's losing.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't
Yeah.
really notice he's doing it because he uses his stuff that he learned from being a psychologist or a therapist or whatever the fuck he did,
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
leverage people's brains against them. Like
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And for people who aren't familiar with the Mott and Bailey fallacy, like the real quick and dirty version is basically starting with what seems to be like a more like outlandish, controversial statement, but then when people challenge it, you retreat back to a much more mild, mundane, easy to defend position.
Yeah.
Say, well, all I was really saying was,
and you kind of retcon what you previously said.
yeah, yeah.
Uh,
So that's that. So this part of the video, like this is the only, like I said, I think this is the part I saw, but by saw I mean by way of it was reviewed by another one of our favorite channels, Mindshift. Like he talked about this conversation where they had, at least according to the video here, the chapter is titled "Do Non-Christians Go to Heaven?" So it's this
Also-
whole
the motif of their set is bar / coffee house / version's basement.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from what I remember of the conversation that I saw on Mindshift when he was talking about this, like there is I have a lot of thoughts about this. So what say we get to it?
Let's get to it.
All right.
Hold on. One last framing. Does it or does it not seem like everyone, maybe including Wes, is doing their... Okay, picture this. They're all gay, right? Doing their best impression of straight men, including Wes Huff. And go. I don't know
Okay.
about it. Where like they man a bit too much sometimes.
Or you're saying like that thou dost protest too much, perhaps?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Important
What do you
question.
mean by non-Christian?
I mean,
Hold on,
if
I
you
need to back it up because we talked over the main part
Okay.
of it.
.com. You go there right now. You use the promo code Flagrant. You're gonna get 30% off today. And America, your energy. Caw.
if
Whatever
you're non-Christian, can you get into heaven?
Important
What do you
question.
mean by non-Christian?
I mean, if you
Me.
just don't.
What the fuck do you think he means?
Yeah.
What the it's in the name, you dick.
Like how? Like so, you can tell like right away he's feeling like he needs to retreat into like obfuscation and
He's like, whoa, can't work with that. Give me something I can work with.
yeah, it's like not a Christian. Like what?
I'm agnostic.
So I would say God is not going to force anyone into heaven. In that, heaven, once again, remember, heaven is not the final destination.
Soft
New
no.
heavens, the new earth, the
Yeah,
final
what's a soft
destination.
no, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so essentially, no one comes to the Father but through me, Jesus says. Right? But C.S. Lewis, once again, he says that hell is locked from the inside.
The book of C.S. Lewis in the Bible,
Right? Yeah, because apparently, like Jesus himself, even like couldn't explain hell well enough that C.S. Lewis had to come along centuries, millennia later. So
This is locked from the inside bullshit. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, it's their second cousin, Rodrigo.
He's Spanish.
Yeah.
See, BS. He's familiar with this BS argument. Ah,
Yeah, it's
see what I did. Sorry.
it's a deepities. It's an elaborate
I'll keep
deepities.
drinking.
You
See,
think
now-
you think it means something.
Yeah. So remember this concept of okay. He said like God will not force anyone to go to heaven. Okay,
Right.
but first of all,
But he will force you to go to hell.
no, because it's locked from the inside. Remember?
Oh wait,
You're
how
only in hell.
how do we get there?
Well, we'll get to that, but first,
Okay.
just to set up the absurdity of this situation where he's saying like, okay, God won't force anyone into heaven, but if heaven really is what Christians claim it is, and hell really is what they claim it is, like, what sane person?
Yeah.
Like and I think he gets into this later, maybe, or maybe I'm thinking of someone else. I don't know where Wes Huff is in the whole like the idea of maybe like post-mortem salvation, or it's like you don't necessarily have to make the decision before you die. Even like after you die, you can like at the
Well,
judgment.
that's
you can
even
still
further from Jesus.
right. And no, I think that was inspiring philosophy. I was watching him talking on the Deep Drinks podcast. I think he's
Easy
like,
there, buddy. You're purgatory adjacent with that.
yeah.
Know
So
your pedigree, son.
but it's as if like these Christians think that the reality of heaven and hell is so obvious. But if they are what they say they are, like what person in their right mind would not choose heaven?
Right. Who do you know
Like-
that doesn't instinctively pull away from hot things? Let
Right.
alone eternal torture.
Yeah, or even like because this is the thing, like a lot of atheists say, like even if they find out that like the God of the Bible and of Christianity is real, but like we'd still say, okay, well, I still would have a problem like actually genuinely worshiping and loving this God because of all the incredibly fucked up stuff that he
Right.
apparently does. But you better believe if my options actually were heaven and hell, like I would do my damnedest, like do whatever I need to do to not go to hell. Like, yeah. Like, haha. Wes Puff. I like that. Yeah, God forced a person to be born knowing they were going to hell. What say you, Wes Puff?
What's
Right? That's another one. Because like no matter what, even if people do make the conscious decision, apparently God knows what decision they're going to make and then chooses to make them knowing where they're going to end up. So that the whole thing just falls apart. And
Well,
so many
now
levels.
remember open theism, right? That's the Greg Boyd thing, where like he knows all the potentialities, but like he doesn't know for sure what's going to happen until like things start to happen.
Right?
Like,
So-
oh, you mean kind of like as if he didn't exist? You mean
Right,
how
or-
just like things happen there, Greg? You're just describing
Right?
the decision tree.
Or or almost as if like there's no actual evidence that God actually is this way, but this is the only way you can make him palatable, so you just invent this whole story based on
Right,
nothing
right.
other than you can't get anything else to work.
He's so close.
But okay, but even if that was the case, then you'd still, as God, you would say, "Oh, I don't know what was gonna." Okay, if I had the option to like engage in any activity, and I'm like, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. All I know is it's possible if I do this thing, billions of people are going to be tortured forever.
And then afterwards, he does like a Betty Boop, and he's like, "Who, me?"
No, if I knew that, even if I didn't know what would actually happen, if I knew that it was at least a possibility that anyone was going to be eternally tortured, I would not do the thing. I'd be
Yeah.
like, I would just not make these things if I knew that there was at least a potential that any of these things that I make are going to experience horrific torture for eternity. I would just not make the things.
Well, there's a good reason why you're not God, Tommy, because that's what needs to happen.
But yeah, but
You need
just
somebody who can make those hard decisions. And Wes is a Calvinist.
Like-
PS says,
right.
but you're
Yes,
you were on with that.
right. Yeah, but you need him on that wall. Because you can't handle the truth. Anyway, so, but just remember that concept of like, okay, hell is locked from the inside, because from what I remember, there's a thing he gets to later, and whether or not we actually get to it, we'll see. But it completely contradicts with another point that he makes. And I know that it does because I commented with that idea on Mindshift's video, and he liked my comment. So
There you go.
it's valid. So remember that hell is locked from the inside. You chose to go there, even though that sounds insane and incredibly insulting to the intelligence of anyone who ends up there. Because basically you have to think of someone as so far gone mentally that they just have no sense anymore. So but then basically what you have to believe is like, oh, God's essentially sending people with mental problems who can't think rationally to hell.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
like, and how is that? Yeah, good for him.
Explains a lot, doesn't it?
So I would say that if you have spent your life not living out a life that is what Jesus has called you to do, to be, then Jesus is not going to force you into his presence.
But Jesus is supposed to be so wonderful and attractive that you just want to be in his presence. And also, he's basing this on like what you do in life, even though Paul in the fucking Bible says it's not based on works.
Oh, yeah, he's gonna shit all over that.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's gonna say, no, it not works at all. But here's the decision you have to make, which is a work.
Yeah, or he'll even he'll even frame it in terms of like things you've done in this life and how you've lived, like that kind of shows. And it's like, yeah. So
I want to hear him
You're
explain
going
why.
to go. So
Yeah.
Lewis also says, heaven is God's, or hell is God saying, thy will be done. So what you want in your life by
want
rejecting
that.
Christ is what you're going to get.
yeah, and also apparently we're that powerful that God submits to our desires.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't want that. Who's in hell going, this is a great time? And if they are, then I don't know, there's a weird thing. Okay, why does
Mm-hmm. Yep. Literally and extremely gaslighting. Exactly.
right?
That's what this whole hell is locked from the inside. You choose to go there. That's all this is.
Yeah, if it ever came out that, like, look at his face right now. I'm not body shaming, but just look at the expression on his face, right? This is his "I'm caring about you right now" face. There's
Right.
nothing happening there.
Yeah. Like listen to how compassionate I am. Yes.
It
Mm-hmm.
if it came out that Wes Huff has bodies buried somewhere, and they didn't die of natural causes.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be like,
They're not-
oh, whoa, no, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're like, what? Man, I was like, I think that's on all of us.
Yeah.
It was clear.
Yeah. Now let us know in the chat what kind of faces you think we have. Like,
Yeah, I blame us.
yeah, seriously. Like, tell us, like, when looking at our faces, what does that tell you about us? I'm curious. So,
Well, mine says I smoked earlier today.
Yeah, in the afterlife.
What is he
that's
doing?
that's the other
I
thing
when I
that,
was
like,
listening to this earlier. Like he has like these like mini orgasm moans he does throughout the whole thing.
yes.
It
Mhm.
touched him deeply. It touched him somewhere.
Yep. So it might be what Wes has in mind here. Like, I think this guy's trying to get him to, because he sees that look
Right.
on Wes's face. Like, that's what it's saying to me. So,
Yeah, he.
oh,
Yeah, the very
Oh.
beginning of this panel interview thing.
Real quick, no problem. Anarchic Fox.
Anarchic
Fox.
Quarks.
Like, but Swing, you may be pregnant, unless you don't mean that kind of late. But
Oh, well, then don't be sorry. I don't know. It depends on your situation.
I only use that because that's like what happens to me. Like anytime I join like a live stream and I say sorry I'm late, like inevitably someone always says that to me, so I feel like I need to reciprocate.
You get a
So.
mix of Mazel Tov and my condolences.
No, but my favorite is because again I usually show up in the chat like under the humanity account, so I'll say
Oh, okay.
sorry I'm late, and my other favorite response is people just say, "Oh, the humanity," and I appreciate that.
God damn, that's perfect.
So, yeah, I know, right?
No, but as far as the man love anarchic fart,
I think that's what I was trying to say, but like stopped myself right at the end. But I should have just kept it going.
The very beginning of sorry,
you gotta let the farts out. You can't hold them in. That's not good for you.
Yeah. Let the
So.
sunshine in. Face it with a grin. So the beginning of this. That's a song. I just remembered it from my childhood all of a sudden. I gotta find it now after we're done tonight. Like, what the hell is that from? The beginning of this panel interview they did, or panel preaching is more what it is. The host of the show was just quickly all over Wes. Like, needed to touch his biceps and go, look at that, like he was honking boobs. It was weird. And that's when I realized that's not an ironic mustache. That's a Queen mustache. That is a Freddie Mercury mustache.
Hmm.
And so then it bathed.
It's a question of does he know that?
The rest of the episode that I saw that they did in a different light. Like I already figured Wes is too pretty to not be gay.
Anyway.
So much bitterness. I don't know. Well, I don't know. Hang around. We get less bitter. I don't know. I don't know
what
for
bitterness.
bitter.
Like, I know.
I don't want to be bitter. So, like, if you can explain why I'm bitter, I want to hear it. And that's only being a little sarcastic. I actually don't want to be bitter and want to hear how I am.
I'm being a lot of sarcastic, and like it's like I always laugh this much when I'm being bitter. That's
Dalton is lost. He came here looking to suckle on some Wessel Puff man meat, and that's not this kind of podcast. Pride flag in the back should have maybe let you know that.
Well, let's give Dalton more of what he clearly wants, and like back to the puffster here. Yeah.
Hell.
Well,
you just accept, and I guess Hindus accept Jesus as I read like a yogi.
Sure.
Essentially, but
hold on,
he's culturally Hindu.
Like
lost,
we all
I think he means.
Oh, or like we all like wanting to suckle on some.
Well, I don't know. Speak for your damn self. I mean, if that's your thing, go for it. Like, Send him a card. Go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like BS knows where he's at. I know where I'm at. Like I'm so much more like at peace and stuff since leaving all this bullshit. But
Oh yeah, I think we need to hear the innuendo.
ooh, so much preacher energy comes across innuendo. Yeah, it's got to be coming from somewhere. Yep, that's true. So let's get back to it.
Maybe not the only form of God. And theoretically, I think it aligns with Christianity in some ways. If God is everywhere, we could all be God. Jesus is a human that he achieved his inner God. So
that would be the Hindu way of working it out.
right. But then we accept Jesus.
What the fuck
But
does
even
that mean?
Hinduism is exclusivistic in certain regards.
Oh, fuck
So,
off with
like-
this.
No one is entirely inclusivistic, right? The exclusivists have to exclude the inclusivists. And the inclusive
God damn it.
See, they're being intolerant of intolerance. That's what this is.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
one of those maneuvers.
It's like no, that's a
It's like,
limitation
oh,
of
so
language.
that's a Hindu thing. And so because that's the Hindu way of doing it, he starts off saying like kind of indicating that's irrelevant or not a good answer with his tone, you know?
Mm-hmm,
This is some white dude explaining to the Hindu.
right.
Cultural Hindu. He doesn't sound like he's practicing.
Yeah, he's like, let me tell you what you're really like. Is essentially what he's saying there.
Right.
But also,
Let me
real quick,
let me tell you about the coloreds. Like this. That's what,
oh, and you are one, so you clearly need it explained to you by me. But also, real quick,
the person with the complexion, well, other than the host, like least suited to survival in this group.
right? Yeah. Okay. Real quick, I just want to say to Dalton, like, if you're new here, like, just like first thing to know, like, we're assholes. Sometimes we do appreciate you being here because, like you said, like you like hearing both sides. Like we do too. So we'd like to hear more from you. So if you're still here, like, keep engaging. Let us know what you think.
I'm glad you're here. It looks like you've got a kick-ass beard.
Yeah. Oh, I'm very jealous.
I mean,
I'm very
respect.
jealous.
That takes
Like,
effort.
Yeah. Because I will say I've tried, like I've literally had this thing grow. It seems like the length I'm at now, it just like stops growing there. And I don't know.
All right. See, that makes more sense because for our monkey heritage and our ape heritage, because what monkeys do you know? Like our hair keeps growing fucking forever. There's no monkey or ape that does that. What's wrong with us?
Yeah. Right?
How were we the most suited for survival on this planet? I don't get it.
Because we were the first to figure out how to fuck over literally every other species. But
yeah,
but,
that's what it is.
So as BS says, yeah, Jesus is famous for his inclusivity. That's why it's just like, yeah, I am the way, the truth, and the life.
Yeah. That's why he said he came only for the Jews. He was the savior of the Jews. Super inclusive.
Right.
And then she had to compare herself to a dog, and he's like, I like your style. You're hop aboard.
No, first he called her a dog.
That's what I'm saying. When she embraced being called a dog and got like a little like feisty humorous with it.
Yeah. But speaking of like the whole, like, especially like white guys, like how did we end up thinking we were the superior ones? This is something that struck me the other day when I was watching a YouTube video, and it was like, I think it was 3 guys, and it was, I don't remember if it was 2 white guys and a black guy or 2 black guys and a white guy. All I know is like, but just seeing all of them like side by side like that, like if I was like a complete like alien species, had never like known anything about humans, but if I were just look at all these, like at this collection of 3 people, and I was like, okay, these are all the same species, and I would see like the darker skinned and the lighter skinned guy. I think it was just like one white guy in the middle of like 2 African American guys. I'd be like, okay, that dude in the middle, he does not look well. like it looks like something's wrong with him. Like the other 2, like their skin, the complexion, everything looks like good and like healthy, robust, colorful. He looks
Give
like
that
he's
guy
dying.
vitamin.
I
was
so
just
2 years in now. That's great. Again, like, so I did like completely shave mine off back in September, but before that, I had been growing it for about 2.5 years, and like literally, it got to this point and just stopped. But
yeah, it is interesting how some people's beards, like the length it will go is very long, and other people's it kind of caps out after a point.
Yeah.
So there was a comment about fuck, I don't even remember now, but it reminded me of, I was sitting on the porch a couple nights ago I was high, and I was watching X-Files. I'm in season 2 or 3, watching through it. Man, that show still holds up. And I was looking down the street, trying to look at it from the perspective of an alien or something. And just the first thing that popped in my head when I tried to do that, looking down like driveways and stuff, and cars and driveways, and I was just like, "What the fuck is all this?" Like, I'm thinking, like, can you imagine trying to figure out why we're doing what we're doing? If you have a completely different filter on reality,
Yeah.
like you're just a very different being, and the way you do things and the way you evolved and your situation just causes you to have a very different lens on things. And we're doing all this, and like we're having wars where we're killing each other and like fight. It's yeah, we don't make sense. Our survival is kind of a fluke.
Yeah. So here's some insight from Anarchic Fox. As I understand, beards have follicles have a maximum length that varies by individuals and relates to a number of genetic factors. Huh.
Man.
All right. Well, now I'm sad knowing that this is just apparently genetically. Well, hey, I understood what you were saying, so it's all good. So, yeah. So let's get back to
yeah, we've got a while. Let's let him cook for a minute.
Yeah, let's let him white splain.
Just have to exclude.
How would we? And I'm not. You look. I don't know enough. So how are we exclusivists?
Right. So depending on.
Well, at least he's asking him to white splain.
Notice that was a dig back at him. It could have been a dig back at him. He's like, well, apparently.
What version of Hinduism you're talking about? Because there's polytheistic Hinduism, there's monotheistic
Do you
Hinduism.
know your
and there's
religion?
atheistic or non-theistic Hinduism.
Yeah, you could
right?
be atheist Hindu. Yeah.
So
because here's the thing. Also, bear in mind everything that Wes is going to be saying through all this. It also like same thing applies to him. Well, it depends on what version of Christianity you're talking about.
Right.
This
is an attempt.
And he's going to talk about. It's like no, this is the. It's like. Yeah.
It's kind of an attempt to see if he can use this opportunity to make him look less informed about his own background.
Right. Oh, and also, real quick, just a little point of order for anyone who's like jumped on lately. As people familiar with the show, we enjoy not just having a drink, but talking about what we're drinking. So, if anyone else is enjoying a beverage this evening, feel free to share it in the chat, like what you're having tonight. Yeah, whatever it is. Or also for new viewers like Dalton, I'm just curious, like how you found us. So, if you want to, let us know, that'd be cool as well. So, all right.
They can't all be true. So truth by its very nature is exclusive, right? If I say 2 + 2 is 4, well, I'll give it Andrew the benefit of the doubt. Andrew says 2 + 2 is 4. I say 2 + 2 is 6. One of us is wrong. Now, we could both be wrong, but the truth is that 2 + 2 is 4. He's right. And so in that sense, that's an exclusive truth statement. So if you look at all the world religions, I would ultimately say they're all exclusivistic at some regard. I say Jesus is
exclusivistic in the most important regard.
Yeah, well, yes.
Yeah.
Look at you praising the white savior.
So I would say Christianity is inclusivistic in that all are called to come.
Yeah.
But it is exclusivistic in that Jesus loves you and calls you to come as you are, but he loves you too much to leave you where you are.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So apparently we're just popping up on feeds. Well, that's cool.
Oh my goodness. We're feed worthy.
Nice. Nice.
Have we unlocked the perks of having 50 subscribers?
Yeah, we win a Dalton, apparently.
Yay! Our very own Dalton. By the way, Dalton Wayne, kind of the best name to come after Dalton.
Yeah.
If you don't have a fucking tractor, get one.
Or I feel like that you should have just been issued one like at birth.
Right.
Like, oh, that's your name. Clearly, you get a tractor.
Oh, and it needs a little like artistic paint job on there, like maybe like like bombers used to have. I don't know. Maybe call yours Susan.
Yeah, and also, by the way, like we're both in Ohio, so like no shade to tractors. That's part of our upbringing as well.
It's right.
So,
Tractors are.
yeah,
There's a lot of our state that's mostly populated by tractors.
yeah. It's a significant part of the voting block, I think.
We're from the part that has hills, like actual like physical like landmarks.
Well, you are like so. We're in Cincinnati. I grew
Yeah.
up in Springfield, which is a little ways north in like the flatter
That's true.
area. More farmland up there. So
Farmland.
yes, farmland. Yes.
It's unconditional, but it's not unconditioned, because all you have to do is give up your life and follow Jesus.
I think conditioned is.
Hold on. Did he say it was unconditional but conditioned?
Right. They're gonna
That
call
doesn't
him
make
on
any
his,
fucking sense.
It doesn't. They're gonna call him on his bullshit a little bit, but in a small groupy way. This is Bible study kind of calling bullshit that's gonna happen. But
Yeah. So
clearly he's in the leader chair for this small group.
right.
So
Yeah, but real quick, yeah. So Dalton says, for the record, very much a follower of Jesus. All right, well, cool. Welcome. Me and Matt, like, I'm atheist. Matt, are you feeling atheist today? Where are you?
I think it depends what we mean by supernatural. I don't.
Yeah.
I think a lot of things we call supernatural are just extra natural or ultra natural.
Yeah, or just things we don't understand, maybe.
Correct.
So basically, bottom line, we're both not Christian, or
I'm agnostic.
Yeah, or religious at all.
Atheist on some days, not on others.
Yeah.
Actually, no.
It also depends what you mean by atheist too.
Atheist on all days, because I don't think that there is a God, but I think there are probably natural things that we've interpreted as gods, maybe like higher consciousnesses.
Yeah, fair enough.
Or higher awarenesses. I don't know. All we know is us and everything below us. Yeah.
But as Zelton says, he does very much believe that Jesus was more than likely brown. Yep, probably. And he strived towards the tractor. All right, well, you'll get there one of these days, my friend. I mean, you're in Oklahoma. I mean, that's a good start. So
I don't know though. See striving and maybe know the tractor is God.
Ooh, see, maybe that's the problem. You're striving too much. You're not letting go and letting tractor.
Right. Let go and let God tractor.
That sounds like a thing. Sure.
Conditional.
Yeah.
They're putting a condition on it. Like, that was a very poetic thing you said, but it doesn't actually mean anything.
That might be my favorite thing that anyone has ever said to Wes Huff.
I know. I was like, finally somebody said it. How many times has an apologist said something? And you...
Okay, we need to play that back, because that was fucking epic. Okay,
that needs to be a sound bite. Maybe we keep that and we get a soundboard and like that's a peanut gallery noise if we're watching.
Yeah, I'm going back to clip this later, so I backed it up a little.
It's unconditional, but it's not unconditioned.
Right.
That's bullshit.
Still bullshit.
Because all you have to do is give up your life and follow Jesus.
I think conditioned is conditional.
Yeah.
They're putting a condition on it. Like, that was a very poetic thing you said, but it doesn't actually mean anything.
Well, it does in the sense that when I say it's unconditional.
Oh, good on Wes, though. He jumped right back in immediately. He wasn't having any of that. That was... He's confident. Look at the confidence on him, Cotton.
Yeah.
Is that Jesus says all are welcome to come.
Except.
But there is a condition.
Yeah.
There is, right? It's not nothing.
But there is, it's unconditional, but there is a condition. Like,
Look at that face. Look at that. That's the face. That's the face of a wife who's explaining to her husband why her affair is his fault.
is this from experience or?
Actually, maybe. But no, I didn't get this. Yeah, we're getting into my personal history.
Yeah, not his current wife.
No.
For anyone who's
Previous.
curious, yeah.
Maybe, but she wasn't this nice about it.
So you're saying she wasn't as handsome as Wes Huff?
No, what I'm saying is like he's confident. Like he believes his affair is or her affair is your fault. My ex wasn't so sure, but she was. The goal was to make me act like it was my fault. She wasn't sure whose fault it was.
But she had to make it yours somehow. Yeah. So just this is like, yeah, it's unconditional, but the conditions are that's basically, I think, kind of where a lot of this is going with how Wes is approaching. It's like, yeah, it's unconditional, but there are conditions, but those conditions are really your fault.
Right.
Like, is a way you could boil this down.
Right.
Yeah.
God has conditions.
And in that sense, God.
Right. Even though, like, again, we said, like, he's the one who, like, literally created everything and designed how everything was going to be set up and how all the systems within it would work and what all the consequences for any kind of action would be. But the way anything works out, it's not his fault. Yeah.
Like, everyone's welcome in heaven, except that they're not.
Right. Because, though, with great power comes great responsibility. With ultimate power comes somehow but somehow not ultimate responsibility, and that's apologetics. So
God is either the universe in like an Eastern mystic kind of idea, or God is a personal being.
Yes, Eastern types of religions, as opposed to Christianity, which is also an Eastern religion. But anyway. I love when Christians try to make that distinction between Christianity and Eastern religions as if it's not one, but yeah, that shit cracks me up.
Yeah.
They can't both be true.
That's not true.
So I think...
Do you want to back up a little bit? Did you already what he said?
Let's see, where are we at?
Let's listen to the whole thing. I mean, not the whole thing, like his last sentence, where he said it's this and
kind of idea. Or God is a personal being. Mm-hmm. They can't both be true.
Yeah, pause it. So God is like universal, like in everything. It's basically like pantheism, or he's a personal God, but both can't be true. I don't know. If you're part of God, it seems pretty damn personal.
Right.
In fact, the most personal. Like, there's a reason why we call our privates, because that is the most personal. It's part of you. Yeah, we're like God scrotum a little bit. Maybe. I don't know what part we are.
Well, if we are that, we're apparently pretty big. Watch the previous portion of the video. Or our video, not this one.
We could just be the big toe, but the big toe is still a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Which is also a euphemism for dick. So with ultimate power comes the ability to shift blame. Okay, that makes sense, because I guess with great power comes great responsibility, because you don't have enough power to shirk the responsibility. So once you get ultimate power, that includes the power to completely fuck up the way things work, including your responsibility. So that checks out.
I think all world religions have these like superficial agreements, but they disagree on the fundamentals, right? Who God is, who we are, why we're here, what sin is, what the afterlife is like.
I guess it depends on what you define as fundamentals. I will say, like, there are some things that are common to all or most religions, but there are also some pretty key aspects that are different, which is like, I am totally not on board with the whole all religions are really the same, because I don't really think that. There are a lot of similarities and commonalities, but I think I think there's enough differences between them. So not really to the point where you can say they're all really the same. Like,
we could all be trying to get at the same things.
Yeah.
But they can't all be. No.
Right.
like how we solve the problem of human flourishing.
Wait,
But all these things
that was brilliant.
are important
What
topics.
he just did there. He
What's
said
that?
how we solve the problem of human flourishing. It's usually the problem of evil. He switched it.
Yeah, interesting.
And also that's super fucking sadistic. Because flourishing is a problem.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know exactly what he meant by that phrasing, though.
I thought he meant the problem of some people flourish and some people suffer. Because the whole the problem of language almost exclusively comes up with is used in the problem of evil.
Yeah, but I guess the way I kind of interpreted that was more him saying like the problem of how do we figure out how to get humans to flourish.
Oh,
like is it like that's a problem to solve? That's at least how I kind of heard it. But
it's unclear. So he did something funky there.
But it is an interesting framing.
Yeah, he was trying to do some white man wizardry there, I think.
You white devil. So.
But Advil and arsenic both come in pill form. But it's not the similarities that make you choose one over the other when you have a headache. It's the differences. So,
again, you said
as someone who has studied world religions, I would say that there is no such thing as a religion that accepts everything. Because even if I...
He's like, I call bullshit.
So I guess twirl mustache, awkward. Yeah.
Say Jesus is God incarnate, and there's only one God. He's not just a guru, and his teachings actually don't give you reason to just chop him up to a guru. Then that's excluding the worldview system of something like Hinduism or Buddhism, which would also include that.
I don't know. Maybe ask the Hindus.
Yeah, and also I gotta say, I'm just distracted right now. Like, in my opinion, this shot on Wes is leaving too much headroom. It's like his face is like middle of the frame when it should be like. I mean, look at me and Matt. Like both of our faces. Like I'm not. If I was middle of the frame, I'd be like this. And see, this looks weird, and not just because I look weird.
Yeah,
but
because it's like, well, why am I so tall and you're so short? I mean, I say that often, but I don't. But
Matt is taller.
It's uncomfortable because it's like, why are you? Why am I standing on something? The angle is just weird.
Yeah. Also, like, leave in the chat. Like, let us know your guesses. How tall do you think Matt and I are? I don't know why. That is one thing I have been curious. Like people who just because I have a tons of friends that I only know online but have never met in person. I'm always curious, like, how tall do people think I am? Because apparently that's a thing. Like when you see someone online, I guess your brain automatically thinks they're taller than they really are. But
if you have seen The Witcher, if you've seen The Witcher, you probably have. You are probably assuming how tall Tommy is because there's there's an actor on that show that is like, it's like if Tommy was a character in a fantasy story, like he'd be like that kind of guy.
Which I still haven't seen it, and I started playing, like, because it's based on video games. I started playing The Witcher 3, but
Guitar with schmucks. Framing. Look,
hey,
we're both neurodivergent, have sensory sensitivities. Like,
and look, and also I studied like media production in college, so like this kind of thing is just like ingrained into my skull.
And I was in design school with a fine arts first year, and it's just weird. Also, the whole set is like some weird like Satanist version of a televangelist. I don't understand it.
But let's get back to it though.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess the difference would be we would say that's fine. Like in Hinduism, that's okay. You believe what you believe. God bless. There are many ways to the mountaintop. If that way gets you to the mountaintop, amazing. We're thrilled for you.
Yeah, and I would say there's only one way to the mountaintop.
Yeah, and that is fairly big difference.
Exclusive.
Yes, yeah, it is. So it's not pluralistic.
I guess to me, and I'm also a little, I don't want to say sensitive, but like you grow up getting told you're going to hell if you're in the South.
Sure.
So it's like I would look at it as a kid more so. Now I'm less bothered by it, but I'd be like, man, you guys will forgive murderers. Jesus will forgive you murderers, child molesters, if he believes in them or if they believe in him. But if you're a good person who doesn't fully believe in him.
Yeah, so to that, I would say there's no such thing as a good person.
Because we're all sinners.
So all good
There's
people,
such thing as a bad person.
all good people go to heaven. That's clear biblically, right? But Jesus says no one is good but God. So we have a dilemma, right? All good people go to heaven.
Yeah, and whose fault is that dilemma?
Right. Now we have a dilemma, which is your theology, dude.
Yeah.
No, you have a
Like, why
dilemma.
It's like, why didn't God just make good people or people who couldn't be bad? Because this is my problem with even like the most.
Because
like,
you have
people
to
know
be,
my story.
they have to be able to be evil in order to love someone.
Which, okay, so for anyone, so first of all, for any Christian who tries to say, well, evil needed to exist in the world, so for us to know how good is, like, ask, okay, well, is that how God created everything? Is that how heaven is? It's like when God first created everything, like everything was good. Like God didn't also need to create, okay, but I need to make this bad thing to see how good the good thing is. Like, no, he just created everything good and said it was good. So clearly you can call things good without a bad thing being there.
Also, what
Like-
does it say that God needs us to know that what he did was good? So there has to be an evil thing. Like, couldn't he just be like comfortable with the idea that I didn't create evil? That was nice of me. No, that wasn't good enough. God also had to have like everyone else say that was a good idea. Like, I don't.
Yeah. All right.
We have to all notice his brilliance in order for him to be cool with shit.
All right. So free will. That's a common
Right
explanation.
But you can still have free will without having the option to be tortured forever.
Right. Or I would propose you can, well, first of all, I honestly, I don't know if true libertarian free will is even possible, because
I don't think it is.
We all have limitations at some point. Cause it's like, I can't just decide to fly. I can't just decide to like grow another arm. So like I'm already built with limitations. So why not also give me the limitation of I can't do evil things?
And you get to choose like what good thing you want.
Mm-hmm. Right. And then so then my question, okay, does God have free will?
No, he can't violate his own character.
Is God okay? And who decided who decided what God's character would be?
Them's the rules.
Like, but here's my thing. Like, and this is what I was starting to get to earlier. So even with like the most like, for people who know my story, I grew up very fundamentalist. Then when I became an adult, went a little more like liberal, progressive, evangelical. Then to like kind of like mega church, more charismatic, to like deconstructing through like progressive Christianity to the point where I was like a universalist panentheist. So, but what really I got caught up on was, okay, first of all, welcome, Missing Mod. People fly all the time.
They
like
do.
Thousands of people every day. But yeah, on planes and in helicopters. Right. But like what I'm saying is I can't choose right now to just start flying without an airplane or helicopter or something. So in that sense, I do not have that free will. So it's still a limitation. So all I'm saying is God can put more on me. So, but here's my thing.
We figured out a way to hurtle our bodies through the sky at like hundreds of miles an hour. It's just kind of like we're throwing ourselves really far. I don't think it's the same.
It's not quite the same technically. Yeah. But so what I'm getting at here is, okay, so if you're going to propose to me, even in the best version of God, which is like and hi
one to you too. I know you corrected.
Yes. But even in the best, most like loving version of God, which is like in the God of panentheism and like progressive Christianity, whatever, or you say like, okay, God just is pure love and goodness itself. Mm-hmm. And everything that exists not only came from him, but continues to exist through him, as a part of him, and with his by his essence. So if everything that exists comes from a source and is sustained by a source of pure goodness, how can evil even possibly exist? Like, that makes no sense.
Well, God
It's
created
like
it, according to the Old Testament.
Well, but I'm saying, like, even according to the versions of Christianity who would write that verses like that off completely, saying, well, that's an inaccurate picture. Like, saying, like, if God is pure love and goodness.
When have Christians ever blamed it on the Jews?
Yeah.
God didn't create evil. It's just the Jews being silly.
So if I want to grow wings, but I can't, then no, I do not have full libertarian free will.
Also, if I don't grow wings, I don't have free will. That's where I draw.
But even if you are saying, okay, you can still have free will without that ability, then that's basically what I'm saying is, okay, if I have free will with limitations, then just make not being able to do anything evil one of those limitations. Just like I can't grow wings, make it so I can't do evil stuff. If you can give me that limitation, why not the other one? But
you can still live in a world without evil or without the capacity to do evil, and you wouldn't automatically love God. You know, like you wouldn't want to do God harm because the evil doesn't exist. But you wouldn't necessarily. I don't understand how like removal of free will means that all that means we're forced to love God. No.
Yeah, that's we're not. Yeah, no, in all these discussions when Christians bring up free will as an excuse, like I never heard any like non-Christian atheist whatever asking to be forced to love God, or that's part of.
Well, I don't know.
Their
Once you're
framing
Christian,
at all,
and you're like less of me and more of you, and all that, and like.
Yeah, so it's really Christians are kind of the ones asking to be forced to, like some of them anyway. I mean, I know, like
better to be a slave in the house of the Lord, and I don't know something. A doorstop in hell, something. I don't know. I forget what that is exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Well, let's get back to the Puffmeister.
No one is good but God. What does that mean? No one's going to heaven. So
seems like a pretty shitty situation that he set up there, huh?
Why did the host think that was deep?
Yeah.
There were several times past this point where like Wes knows he has started to indoctrinate mustachioed man, and because he starts agreeing with Wes, I'm like, dude, you fucking just disagreed with him a minute ago, but like clearly you're in somebody's like witnessing group or whatever, and he's starting to say the same shit that whatever somebody was trying to witness to you said, and you're like, oh, I've heard this before, and it made me feel the fizz in my insides, and now I'm hearing the same thing again. I feel the same thing because of emotional priming, and so like part of the group with Wes right now is kind of like, all right, an Indian Southern American guy is like, this is some bullshit. And then Mustachio Man, who's the host, is kind of like, I don't know, I'm kind of into him. And then Black Dude's been quiet, which means he's assumed he's at the wrong party.
Well, he was the one who initially asked the question, right?
Right, but he's been quiet since, which he wasn't floored with the answer, I guess.
Yeah, he's like, eh. And then there's another guy over there somewhere. I don't remember what his deal is, but yeah. Yeah. All right.
The issue is like, so this is similar to the question of what do you do with the person who lives on like a random island in the middle of, Papua New Guinea and has never heard the God, the innocent, tribes person. And the biblical answer is that there's no such thing as an innocent person.
Oh, simple.
No such thing as innocent colored people on an island.
Yeah, because
It's what he just said.
Oh, okay, but in his defense, he would say that's just because no one is. He's not singling out the island person.
Right.
But
he did
to
not
be fair.
single them out.
But here's the thing. But this is exactly what apologetics does. Is it says is someone has an objection to the faith or religion or claim or whatever, says, okay, well, clearly the world looks like this is the situation. And the apologist says, well, my book says that's not the situation, so that can't be it.
So
It's
we
like,
have a problem. No, your problem.
yeah, because like, so this is like to plug another video on our channel. This is like when I do my little like Sunday morning quicker little videos. This is something I addressed about how like sometimes the Bible is just so clearly and obviously wrong. Because if you don't come to the Bible with the assumption that it's correct and then try to mold reality to shape it, like I made the point, like that's getting it completely backwards. Like the way we approach like any other claim in any other context is like we start with, okay, here's how reality looks to me. And if someone else comes across like with a claim, whether it's from their holy book or just something they say, they tell me something is the case, like, okay, I'm going to take their claim, I'm going to measure that against what we can actually see in reality. And when a claim doesn't match reality, like we have a word for that, and it's called wrong. but the way that, and this isn't just Christians in the Bible, this is like any religion with their book or their teachings or doctrines or whatever, is if we look at the way reality is, so in this case, okay, we have this person on an island who, okay, they haven't heard this message that's supposed to be like what saves them, and that they're supposed to accept and agree with in order to get to heaven. So
Yeah.
anyone would say, okay, well, they're innocent of this because they are completely unaware of this. So clearly, like they're not at fault for just being ignorant about it. But since the book says they're not actually innocent, then they're not.
Right. But they still could have been saved. And now they're not.
Right. Yeah. So it's.
But they deserve it, so it's okay.
Yeah, because that's really like what to me what it seems like a majority of apologetics is trying to explain why reality isn't actually reality. So
Missing Mod said, so the big band is reality. You bet your bippy toots.
I mean, it don't mean a thing if it ain't got that swing. I'm
Seriously.
assuming you meant Big Bang.
Get me a zoot suit.
I mean, okay, but assuming you meant the Big Bang, is that reality? Like, I don't know. It's a prevailing scientific theory about it. Like, okay, but also, it sounds like you're setting up a false dichotomy between the Big Bang or God. It's like so many other options.
Also,
Like,
I'm confused by like, kind of feel like you pulled an e-brake and did a 180.
and also
there.
it's less believable than someone created everything. Well, I would say maybe if you don't actually understand the Big Bang, I'm not saying you
Right.
don't, but that would be a case where
We're
it's
able to-
less believable.
We're able to watch parts of the process happen now in like the subatomic particles and the colliders and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Oh no shit!
Yeah,
Some
right?
good brass going.
Mm-hmm.
Also, some Afro beat with some brass is some amazing
Ooh,
shit.
yeah. Right.
Like ska, come
Okay.
on, ska is white man's Afro beat. It's,
Okay, we know it was a typo, but if you know us,
I know we had fun with it.
Hope you're okay with that, because
Yeah.
anyway. All right, so but I did want to get to Dalton here. So I think for me, once I started to believe that Jesus existed and suffered for us, I stopped caring about everything else. Love him or hate him, that's pretty badass. If that's what actually needed to happen, but what I'm saying is
Yeah.
the fact that he would have needed to suffer. That's the problem. I still care about plenty of other things, but okay. Well, do you know it is a theory and not provable? Yes, that's what science is. Science, like, but theory and science is the highest. Like, I'm going to explain this. I'm going to just because you worded it that way. I'm going to assume you don't know this is the case. But if you do know this, my apologies. But I'm just going off the way you worded it. It's like theory is the highest level that we can get in science. Like,
which I know sounds backwards based on how we normally use it.
Yeah, because colloquially, I always am awesome at that word. When people just use the word theory in normal conversation, we usually mean, well, this is just a guess or opinion I have. But in science, theory is because science says we cannot prove anything, but theory is the closest we get. Like, so just to put this in context or for reference, gravity is a theory. atoms are a theory.
But we've seen them and experienced them.
Right, but so that's saying like so as sure as we are or even evolution as a theory, like so basically as sure as we are that atoms and germs and gravity exists, that's how sure they are about things like the Big Bang and evolution, whatever. Maybe to different degrees within like the realm of theories, but that's basically what theory means in this context. So yes, so it is a theory. So if the Big Bang is a theory, that means we're pretty fucking sure about it. So or it's
And
yeah.
the next comment about science being
Yes.
something that you can study, test, and demonstrate. Okay, now the demonstrate part of that is one of the hangups that's added by apologists. I don't know if you watch apologists, but that the demonstrate part, if it is something small enough and yet big enough that you can demonstrate. But there are some things like planetary formation that we can see strong evidence of and how it happened, and kind of see it happening currently in some places. But the way science works, and I don't think a lot of people who are into their religion understand this. Like the way religion works is you kind of there's something that you assume / believe is true, and you kind of automatically look for things that validate that. The way science works is all right, first of all, the way science works is you try to prove wrong what is an established theory, because that's how you test something. Is if you can't prove it wrong, then it's closer to the truth than something else is. And that's how people make a name in science. Like the big names in science, like Einstein, he's big because he proved some things wrong.
Yeah,
that's how you make a name for yourself in science.
Yeah, real quick to this point about like, science used to say that bleeding someone's blood out made them get over being ill. They have been wrong a lot. Like, but you know how we figured out that was wrong?
They died.
We figured it out with better science.
Yeah, we're like, oh, this works better. A lot. they're way less pasty and or dead.
So here's the thing that I want to say to like any Christian or otherwise, but someone who tries to say, well, this is what science really means, and this is why things like the Big Bang really aren't science. Like, okay, neither me or Matt are scientists. Like, so, but like Christians, you always go to non-scientists to try to say, well, this is why this isn't really science. Okay, my challenge to you, Missing Mod, is go to an actual astrophysicist or some scientist whose relevant field of study is things like the Big Bang, and try to tell them what they're doing is not science, and then hear their explanation for why it is. Because if you are not a scientist and not an expert in this field, then it's really not your place to say that what these actual scientists are doing isn't science. So if you want to challenge someone on that, talk to the actual scientists. And if you can convince them that what they're doing isn't science, then good for you.
But heads up, once they start explaining things, they'll convince you you weren't aware of things you didn't know you had to think through. There's a good chance. Also, science is taking a car and saying we can't say it was created, and then they study. That is a straw man. That's not what science is. Science is saying we know cars are created by people because we do it.
Was that about the Kent Hovind? Oh, sorry, I'm trying to back up.
Oh yeah.
Okay. You wish you could. Okay. Well, if you haven't actually talked to any actual scientists who deal with what the Big Bang is, then you can't comment on whether it's really science or not.
Oh, and yeah, she's kidding about. We know she's a she.
Kidding about. It is a she. Yes.
Yeah. Besides Kent Hovind, kidding about the Hovind of it all.
That's good.
Yeah. Just Hovind is a waste of skin. I don't say that about a lot of people, but there's a fair amount of evidence to suggest he pediddles children. Also, Matt Powell might be his boyfriend.
Well, no, apparently Matt Powell, I guess, left the compound.
Oh,
a bit back. So
interesting.
Apparently, there's a bit of a falling out there. Might have a Elon Trump thing going on.
Oh my
But,
god, I'm amazed how much I don't care what happened between them, but still want to know.
Right? All right, but so as Dalton says here, what if the Big Bang happened because of God? Like,
Sure, maybe.
but he's done a good job of hiding it and making it sound like it was just completely natural processes that didn't require him at all. But yeah, I mean, sure. But to your other point here, there are some great scientists who believe in Jesus, yes, and there are also a lot of great scientists who are atheists, or a lot of great scientists who are Buddhist or
The interesting
Hindu.
thing, though, is the scientific method can happen regardless of faith. So they aren't making discoveries exclusively because of faith. But no, like it's not mutually exclusive. But I think you'll find that like legit scientists who are I know True Scotsman debate. I think you'll find that scientists for the most part are not fundamentalist about their belief.
Right.
Like they're willing to have their idea of God refined by evidence. Missing Mod, I appreciate that you name drop Hovind because he's my favorite person to hate.
But Anarchic Fox has a suggestion. Dr. Aaron Adair. I am somewhat familiar with him. Someone you could talk to. He's a physicist on YouTube. There you go.
Interesting.
Well, hey, making connections. Love science. Yeah, science is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Love it.
I think you said something to Dalton.
Yeah, but apparently...
Say something earlier that I missed. Maybe not.
I think I showed all his stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Apparently no evidence that he touched a child. And like, he's admitted to beating children.
Well, I don't know. But seriously, that's the face of a man who you wouldn't look at and say, for sure, he does not bediddle children. Like...
Yep. Oh, hey, another viewer, someone I don't recognize, Big Mad Mama. Welcome. Poor creationists are getting left behind the rest of the rational world. I mean...
They've got their own kind of rationality.
Yeah.
They're internally consistent, at least enough for them.
Right. Uh-oh. Bringing the tribulation and rapture in. Oh, look out.
I thought they said tribulation sent. And it's picturing it like a SmackDown thing. Tribulation sent.
You can't just say someone is a PDF.
Didn't? Oh,
Like,
I got you. No, she's Fredophile is what she's getting at.
Nah. Gotcha.
Right. You can't just say that, but there is I'll have to find it. And maybe I wish I remember the name of it. There is an interesting little mini documentary that goes through the evidence that things might have happened. And let's just say that there's enough stuff there's enough evidence to say that like it maybe happened. Which is quite a ways from saying it for sure didn't happen.
Yeah. But also real quick, again, like I don't recognize Big Bad Mama from before, so if you're new, welcome. And also, I usually like to ask people, like when they're new to the show, let us know how you found us, because we would love to know what we're doing that's actually working so we can do more of it. But
also, your screen name reminds me of the truck driver from Pee-wee's Big Adventure. I don't remember why. I don't remember what her name was in that movie.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, it looks like the Puffster over here is getting impatient with us. Like, when are you guys going to fucking get back to my video?
He's getting bitchy as hell, man.
Yeah. So I'm on the third drink, but because I've learned my lesson recently, if I go more than 2 beers, not only do I feel like shit the next day, but then I also have conversations with my previous conversation with Missing Mod, which at least to me didn't go. It didn't go as well as I did not go as well as I would have hoped. I was like that. So
I like that.
So So I have actually found from my days like having cancer and being on immunotherapy and not being allowed to drink as much, I have actually found there are some good non-alcoholic beers in the world. This one being a new one I discovered at Sierra Nevada's Trail Pass series, their hazy IPA. First of all, it basically just smells like weed, which I appreciate.
Mm.
But
Also, you think weed smells like hops?
no,
Because
but this like, I mean, but I could still tell a difference. Like this to me, like if I were to just smell that, I'd be like, this smells like weed. But but apparently Big Bag Mama is a him, at least according to Missing Mod. Has a channel.
Oh,
I
right.
will have to check that out.
everyone knows him. Everyone who's anyone, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I don't. So fuck you. I mean, thanks for watching.
Well, Missing Mod is someone.
Yes.
Next time we should
blast.
keep... Who the fuck is Blaster?
I don't remember. I think this was from the conversation we had on BS's stream. I don't remember which one was Blaster though, but yeah, I don't remember a lot from that.
Anarchic Fox, thank you.
Ah,
yes, she was a claymation nightmare / real person.
Awesome. Right. Okay. Well, thanks, Big Bad Mama. We're even more over 50 subs now.
Goodness.
So, man,
I don't know what for where I live.
I don't know. It's all going in my head now, man. I'm gonna need. I think I'm gonna need to do something to like try to keep myself more humble. Like maybe like move out to the country, get a farm or something. Maybe about to say hook up with, but not like that. With Dalton here, get myself a tractor. Yeah.
So. Yeah. I do want to point out you smelled the stuff that my cousin grew, and he calls it mint donut because it's a combination between grape something, purple something, purple. Sit on a couch shit. It smells minty and like donuts, and you said it smelled like hops.
Ooh, nice. I don't remember that, but hey, but first of all, I will not have anyone talking about one of our viewers and subscribers that way.
You are a unique human being.
Yes. I mean, look how awesome you are. You shared this on your Discord server. I mean,
we barely have Discord. Maybe we don't.
Oh, but speaking of Dalton, thanks for hanging out, man. Hope you come back sometime. Like I said, we're both non-Christian, but
yeah,
we enjoy talking with anybody who wants to talk. So yeah, feel free to come back sometime, or even if you don't catch us live, leave comments. Love to hear your thoughts.
And thank you for the God bless.
Yeah,
atheismo blessed to you as well.
Yeah, because if there was a God, I wouldn't mind being blessed by him or her.
And I wouldn't mind having Dalton blessed by the same hypothetical God either.
Yes.
Yeah.
May everyone be whatever you mean by blessed. There.
Since we're slinging blessings.
Yeah. Oh, apparently Missing Mod does streams. So
I do streams too in the toilet.
They are funny sometimes. Hey, much like us.
Yeah.
Just like Dr. Kip says, sometimes it's pretty good.
Can we quote him on a t-shirt?
Yeah.
Humanity. It's usually pretty good.
Yeah, but then on the back, but what does he know? He's never written any books.
Right. Okay. Is it okay?
And also, sorry, go ahead, Matt.
Is it okay if we what was the full name we gave him? Pretend.
So according to my headcanon, Dr. Kip, his full first name is Kipward.
Yeah, it's like Kipward
Davidsonstein or something.
David Steinberg. Maybe we can put his words on there, but just attribute it to a fictitious person with parts of his name.
I don't know. I think
he fucking fall asleep again.
Yeah, because literally like 2 weeks ago, he in the comments admitted to dozing off. So,
I mean, awesome if we lull him to sleep. I don't know what to think about that. I mean, we're not calming. I don't think.
Right. I mean, yeah, Kip. Thanks /fuck/thank you. But hey, but speaking of hey, we don't just put up with you. Like again, don't talk about our audience that way. You're not just tolerated.
Yeah, you were here
Fuck that.
before 50. Come on.
Yeah, you're old school. So I don't know what this is about, but I'm going to assume it's about us. They suck and have no point, but we have fun. I mean,
Okay.
this is the show right here. So anyway, all right.
We do need more fun these days in Arctic Fox. Yes.
Mm,
Find the fun where you can find it, because I'll tell you what, comedy's about to go into some new places, because absurdism. If you're into like absurdist comedy, that's going to soar to new heights, because
right. All right. So
absurdism lately has just been tomorrow's news.
right. All right. So Matt, I'm going to need you to riff for a second, because I want to get back to Wes here, but I need to pee first. So
Well,
riff on things. I'll be right back.
a little story about earlier today. I was going to physical therapy, and my physical therapist is pretty cool. And I like sometimes talk politics a little bit, but still in the kind of way where like we can both agree this sucks, right? And let's stay focused on those topics. And she was telling me about like fun things her family does, about how her dad was big on the fireworks and he'd get them from like North Carolina. And still to this day, he's like, "You want me to bring some fireworks to your house for things?" And what the fuck were we talking about? Oh, she was talking about how when they were illegal in this area, he would go down and pick them up, and he'd meet somebody like part of the way from North Carolina at like a gas station or some shit, and he'd like unload fireworks into her dad's car, and then she'd give him like he'd give him an envelope of money, and I was like, money and product at the same location? That's risky. And she's like, "Well, it's not a big deal." And I was like, I just know that from The Wire, which is true. But also, I'm pretty sure I smelled like weed when I was there today. And she just goes, when I said, I know that from The Wire, which is true, but I said it like a little uncomfortable. And she just pats my knee and goes, "Yeah, okay." Sure. It's like, no, that's true. But also, I understand where you're coming from. It really does sound like I smoke more weed than I do. I really do not smoke a lot. It's just I smoke a little bit.
Hold on.
Enough. Do you guys get physical? I don't know.
What do you mean?
What kind of games are you talking about? Interesting. I don't know what you mean. Not at all suspicious.
Right? Yeah, so sorry for the delay. While I was in the bathroom, I noticed there was a house centipede in my bathtub, and I was trying to help it get out because, remember, folks, like house centipedes and spiders, like those are your friends. They get rid of all the other bugs and pests you really don't want. But in trying to help him out of the bathtub, I accidentally killed him. So
also, house centipedes, at least in this area, look like, I don't know if anybody has these in other parts of the country, but if you don't, imagine a drain clog that runs along your wall.
Oh, you said you went to a physical therapist.
Oh, physical. No. First physical therapist I had was a dude who was broing out.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. We just don't see it that way. Yeah. Hey, spiders are your friends.
Yeah, man.
Like flies and mosquitoes and.
Have you seen a house centipede though? Because if you don't like spiders, now imagine spiders with like 200 legs. It's not 200 legs, but you'll swear when it's running across your wall or trying to get out of your bathtub.
Yep. That's why I said I was trying to help him out, but ended up injuring and then killing the poor thing.
The freakiest thing is when they try to they get stuck in your bathtub and try to get out because they're running real fast. up the side of your bathtub but can't do it, so they keep falling back down, and it looks legit like a mass of like drain hair.
Yeah. Now, quick story about those. So my ex-wife, like, she was super not a fan of these. So I remember one time she was like cleaning the bathroom and found one in there, and just she didn't have, I guess, didn't have bug spray or anything. So just with like whatever cleaner she had, she just like sprayed it with that. But instead of killing it, I guess whatever
His legs fucking fall off.
Yeah, no, it ran off, but as it was running off,
Oh, I know.
as it was running away, its legs just kept like popping off as it
It
was.
just leaves a trail of legs behind it, and they keep twitching. Like, I don't know what happened.
Man, so all right, so now Wes is getting really impatient with us. So
Oh my god, he's super fucking pissed.
all right, let's get back to him poorly explaining.
Got his
why
vagina
hell
all up in
isn't-
a twist.
Yes, let's hear him poorly explaining why hell is really our fault.
In that I deserve hell.
Hey,
Me,
you.
Wes Huff. I deserve hell 100% of the time. That's like the wages of sin is death.
Okay. He just says we deserve hell.
I feel bad for him.
I'm going to let him go a little. I want to see if he digs this hole of his a little more.
And that's the language that Paul uses, in that I'm like actively working at a job to earn a wage, and that's sin and death, right? But the second part of that line is the gift of God is eternal life through Christ Jesus. So,
Okay, so
Did you hear that background? Mm-hmm.
all right, so let's contrast this idea that he's talking about now about how we deserve hell. And I don't remember if he mentioned this.
No,
but
Wes
both
Huff
parts-
deserves hell.
No, he's saying like we're all Wes Huff today, but also
He fucking
welcome.
wishes.
Welcome, Hasho Teddy Bear 64, just in time to puke. You joined at a great time, my friend.
Your name is so confusing. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, so this is a good question, but the wages of sin is death. Why is it also hell? So, but here's what I'm getting at. So he's saying we all just deserve hell. And I don't remember if he says
By
this
default,
explicitly,
yeah.
but this is also in the Christian theology, and also knowing he's a Calvinist, this is part of it. Like, even before we do anything to earn those wages, like we are born deserving it.
Right.
So,
But why do some of us
What-
not go to hell in the Calvinist view if
Well,
we all
well-
deserve it?
well, because Jesus chooses to save some of us.
Wow,
But here's my
super
question.
fun.
So remember how I told you all to remember that concept from C.S. Lewis saying that hell is locked from the inside, that we chose to go there. But now he's saying we just deserve it,
Yeah.
like from birth. Like, which is it? Those are two completely different ideas.
It's kind of like a reverse Mott and Bailey.
Yeah, it's like hell shouldn't need the lock at all. Like, if we just deserve it, that's just where we go. Because the whole
And
like
if we
hell
want
is
to be
locked from
there,
the
you don't
inside-
need a lock. Why is there a lock on the inside? If everybody
Right?
thinks they want to be there, who's there?
And here's the other thing: if C.S. Lewis says that hell is locked from the inside, but the Bible says that Jesus holds the keys to death and Hades.
Hmm.
So if it's locked from the inside, that means he locked it while he was still in there on his way out, just like locked it and closed it. It's like these metaphors don't work. But
Or he locked it and just poofed out of there to heaven.
no, but what I'm saying is, okay, so these two ideas like do not work together. It's like, because you can't say, well, if I just deserve it from birth, then like what I choose, like, then I don't choose to send myself there. It's just like that's me where I go by default.
Well, see, Missing Mod earlier, he quoted C.S. Lewis and talked about how
Which
it's
comment? I want to
the
put
last one for Missing Mod.
Okay.
So he was talking about how, like, it kind of sounded like he was saying people don't want out because they're in hell
Mhm.
because that's where they want to be. Because
Yep.
even though
That's
they're
what he
being
said.
tortured forever, they still think sinning forever seems like a good idea.
Or
And
God so much they just don't want to be around him. Yeah.
for God so loved the world, he locked hell from the inside.
Yeah. Or he
Why is there a lock
Or
on the door in the first place?
Yeah, it's like, or he made it to begin with. It's like,
And we don't mean
again,
literally a lock. We know this isn't a metaphor.
yeah,
Although I don't know if Wes knows it's a metaphor.
yeah, because like I can't help but keep going back to the whole like father-child metaphor because first of all, the Bible uses it all the time. It's like, so so the question on my mind is like, why did God make hell a thing to begin with? Like as a place, as a consequence, like why did he design everything so that would be the consequence? It's like, because like I'm a dad. It's like if I set up a system in my home and told my kids, okay, if you don't love me and want to be around me, then, well, I've dug a pit in the backyard and I put things in it and I set it on fire and filled it full of like torture devices and,
But don't worry, I
and
locked it from the
poisonous
inside.
and snakes and stuff, right? And I said, all right, if you don't want to be around me, then you go in the pit. It's like,
Because otherwise, I would know you really love me.
right. I have to give you the choice to go in the torture pit. It's like,
Hell was made for the fallen angels, but like, sure, God didn't have to make angels that could fall.
yeah. And
It seems
because here's
like
the
a
other thing.
fixed-
Like,
it seems like a bad patch to a software problem.
right? Okay, but here's the thing. If that's really all that it was, but the Bible doesn't just describe it as, well, you're just not with God. It describes it as a place of suffering and torture. Now,
You don't
if
just get to
the
die.
fact that all I had to do was just
forever.
right. Now, if it was literally, I just was able to just be away from God and just go wherever the fuck I wanted to go, then yeah, sure, that would be fine. But that's not the case because this is the false dichotomy because it's of setting it up as either you're with God or you're being tortured. Because again, with this thing, like the analogy, like with my kids, it's like, yes, if my kids grow up and do actually want nothing to do with me, there are other options for them besides the torture pit in my backyard.
Also,
They
you
can
or
just
them
go
have
off and do
problems.
their own thing.
If
What's
that's
that?
the case, you or them have problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the whole idea that hell even is a thing makes absolutely no sense with a God that's supposed to be all loving. Like, so trying to frame it in terms of, well, people choose to go there. Like, again, what we said earlier, no one in their right mind, if they actually were presented clearly with the options of heaven or hell, whatever those two things meant, like no one in their right mind would choose hell.
And if the options aren't clearly presented,
Yeah.
then you have people who are ignorant going to forever prison.
Yeah.
Or forever Hanoi Hilton, or it on its face it doesn't make sense. A finite crime. We're finite beings. Supposedly, but we live forever. Either way, we live forever in heaven or in hell.
Yeah. All right, but
So
speaking
finite
of
crime,
false,
eternal punishment, all that.
yeah. So speaking of false dichotomies, is like, no, you being unable to explain everything does not mean everything evolved. The evidence we have for evolution means everything evolved. So
There is so much biological science that is based on evolutionary evidence and science that it's one of the most proven things in science ever.
Mhm.
It has
basically
has predictive ability. You're like, okay, if this is true, then these things will be true over and over again. Those things are true.
yeah, and plus we literally like people say, well, you can't observe evolution, except we actually do. Like they have in the, I mean,
Yeah.
this is why we need different flu vaccines every year because the flu virus evolves. This is like why we've needed like different and we've seen like we've had like different bacteria who like we've seen like in the lab evolve to be able to adapt to certain like it like the evidence is everywhere
and fast. Like there's creatures who
okay again missing mod. Neither of us are biologists. If you want evidence, talk to an evolutionary biologist or read a textbook.
Watch Gutsick Gibbon on YouTube.
Yeah, Gutsick Gibbon, Forrest Valkai. He's on YouTube.
Forrest
Great
Valkai
channel.
can be an ass sometimes. If you don't, I would say don't watch him on the line first.
Okay, missing mod. Like I want to not get pissed off at you, but did you not pay attention to what we said earlier about what theory means in science?
It has a
if
different
you
meaning in
actually
science.
were listening to us and you remembered what we said, so you either were just ignoring us or
Also,
I
the ability to ridicule us does not make you correct.
right. So like I said, again, if you want to know about what actual science says about a certain thing, ask scientists who deal with that thing. Thinking that two random dudes on the internet can't answer your questions means you're right. That
Yeah.
doesn't fucking work.
The
So-
vax is to trigger the immune response. It's literally the virus, other crap you don't need mixed in. It is. Oh my god, you don't understand how viruses work or how vaccines work? They give you a weakened or dead version of the virus so that your body recognizes it, knows how to fight against it. It doesn't know that what it's being given is a weaker and or dead form. So it gets a dry run practice at knowing how to fight it. So if it faces the real thing, it knows how to fight it. But also, the person didn't die in the meantime or get super sick learning to fight it.
Yeah.
Other
But
crap you
my-
don't need. Other crap that needs to be in it in order for that to get into your system, like preservatives and stuff. So, like, you don't need it, but the vaccine needs it in order for it to get into you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I don't know if I said you were ridiculing us, but
I did.
oh, okay.
It was an exaggeration to make a point. It kind of seemed like you're like, if I can poke fun, then I might be right. It was. That's what I was getting.
All right. But real quick,
I could be wrong.
Yeah, Anarchic Fox here. Gutsick Gibbon and Aaron Adair are both on the line call-in show this coming Monday.
Excellent.
And hey, don't apologize for plugging awesome people. So
Yeah, no, it's a good stuff.
yeah, we approve.
Yeah.
We approve. But at least we're right about Christianity being a death cult. So,
The line is eye-opening. I will tell you that they've heard a lot of the same stuff from people over and over again. So if they seem testy, it's because the person is telling them something they've heard too many times.
Yep. They're like they are already sick of your bullshit before you've even said it.
Right. Not sick of the person necessarily, although sometimes they are very quickly. But
Yeah.
they're tired of
Right.
the argument that person thinks is brand new.
Right. All right. Well, speaking of arguments that someone thinks is brand new. Okay, so back to where we were. Okay, so this whole idea of hell is earlier he's saying it's something we choose, but now he's saying it's just something we just deserve by default. And I'm like, those two ideas don't really go together.
No.
So, but let's let him.
He's trying to find something that makes them go, instead of.
Yeah, because here's the other thing that apologetics does is it is completely inconsistent in that apologetics only cares about the last thing that you challenged it with. And it'll just come up with an answer for that. It's like with complete disregard of what this current answer does to undermine what you said before or what any other point in theology does.
Yeah.
It's like as long as I'm answering what he's saying right now, it's like, damn, whatever other problems this causes for other questions that they also had. But yeah.
Oh, the answer to the question is that I think we are both worse than we realize and have the potential to do much more good than we realize. However, I am not.
But again, that sounds nice, but
I know.
okay.
Going to heaven because of anything I've done.
Except
I can't do that. That's very clear.
Except accepting Jesus as your savior.
Right. Well, and also later if we get
No. Well, I would also say, look at that. I think he also studies dudes at that gym.
I mean, come on, he's looking like look at this pec. That's
I don't know.
yeah.
Scripturally, you cannot earn your way to heaven. It's not about doing.
I loved that.
Hold on. I want to hear that again. Right. Are we ready for this?
Yeah.
I hope this guy has another pair of pants on standby because I think
Yeah, he's
no
got a little-
no comment.
His chesticles over there.
I mean, they're bigger than mine too, for whatever it's worth. But
Scripturally, you cannot earn your way to heaven. It's not
okay. Let me know if this to you did that sound like a disappointed orgasm?
Nice.
Hold on, listen to that again.
It was kind of like he expected better.
'Cause I heard disappointed orgasm.
Yeah.
Let's listen.
Scripturally. You cannot earn your way to heaven. It's not about
That was the sound of a sad penis. Wasn't it? Yeah. That was penis goes to a bank and he's disappointed about his balance. That's a deep cut for anybody who watched a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I was going to say if our buddy Eric Barnes is watching, he knows what a sad penis sounds like. That sounds like, and I assure you, that is nothing like the multitude of everything you think that sounds like. It's none of those things. Trust me.
There's a little bit of I expected better from you in there too.
Yeah, all right. So even though I know this was earlier, but I'm going to pretend this came just now. This came phrasing. But let's hear that again. I get just the right spot here. There we go.
scripturally. You cannot earn your way to heaven. It's not about doing things. It's not about what I'm doing. It's about what Jesus did.
So it's up to us to get some Christianity out to that island in Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
Well, if it's up to what
Except
Jesus,
that's not what he said.
okay, again, but if it's up to what Jesus did, how does that factor into the whole we chose it or it's just what we did?
Interesting that the host's mind is still on the island people. I mean, good for him.
Yeah.
But that was where his sad penis came from. Where he's like, oh, but they're not saved if we don't go to the island. He's skipping over the whole like you need to accept Jesus in order to be saved. Except you don't. No works for you. It's all grace. Except you have to accept it. That free gift and.
And later, whether we get to it or not, I mean, I guess as long as we still got people watching, I'm fine going later. But yeah, because there's something else he says like about what it means to be a Christian. It makes it sound like it's very much works based. But I did not notice this.
Pants? Well, clearly, Mustache Man wants to be in Wes Huff's pants, and this is the most practical way.
And I like to imagine every time the camera like cuts to someone else off of them, they're like trading pants and they're the whole time.
But it is the exact same color pants.
And I guess
those are the pants of somebody who works at Office Max. Solidly khaki.
Yeah, like that is like more khaki than khaki.
Right.
It's disturbing actually. Ugh.
Look out! That's Middle Eastern khaki.
And is that why these people are compelled to, take it?
That's why missions existed. That was the motivation. So we were talking about like the New Testament is copied like crazy in the early period.
Wait,
These
did you see his face?
writings.
Just look at Mustache Man's. I don't know his name. But look at his face when Wes. Back it up a few seconds. Wes Huff is talking, and he goes, He's just like. He doesn't care. The bloom is off the rose for a second.
Us to get some Christianity out to that island in Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
And is that why these people are compelled to, take it?
That's why missions existed. That was the motivation. So we were talking about like the New Testament is copied like crazy in the early period. These independent writings. One of the reasons for that is because they were like, we need to get this out everywhere.
He raised his eyebrows in heaven.
So I didn't.
It was just kind of
I didn't catch it. I was distracted by comments again. It's my weakness.
He is bigger overall on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Although he does have his legs crossed, so we're seeing a lot more of that thigh bone than.
Now I have heard from like Dr. Kip, who I assume has dozed off at this point, but he has actually met Wes Huff in person, and he said he actually is pretty short. So,
All right.
and I trust him. He's a biblical scholar. So,
Really, pretty quickly, I didn't resent the people trying to convert me. I understood their motivation, but I did resent. Jesus is like, I like your Christ, I don't like your Christians. I almost felt the opposite in that
Gandhi.
sense. Gandhi said that. Gandhi said that. So I almost felt.
this is a good point.
Corrected the Indian guy on Gandhi. Look out.
This is a good point. So if people miss that, like he said, people usually say, "I like your Christ, but not your Christians." But he's saying the opposite, and I can relate to. I can relate to a lot of this.
Well, the opposite. Like I understand. I have empathy for the people who are trying to convert me. They're trying to save me. What is this faith that is written in such a way that a guy who's never heard of me because y'all didn't make it out to me is condemned to hell?
Sure. But we both deny.
Right, sure.
That is a great point.
But you don't mean right, sure. This guy is tiny. Oh, he is. Look at him. He's just a little guy.
Yeah. Oh, little Westifer. But yeah, this is something since like leaving Christianity, because you'll even hear a lot of like atheists or other non-believers say like, yeah, Christianity sucks, but Jesus was cool. But like, the more I've actually like critically looked at him, like at least like the way he's written in the Gospels, like I don't know, I'm actually not really a fan of Jesus either. He's a lot of times kind of a dick, but especially like for what this guy is saying, he's like he's going to send people, or even if it's just let people go to hell that he apparently set up as a place for them to go anyway. Just the fact that he made that an option or a mandatory destination, whichever way you want to look at it, it's like, how much worse can you get as a person or entity or whatever? Because like, think about the worst thing that a person can do to you and compare that to what Christians say hell is, which is way worse than anything we can possibly experience here on earth. It's like, okay, well, Jesus did that.
So Missing Mod says every working system on earth has a leader, rules, and punishments. Correct.
Yeah, none of them are as bad as hell.
So is God also a human? We're just saying
so basically what you're saying is
from him.
Yeah, so basically you're saying God can't do better than the systems we've come up with on Earth as humans. It's almost like humans invented him.
Now, I would say not necessarily on purpose. It might have been on purpose some of the time, here and there, tweaking things a bit. But it's also the same kind of thing that would happen if people are trying to figure shit out, and we started off less aware than we are now.
Yeah, leader of a donkey theft ring. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, according to the story, they got permission, but that's a little biased.
Or did they just say? I think he said, "Tell them you need it."
Yeah. People are bad. God is worse. Prison is hell without flames. Yes, without flames.
People are bad. Who made us according to the belief?
Yeah.
We're made in the image of God. If people are bad, God's bad.
Or at least God is capable of bad.
I don't know who baked that in. God.
Yeah. Who made it? So that's the consequences. Who gave us that capacity? Okay, so
now,
the prison
keep
is
in
hell without flames.
We don't believe God is a real being. We're
this is what you
God
call
is real to say these things.
Yeah, it's what you call an internal critique. But yeah, so yeah, prison is hell without flames. Yeah.
Yeah, prison is stupid. As a
okay.
punishment justice does not solve problems.
Yeah, we have to have punishments, not eternal torture for simply not believing a claim that is poorly substantiated and not.
And I don't agree. We need punishment. Punishment does not correct behavior necessarily, at least in the prison system. I understand short punishments for children does affect behavior, but at what cost is what I say. That's a different subject. Punishment as a way to uphold law and order is a problem because it is much more effective to get on the front end and examine why people did what they did. And can we do things differently that give them less of a reason to do what they did? If we can, let's do those things. Weird thing is that a lot of Christians will get upset about that because they're hung up on the idea of punishment, and we need a prison system that punishes people so that people won't commit crimes. However, we've been trying that since we have been around on the planet and having things like prisons, and it hasn't fixed anything. That's my 2 cents.
You ever been a criminal?
Yes.
I mean, I've never been like arrested or convicted of anything, but I have done things that would probably be considered illegal.
My sister works for Warren County Jail, and I can tell you that the prison system, jail system is a fucking joke. It's a holding tank for poor people, jail especially. If you can't afford bail or bond to get out, then you are a low-income person, and therefore, and it's a whole thing. Nothing works. People are not good. They will be on the street with us. Cool. Let's help them. If there's something we can do to help them get to a better place.
Okay, but with all the things you're saying here, how does this make hell okay? That's really what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to say that humans in our limited capacity, which we absolutely are extremely limited, if all you're saying is we have not come up with perfect systems to deal with things, like, yeah, sure. But God is apparently supposed to be better. So,
and I don't want to get sidetracked too much longer, but Missing Mod says, so the crime will stop if they're on the streets and we do things differently. No, crime will be decreased because people will have less reason to do crime. The amount of people who do violent things or commit crimes because, right, think about it. If someone is committing crimes, they have an unmet need. It could either be a mental health unmet need, or it could be more tangible stuff. There are some people who, no matter how much their needs are met, will commit violent crimes or unspeakable things. Those people have fundamentally broken brains, and those people should be locked up. That does not mean it needs to be punishment. They didn't choose to be the way they are. They didn't choose for their brain to be sideways or broken. They didn't choose to have a brain that refuses to take medication. But we can't let them run around the general population doing what they want to do, which apparently is things that hurt other people or cause problems. So they need to be somewhere separate. They don't necessarily need to be punished forever because, according to your line of thinking, God created them. They are who they are because God created them that way. Sure, they could try to choose something different, but if your brain can't do different things because that's not how it's wired, then they're going to do things that are problems.
Yep.
And I did almost go to prison for DUI in Kentucky, but I substantially DUI'd and almost killed myself. And they're like, you know what? He didn't. It was in Kentucky, in Crittenden, which has a lot more letters than it sounds like. And I almost went to prison for, I think, almost over a year, because I almost went to prison for wanton endangerment, which is above reckless endangerment. And that means you wanted to endanger other people by drunk driving. I had to plead guilty to two misdemeanors instead of the one felony to get out of it, and had to kiss the white guy's ass and be like, I'm super white too, and do all the things, call him sir. But yeah, I almost went to prison. And so you shouldn't punish murderers. I don't know, if someone murders people, don't put them with people to kill.
Yeah,
Doesn't mean they need to be punished.
I don't think that's what Matt said.
No.
Yeah, plus, this is all
I'm saying I don't think it's great to punish people, period. If God does it, people do it. I think there are ways to curb behavior that are more functional and add something to the situation.
Okay, but Missing Mod, to keep this on the topic of hell. So let's just, even if I were to grant, okay, some people are just bad and they need to be punished. They do not need to be punished with eternal torture.
Yeah, it's kind of a joke.
So unless you can take all this stuff that you're saying and somehow make it justify the existence of hell, then I don't see the point.
And consequences are different than punishment too. Like there's consequences for murdering somebody. Yep. Maybe you don't ever get to be in a situation where you can do that ever again, and maybe that looks like some version of prison, but it doesn't have to be awful.
Again, beside the point, I do not torture them forever. That's what I do to a murderer.
If we're all capable of murdering someone,
again, like
I would want the same thing done to them that I would want done to myself if I'm in that situation.
There you go. So again, missing mod, like this question, like is completely beside the point. It's like, explain why hell is appropriate for any of this.
If Jesus,
like, we can agree, even if we were to agree that punishment is appropriate for certain things, yeah, sure, but that's not the point. The point is we're talking about the specific punishment of hell. So
and
bringing up all this other stuff is just red herring.
For them also, if Jesus came for the murderer also, I don't know if we should punish people that Jesus came for. That seems a little...
Right? Yeah, because you said, like, up here, you said, like, people are bad. You can't fix it. Well, apparently Jesus can. Isn't that the message of the gospel? Like, God can turn anyone's life around?
That's a straw man. We're not just asking nicely. There's a lot of other things that happen. Yeah. People are mostly a product of their inputs. Yeah. So there are changes. Sure, maybe somebody is beyond helping in the same way, but we can learn from that, and there are ways to help younger people so that they don't get to that point. Punishment only makes the people who are doing the punishing feel better. It doesn't fix anything or accomplish anything.
Yeah. Plus, using a punishment system, we both understand. Okay, like, even if you were to get us all to agree that prison is an appropriate punishment for some criminals, that is a far cry from saying, and therefore hell makes sense. Like, that's not the same thing.
Like, what crime would we punish somebody forever for?
Yeah. So
blaspheming the Holy Spirit. God sounds like a puss.
Right? Yeah. So like, trying to convince us that prison is an appropriate system of punishment has nothing to do with justifying hell. It's completely different.
Yeah.
So, unless we're saying is like, well, if God needs to punish it, then he can just send us to prison for a certain amount of years for whatever crime we did.
Well, that's what purgatory is for.
So, anyway.
Each other's central truth claims. Like, you would deny the central truth claim that I just articulated, and I would deny yours.
No, I'm saying that, let's say Papua New Guinea, never heard of you, they're not denying, they don't know. Right. How is that person going to hell? For simply you not doing your job and going out to convert him.
Yeah, ultimately I would say God doesn't owe anybody anything.
Wow. You're comfortable with some dickery, dude.
Like, he doesn't owe us anything, but...
We're here because of him! What do you mean he don't... None of us asked to be here.
Like, well, that includes you, BS.
Right.
So true. I mean, we let us in here too, so don't forget that. But yeah, like again, when you take that concept of like God doesn't owe us anything, I feel like there's another, if you call it connection or maybe a disconnect. If you take that concept and really drill down, I think you'd find that also doesn't fit with like the we choose hell. Like, are you seeing like that disconnect as well? Like,
nobody, if there is a hell, nobody who goes to hell, I shouldn't say nobody. There's some nutty people. Most people,
speaking of which,
don't
driving
know
is crazy.
They're choosing to go there.
Short trip. Yeah.
No, we're fine.
Yeah. But this is where we started. But yeah, like the whole so here's the move that Wes is doing. Here it's like, so he's starting by saying, well, this is your fault, your decision to go to hell. So then this other guy's bring up, okay, well, what about these people who never even heard the options and they couldn't make a choice? He's like, well, God doesn't owe them anything. It's like, okay, like then that's not them making a decision anymore. That's God putting them in a position where the default is they're going to hell, and it's up to them or someone else to present the option to them to make a decision. So it's like,
And what if it's
like
the
he's
wrong denomination?
it's like he keeps trying all these ways to let God off the hook, but he keeps like shoving the hook farther up his ass. It's like, it's
Yeah, he gets this is where he gets more, what do you call it? He just doubles down. He just keeps keeps going.
yeah. Okay, so here's again, I can't help but go back to like the father-child analogy. So say I did, for whatever fucking reason, dig that torture pit in my backyard. And one of my kids, for whatever reason, decides to just jump in. But then gets in there and realizes the horrible decision they've made. And they look up to me and like start screaming, "Dad, help me, get me out." What
And
if
you're
I
like-
turned to my kid and said, "I don't owe you anything"? Like, how fucked up would I have to be?
And you're like, sorry, it's locked from the inside.
Yeah, I'm like, this was your choice.
The ladder out is locked from the bottom.
Yeah. So that attitude and just the way he said that, so just kind of casually, it's like, well, God doesn't know us anything. It was like, okay, but if he loves us, then he would want to do things for us anyway, even if he didn't owe us.
Right, but his mercy can't overshadow his judgment.
Except the Bible literally says mercy triumphs over judgment.
Right. There's a whole point. I don't know I don't know how far forward it is in the recording, but there is a point where he talks about mercy and judgment and
Yeah.
how God can do both simultaneously. It was garbage. At some point, the mustache starts to lap up the propaganda stuff, and he starts saying the right words back, and it really bothers me.
Yeah, I just had to highlight this real quick.
It's
That's
through the
salvation is
gains.
Skipping leg day is a sin.
Yeah. It also makes you look super top heavy. Like it makes you look like a balloon animal somebody squeezed at the bottom.
Oh, man. No offense, but if this is the best God could do,
Well, she didn't say it's the best he could do.
but that's what he did. So what we're saying is that he could do better, but he didn't love us enough to do better.
All right. If you ain't swole, I can't say anarchy.
Even times.
God saves those who save themselves. Which sounds like he doesn't save anybody.
Yeah. So.
He does
Okay,
look like it.
Okay, you're getting yourself back on my good side with that. I appreciate that.
He does look like it. He probably had a sippy cup.
See, I'll be honest, Missing Mod. I have no idea what to think of you, and this is the problem. Like with my super like black and white autistic brain that like just loves to like know what to think of people. It's like you're either pissing me off or making me laugh, and that is pissing me off.
I would sometime, not right now, would love to hear Missing Mod's background story, like her origin story, because there's a lot happening. There's a combination of defense mechanisms I have not come across in the wild before.
It is interesting, that's for sure. All right, let's hear like how God doesn't owe us anything, even though He loves us. And yeah, I mean the whole like I don't owe you anything. Like that's what you say to someone you don't love, right? Can you think of anyone that you love who needs something from you that you can do at no problem, no effort, no trouble to yourself, is
And
there
doing-
anyone who you love to whom you would respond, I don't owe
No.
you anything?
And feeling like you need to do things for loved ones because you owe them is unhealthy thinking.
Right. Yeah. So, man, it just keeps making God sound worse and worse in an attempt to make him sound better, which...
So the assumption is that God owes us our salvation.
The assumption that God loves me and wants to save me. That's the assumption.
Right.
And I would say that it is more, if God chose just to save Abraham, he would have been more gracious than we possibly deserve to do that. But
For
Yeah, that's
Abraham
like saying-
to be saved, we don't
that's
deserve
like saying if-
Abraham to be saved. What does he even say?
Yeah, that's like saying if both of my kids jumped in the pit, then I'd totally be in my rights to just pull one of them out and leave the other one there. like what the fuck, man?
he didn't just save Abraham. He saves a countless number. In the sense that when John has his vision in the book of Revelation, it's an innumerable number. He can't even count it. That's how big it is.
Even though we literally are able to number the number of people who have ever lived, and therefore, knowing that a smaller number of those are going to be in heaven, we can absolutely number that amount of people. Like,
Yeah, but more people are going to hell. In that
yeah,
story.
but that sounds like God fucked up.
After they're all wine pressed and shit.
Right.
If you follow the Greg Boyd
And
line
so
of thinking with that.
Yeah, which...
He
Yeah.
could be right.
think
Revelation is
You
some
keep-
fucked up shit. It wasn't going to be included in the original canon because literally no one could agree on what it was.
Yeah. Real quick, and like, damn it, BS. Referencing another one of our subscribers, Zach. Shaking fist, get it? Sorry.
the message of Christianity, the good news, what we call the gospel, is that you are headed towards destruction and you're actually
I know that's
That was just
that's an
some
unfair
mansplaining
out of
bullshit
context.
right
Yeah. I mean, I know that was like completely unfair and out of context, but I love it. The good news is you're headed to destruction.
Right.
Yeah.
He's the good
Sorry, I just
to get to the good news, first the bad news that the good
Yeah.
news will fix.
right. But also, who set up the destruction for me to be headed to? And who set up the system so that my decisions or whatever would send me to destruction? Man, get a room, you two.
Seriously, get the Lord inside you finally. I mean, that's the goal.
With consent.
No.
attempting
It depends. If
to
you're
cause
gonna
the
bear the Lord's offspring, consent is not needed.
Well, she wasn't asking for that.
Right. God's got to rape his way
Let's
to
be-
our salvation.
Let's be reasonable here. Yeah.
destruction, right? It's not that, Jesus has thrown a life preserver and you need to catch it. No, you're trying to fight Jesus. You don't want the life preserver. But
Again, they present the gospel as if it's this such like clearly, obviously true thing that if people don't accept it, that means they're clearly rejecting. It's like, no, we don't believe that it's real. That's like me telling you, like, well, if you don't trust the magic leprechaun who lives in my backyard, you're gonna get rabies or whatever. It's like,
That's specific.
yeah, I'm like, but that's like, but if someone says no, that's means like, oh, well, you clearly want rabies. It's like, no, you don't believe that there's a fucking leprechaun in my backyard. It's like, the way they frame this is just, I want to say dishonest.
Is that why he
I mean,
got so
that's-
jacked to fight Jesus?
Yeah.
Apparently. Yeah, he's got to wrestle his Lord.
Just like Jacob, break my dick and call me Israel. Yep.
If only.
apart from the saving work of the Spirit reaching into the prophets use the language of, you have a heart of stone, God is going to give you a heart of flesh. But it's God's work that does that.
Well,
And
then who created this heart of stone of mine? And also, like, according to the stories, like with the Exodus and Pharaoh, apparently, and even Paul later says that God purposely hardens people's hearts and turns them to stone.
And
So,
God fixes your heart, but only if you say okay. So then aren't you fixing your heart and
Yeah.
God is just following through?
yeah. Well, and I want to let him keep going to see, because I think I know where he's going with this, but I want to make sure before I comment on it.
so we don't deserve that freedom, that graciousness.
It's a heavy weight, man.
Okay, he didn't quite go there, but, and he's right, that is a heavyweight, but
Yeah, I do like the stuff that he says in response to all
Yeah.
this.
yeah. So this idea, and this is something else I've heard, maybe not necessarily from Wes, but again, like knowing he's Calvinist. I mean, I grew up in a very Calvinist church. Like, so because there's verbiage in the Bible, like we are dead in our sins.
hmm
They're basically like, okay, a dead person can't do anything to help themselves. So it's completely up to God to reach down to us in his grace and favor and mercy or whatever to pull us out. So that is putting the onus completely on God.
Yeah,
So again, that is completely incompatible with this hell is locked from the inside, we chose it bullshit.
I could see somebody saying that we're dead in our transgressions, so we're dead because we transgressed, and so we condemned ourselves to hell. But then we also need, if we just accept Jesus, then we don't have to go to hell.
Okay, but
What if we think we accepted Jesus and God knows we didn't, but we don't know that, and so we go to hell? There's all kinds of weird nuances where this just doesn't work.
yeah. But let's hear what the.
What about necromancy? Can I bypass God through necromancy? Monty, that's how I'll say it, necromancy. Well, yes, you can. In fact, have I got a package deal for you?
Yeah, just call the witch of Endor.
No,
That
but
apparently
apparently we can. Necromancy. Jesus was dead, came back.
Ooh. Yeah, Lazarus.
I mean, right. And Lazarus wasn't even a plot point. So
Yeah, was it Jairus's daughter? Yeah. Or,
that's right. Yeah.
or I think it was in Matthew, like when Jesus died, it's like all the graves opened up and like it was like zombie apocalypse all over the place for some reason, even though he's the only one who mentioned
in
it.
history anywhere.
Like not even the other gospels. Like
right. It seems like something that somebody's going to write about.
right.
Someone.
Mm-hmm. And make sure that story gets passed
Like
out.
even if it's against your beliefs that it's happening, you can't argue that it's happening.
But an apologist like Wes Huff would find a way to make it not true. But yeah,
It is, but I mean, the good news is that, so when I study world religions, I come up with this conclusion that all world religion or all worldview perspectives are some form of survival of the fittest, in that it's a do this, feel this, or think this.
Except
right? It's do
Christianity.
this pragmatism, it's feel this emotionalism, or
We'll get
it's
to
think
that.
this intellectualism. Right?
No,
You need
do
to
this, feel
be
this,
the
think
best
this.
at the knowledge. You need to.
It's
What's
a
that?
false dichotomy.
Oh yeah.
Because the other third option is be who you are, do what you want, and think what you think. Be yourself. You don't do what somebody else tells you to do. Like, be true to you. Be how you were made. If God made people, then be how you're made.
Mm-hmm.
That is probably the truest form of worship for a creator God, is to be the creation.
Yeah. And use like the brain that he gave me that the Bible says is corrupt. Use the heart and intuition that he gave me that the Bible says is corrupt. So it's like,
Because if you can't trust yourself, then all you have is to go with the flow.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like,
because even the Bible that says like lean not on your own understanding, but like your understanding is what you have to use to accept the gospel. Like
lean not on your own understanding, except for your own understanding of these texts.
Man. Thank you. I don't know exactly what you were talking about, but I appreciate that. But
Be the most spiritual. You need to do the most things. And it's one or a combination of those things, right? Christianity is the opposite of that in that it says you can't feel, think, or do good enough.
Oof.
Right? So
Oof is right, son.
which I just love his approach.
That's
It's like, look,
toxic shit.
I, as a Christian, studied all world religions and decided that Christianity was special. Like, okay, dude.
Some special
Cool.
pleading, little baked in argument from incredulity. Also, I like how the host is responding now, where he's just the burden, the oof of it all.
Yeah, you can't see our names because we're not displaying them. I'm Tommy.
And I am Matt.
So, I don't know.
I
You want to
one
put
of so many Matts from my generation. In college, it was nuts. Sometimes there'd be like 5 of us hanging out together.
Yeah, we had to give you all different names.
Matt Apocalypse, I think is the name of that one.
Yeah, plus there were also a bunch of Erics
Mm-hmm.
that we knew. So didn't know a lot of Johns or Jims or any of the other usual super common names. But
never enough Judases. Never enough Judases.
But at least I was the only Tommy. That's all that matters. So
if I ever had a cat, I'm gonna name it Judas.
There you go.
Good name.
Okay, that's why it's a faith. But to me, that's why it's a faith. To me, that just says, because there's no actual proof or solid evidence or real reasons to believe it. So Matt had a good point about worship.
I don't remember what it was, but thank you. Must have been the Lord.
Stephanie, nice to meet you too.
Stephanie, give Missing Mod back her account. Nice to meet you.
I mean, we already met. Or unless you're just saying the last time we met wasn't nice, but it is this time. That's how I'm choosing.
All right, I don't know what it is about being autistic, but I can remember people's screen names a lot easier than their real names. Real names in real life, I can remember what somebody looks like, things about them, but names... I have forgotten Tommy's name before. Not to Tommy, but when I'm trying to talk about him to somebody else, I'm like, God, fuck.
And we've been best friends for 20 years now.
It's just my brain just doesn't get to it for a second. And I used to feel bad, but then I just realized I really didn't forget it. I just can't get to it.
It's still in there somewhere.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
That's the part of my brain locked from the inside, I guess.
Why am I locked in your brain from the inside? I did not choose this.
I don't know. Do you have things to atone for?
Well, I guess you don't owe me anything to let me out.
You didn't accept that part of Jesus' sacrifice, apparently.
Help me, Wes Huff's pecs.
It's not about that. It's not do and you'll be accepted, feel and you'll be accepted, think and you'll be accepted. It's God has stepped out of...
But it is think this and be accepted. You have to think, I need Jesus to save me. And you need to feel, I love you, Jesus, please save me. It's and you have to do, the Bible literally says, if you believe in your heart and confess with your mouth, confessing with your mouth is a do.
Yeah.
That Jesus is Lord, you will be saved.
But that's not a work. That's faith. You got to have faith. But if you got to have it, isn't that a work? I don't know.
But you got to do the say part.
All right. Yeah. Save the... Yeah.
Yeah, so people who are mute, they're just fucked. So
yeah. Yep.
I'm just trying to be polite. For Jesus. All right. About to say we appreciate that, but I don't know.
I had no response to that, honestly.
Yeah. Do we appreciate polite around here? I actually am not sure.
All right, here's the thing. It's harder to tell when somebody's just, like commenting. But in real life, if someone's just being polite, I can tell.
I'll be right back.
And it freaks my shit out if the vibe somebody's putting off isn't corroborated by their actions or their facial expression. I do not know how to act in response if I can tell that on the inside somebody's feeling bits or doing a different thing than they're portraying. And I don't know if that's an ability to like just pick up on somebody's feelings for no reason, or if it's that I pick up on nonverbals really easily because that's how I had to figure out what people are thinking and feeling because I'm autistic.
Yep, all the things. But it's nice like this.
For
I'm
making
glad-
it easy, she says, I don't know what for. You mean to pick on us? I mean, congratulations and good for you. You think you're picking on us, but I am not experiencing that way.
Yeah, I don't know. Wasn't doing it for Jesus. Relax. Like,
Don't let Jesus hear that.
ooh,
I mean, he got nails and shit. He's probably super sensitive about that.
yeah, yeah. I don't know. Let's be real. Jesus isn't watching this, but my shirt. Can you actually read that?
What does it say? Hell is empty. What's
and the
word
devils
after
are
that?
here.
Ah,
Yeah, hell is empty and all the devils are here. I think it's from Shakespeare, but it's a name of one of their albums.
yeah, it does sound a little bit like Shakespeare.
Yeah, if you could, but missing mod, if you can read the part in red, and if you actually know what that is, I will be super.
You don't need glasses, and you're evil.
Mm-hmm. Actually, if you can read that, maybe you do need glasses.
It's a knock. A thought. A knock.
No, don't tell her. Don't.
Okay.
You were wrong, by the way, but yeah, so good.
Damn it.
Eternity and into humanity in the second person of the Trinity in Jesus. And now you're accepted. Now you can think, now you can feel, now you can do, but it's not on your shoulders.
I get that. It's
Except it is. If hell is locked from the inside, it is
Yeah.
all on your shoulders.
Wait.
You ignorant shit.
Yeah.
Anal something.
Close. Hey, there's 2 A's.
Anal something gets you going, you say.
Hey, I mean, I'm flattered.
No
but-
shit. Just
No, there's 2 A's. It's anal, nathrach.
I just never suspected a good Crispian girl like yourself.
But see, but
You know what they say?
no, I don't. Please tell me.
I don't know. Something anus devil's party hole. I don't know. I don't know. That's what she said. What?
She did. Yeah,
She did.
yeah. You are correct. Thanks for playing along.
We should
All right.
always follow up when somebody says that's what she said. We should ask why. Because usually it makes
Right.
people feel sad, I think, if you ask that.
I can see that. Okay, but so Wesley's saying it's not on our shoulders. Okay, but again, how does that square with we chose it? It's not on our shoulders, but we chose it. It's like he's just saying whatever works for whatever specific situation he's in, whatever specific words someone just said to him. It's like, well, whatever gets rid of what he's saying. It's like
Whatever
it's all just
makes your
thought-stopping
questions stop.
techniques. Right. It's all thought-stopping techniques, but that's one of the things I like to say, especially as an autistic person. Like, thought-stopping techniques do not stop my thoughts. Like, they get them going even harder. So, like, ooh. I will not call you Angel Lady.
That
but-
sounds sarcastic.
supposed to alleviate it, but in order for it to alleviate it, you first have to accept that you're a piece of shit.
He's on
and
it.
what if you don't feel like you're a piece of shit? So
Right.
now I have to stop feeling good about myself, and I have to convince myself that I am a piece of shit.
Just as much as a murderer, child molester.
Right.
Just so.
And Wes is saying, yeah,
chime
right.
in, Indian dude. There, go for it.
Yeah. But Wes is like, yeah, right, exactly. So Christianity is telling you, is like, God created you and he loves you, but you have to think that you're terrible and awful and deserve to be tortured forever. Like,
Hey, somebody woke up Kip.
oh, what was it? I think I'll have to borrow a line from Paulogia on one of your streams. It's like, see, this is what makes our streams meaningful, is they last forever, right?
I've got nowhere better to be at the moment. I mean, I'm supposed to put my son to bed. He's 13, so whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
so yeah, you're just in time for the Wes Huff there, Kip. So right now he's explaining how hell is locked from the inside, but it's also not on our shoulders to get out of there because Jesus has to do the thing for us because we actually deserve it by default, but we choose to go there. Yeah.
and also there were some anal jokes a minute ago. Keeping it classy.
Yeah, you can watch back on the replay. You'll love it.
So somebody else can get me back to, or not somebody else, God can get me back to feeling good about myself. And I think that really works for people who feel like they're a piece of shit all the time. But if you don't feel like a piece of shit, to convince yourself that you are, and the only way out of your piece of shitness is to believe in this one person who will then, through that belief, convince you to do the good and kind acts that you were already doing prior.
Yeah.
I can see how that's like a heavy weight for people to take on.
I would say there's this dichotomy.
And keep in mind, I'm framing this as someone who was not raised religiously and does feel like a good person. And I think that,
Yeah,
could have fucking fooled me. I mean,
but I think that's
he has all the language in the framing. Like he's been exposed to this somewhere.
Yeah, but I think that's such a valuable perspective is from someone who hasn't grown up in it. Because most, like from what I hear, and that's another thing I like about, there's another YouTube channel I really like called Logicked, where he's an atheist, but like
forever.
and he didn't grow up religious like at all.
Not
So
at
he's
all.
really good at saying all these things that like Christians just say all the time and just kind of take for granted. Like one of my favorites that he talked about is this whole idea of like struggling to believe something, or it's like I don't believe this, but I feel like I have to, so I need to like really work and wrestle with it to believe it. He's like, why? Like, if you don't believe something, just don't believe it. Why do you want to? Why is there this idea of trying hard to make yourself believe something that you just don't believe? Like that makes no sense.
If you're wrestling with something, you don't believe part of it or all of it.
Yep. But
he does, man.
Like, oh yes, and from I think I heard you talk about that, Kip. Is this what I gather? This is a relatively recent development. In which case, congratulations. This non-alcoholic beer for you is for you. So,
You're a grandfather.
Yes.
Are you saying because you're old you can't, or because there's a little one around you're exhausted?
Yeah.
Both are valid.
Yeah. Logic is Canadian, so I'm assuming you know each other because you all know each other up there, right? So
there's like 4 of you. Canada's enormous. It's like this enormous like 10-gallon hat on America, and somehow
there's 4 people and the moose.
And somehow we let you control a lot of our electricity and drinking water. And now our president's he just wants to be like, fuck Canada, and Canada's like, half of you want to die. We don't have to give you electricity from our electric plants, and we don't have to let you use our parts of the Great Lakes that you have to use to get from one to the other. They are drinking our milkshake, and have been for a long time.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this is a reference to his stream. It's like, okay, so not with a toque on. Okay. That makes sense.
I don't know.
Now,
what
an
that-
Arctic Fox here is apparently someone I'm extremely jealous of. His group atheists never had to deconstruct from religion. That must be nice. It's like, yeah. Well, Kip, I got tell Paul and Logic to get over here, and then maybe we will.
Dude, I wouldn't know what to do if Paul was here. No, I just realized.
Let's.
I just realized he's a celebrity to me, and Kip is less.
That's basically what you were saying, yeah.
Yeah.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest. You don't know what you're doing now. So
No, I mean I have more of a history of watching Apologia.
Yeah. So I have not met a moose, but
I
that's
don't
only
want
because
to.
Kip, you have not brought them down here in a phalanx to rescue us Americans from our government, like we talked about a few weeks ago.
We
But
need some
hey,
epic moose riders.
yeah,
We need.
yep.
Elephant Riders is a good song by Clutch.
Oh, yes, good album too. Oh, so an Arctic Fox also.
My goodness.
So there's 5. Okay,
You're all Oh,
and I'm assuming that was directed at Matt. So
I want to say Missing Mod is from Floribama.
So an Arctic Fox. So you've met Moose. All right, we'll get him down here.
Yeah, I think the only
Like,
reason
we're just in
don't-
Cincinnati. It's not that far.
I don't know why moose don't eat people. They're so big.
So, all right. So let's get back to this guy actually making good points out of somewhere.
There's been this part of me. I think there's probably this part of me that's quite naive, definitely based on your description, which is that, you know what? Because I do believe in something. I'm like, yeah, God knows my heart, and you know, I try to live. What is Pascal's wager? Whatever. Like, and I try to live as if there is a God, and I try to do.
Yeah.
Wait, which part? Which part of Florida? Are you panhandling it?
Yeah. Hey, we appreciate it, Fox.
Yeah, rally the.
But now that I'm just calling you Fox, I feel like I should also say do a barrel roll. So I hope that makes sense to somebody.
Not to me, but I still laughed.
Good. See, here's the funny thing. I knew that that's what you were doing. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So just to be dicks. So that's why all you people up in Canada are so polite. You're trying to appease the moose. I get it.
See, I don't know. Does that just? I don't mean this, but it's funny. Such a show like how weak Canadians are that like you can't best an extremely top-heavy animal. We have a long tradition of cattle tipping in this country. We would have found a way to tip that bitch.
But yes, Fox knows. Star Fox. Yeah.
Polygons. The future is now.
Yeah. Your father would be proud. Yeah. Oh, the geese. Oh, fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, man. There's geese that live around here almost year round from the fucking Canadian geese.
Mm-hmm.
The way they will just own a roadway when they walk across it. It's something.
But I just love how we're at the point we'd rather discuss Canadian wildlife than watch more Wes Huff. But
well, let's listen to Mustache Man say, I don't know, things that need to be said.
Be sensible. Yeah.
The things that are good in the world, and those are probably prescribed to me through religion in some way, shape, or form. Mm-hmm. But it would be tough for me to accept this, and I don't think that I'm perfect in any way. I do actually accept the fact that there is like sin in me, and there are these, and I'm fighting those natural instincts.
Dude,
no, you accept that you have animalistic instincts that you are not a fan of, and you've accepted the label of sin.
Yeah, don't do that.
Because most of what's called sin is our animal tendencies, our apeness, which explains the
Or
racism that's easy for Christians.
yeah, or just things that aren't actually a problem at all. So
Yeah, I mean the whole thing of like if you've looked at somebody in lust, you've sinned. Fuck, my hormones make me do that.
yeah,
My brain is wired to do that shit. Like,
yeah, or just being gay. Like that's there's nothing. Not only is that not sin, there's just nothing wrong with it. It's
but you should suffer forever, including in this life, by never acting on it. I, but it doesn't matter because you've still lusted, so you go.
yeah, you're still going to hell. Yeah. So
So I
But
think
the only way I can be good is if I'm just like
right.
that guy. Like,
So it's not that that's the only way you can be good,
Yeah.
and it's not simply that you're a piece of shit. I
Right.
think if it was that,
Yeah,
then I think we would have a problem.
right.
I think what the Bible says.
what about racism?
I made a comment about it. See, that's why it's easy for Christians to be racist or the animalistic stuff. Because some of the tropes of white people being racist is that anybody who looks more like a monkey or more like an animal to them is less valuable, and it is true. White people look less like apes out of all of us. However, we're mostly sickly looking compared to other people in the world. Like we have the complexion least suited for survival on the majority of this planet.
Mhm.
So I don't know. The racism stuff is also a little bit of sensitivity to our own weakness, our own otherness
Yeah.
compared to the rest of the planet. We look other, so we must be better.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, if you're wanting to like try to distance Christianity from racism, then that would involve ignoring the history of Christianity or large portions of it.
I'm not saying
Particularly
that
in
like
that
if you are
creation
Christian, you are
story, right?
racist. But what I am saying is, it seems to be pretty easy to blend racism with the Christian faith.
Is that you are created with purpose and meaning and intention, and it is good. You actually bear the image of God, and there's something about
What does
that
that
is
mean?
special. So, in one sense, you're more of a piece of
So like you're special, but God still has it that you're going to hell by default.
He's about to say something that doesn't make sense, but it's supposed to sound great.
Ooh. Here's a question. You guys think Wes has to apologize to anyone or make penance for saying shit?
No, because he was quoting, and he's pushing the edge of acceptable progressivism in Christianity. This is him appealing to the dude bros. And no, it's super normal for a lot of more mainstream like mega church style like small groups like the one we were in. There was cussing in there. If you said fuck too much, that was a problem. There seemed to be a limit to fucks that could be shared.
Now, Missing Mod, like your second most recent comment, I am not putting that up on the screen. And your disclaimer doesn't help.
Right. If you have
You
to
can't say that first thing and then say that second thing. And I will warn you, like when it comes to like statements like that against anyone in the LGBTQIA plus community, like at all, like this is not the place for that. So if that continues, that gets a block.
I don't think you realize what that does to people who hear that a certain way. Yeah. Also, if you have to add a disclaimer that you don't hate gay people, then it means that you are acknowledging something in what you said previously sounds like you do. Doesn't mean you do, but it means that you're acknowledging that it sounds like you do from what you said, at least a little bit to some people. Which means to people who are gay, that could sound pretty hateful because of what they've been through. A 5-fuck limit, Kip says.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Missing Mod, I'm going to since I can't apparently on my end do it individually, I'm going to request that you delete that comment
We can't do it.
because it's either you delete that or I just block you completely.
Yeah,
And
we don't
I
want
may-
to do that. You're better than that.
So, all right.
Yeah, we don't need to block. Why can't I get rid of this fucking thing that popped up? All right, there we go. I can't scroll down now. God.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm Missing Mod. I'm reading your comments. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Bromp, bromp.
I'm not trying to help. I'm saying that because I don't hate gay people.
No, I know. I guess we're not going to be able to say it in a way that is going to come across. Or at least I don't know how to say it.
So
differently than I
with the
did
thing
in
that you
most
said about like homosexuality, we're saying like you don't think that. Then I'm confused as why you said it.
I will say that being gay is extremely natural. There are
Yeah.
a lot of examples in nature of same-sex pairings in all kinds of different species, and humans seem to be the only ones that have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
It is just completely and automatically accepted by other animals as a thing that happens. I don't know. That could go. You can see it as an animalistic tendency that needs to be rejected if if you're a believer and all that. But like, it is extremely natural.
Yeah. So I guess my request, if the way you worded it is not what you meant, then guess I would still request. I don't know if you can edit comments or delete it and reword that because the
Yeah.
way it's typed is not good.
No, we don't want to block you.
Yeah.
She always finds a way. I believe that.
Uh,
Why? I just pictured like there's some kind of witchcraft that only Florida knows. That like allows her to do that.
uh, yeah. So I don't know, Mod, if you're still here, not responding, but yeah, I'll give it some time before I hide the comments or whatever. All right. Let's continue.
Shit than you can imagine. But also, you're more loved and
It might not be possible to edit things.
Yeah, I think individually you can delete comments that you leave though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at least I have. So because that's the thing. Yeah, that's why because like I would leave a comment, then realize there was a typo in it, and then I couldn't. So we'll delete it. Thank you. Now, if you want to reword it so we actually do understand what you were trying to say, please do.
Yeah.
But yeah, but thank you.
more
awesome.
capable of amazing things than you can imagine. And that's the dichotomy of Christianity, is that God does not need to create, right? So God lives in a set of living.
But he did it anyway, knowing that a certain majority of them would end
And
up.
how do we know? It's not in the Bible that God doesn't need to create. It just seems to be assumed that he does because that's who he is. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of making some shit up. Also, like, we kind of missed it, but what he said is like, in one way, you're more of a piece of shit than you ever could know, and another way, you're capable of more good than you can ever realize. It's like, what? doesn't mean anything, man.
Yeah. All right. So Missing Mod says, I was hoping you'd be able to read it when you rewatch the show. It's like, I don't know. He's saying it would make more sense when we watch it, but still, but even out of context, I don't want that comment on the thing. Even if there is context, and if we were to rewatch it, then it would make sense. I just don't want that the worded the way it was just on the stream. So,
Oh, thank you. You deleted it. This is true BS.
yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
He means
Maybe. But thank you.
Hold
Maybe
on.
we're BS. Or is she talking to BS Lewis?
No. Yeah, so
Oh.
she means that gay people
I didn't see you
don't
coming.
evolve. Okay, okay. Well, that's
Okay.
If that's what you were trying to say. Then you picked a really terrible way to say that.
Yeah, we'd have to already be inside your head to know that's what you meant. Apparently, BS Lewis lives inside your head.
And my condolences to BS.
Loving relationships in the Trinity. He has existed eternally in relationship and in love.
Yeah.
Right? That's what John says in 1 John. God is love.
But he apparently wasn't enough for himself, so he needed us. So
That explains a lot. God wasn't good enough for himself.
Oh, so he's joking. So it wasn't actually as nice as he was making it sound. That's apparently you're not in his head. So. Okay, I'm.
Love.
Mm-hmm.
And so God does not need to create in order to experience anything. Creation is an outpouring of his love. Now, this is different than, say, a Unitarian monotheistic faith like Islam.
Resituated
In Islam, in
further
one sense,
away. Look at
philosophically,
that.
God does need to create to experience love. Because love requires an object and a subject. And so, in order to feel love, the Unitarian God of something like Islam needs the subject, right? And the object in order to feel that. That's not true for Christianity, because the Spirit and the Father, the Father
He catches
has
himself
been
right
loving
there.
the Son in the power of the Holy Spirit.
Because he
Also-
catches himself for a second because he was about to say, it looked like he realized he was about to describe God as not needing that because he's his own subject object relationship. It's like God doesn't need an object for love to be happening. He's his own subject and object of his love. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause
theology is just making stuff up that works with the text. And
Yeah,
but not always.
yeah, because this was literally like on what ultimately made me leave Christianity. Like for even all like the nicest sounding, most progressive, wonderful, beautiful theology I heard, like my question just kept being for every claim someone would make about God or whatever, I just say, okay, how do you know? And no one ever did.
Interesting.
I don't know. I like to be needed. Oh, that humanity. Okay.
Fuck, have we only been through 5 minutes of this goddamn video?
No, we've been through more than 5. We started at like 2 hours 9 minutes, and we're at 2 hours 24. So we're like that's like 15 minutes.
To be fair, he hasn't said very much, and he's not going to.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
we're about 2 hours into this thing when we started watching it or so, and all before this, he was just giving general stuff that any good atheist knows, but not all Christians know.
Yeah. So is that what he's saying? So is that? So I mean, the whole like God doesn't need to create thing. Maybe that's
like God doesn't need humanity, so why do you make humanity, and why do you make humanity capable?
Yeah, because it sounds like he didn't need to. He just couldn't help it because it was like the whole like outflowing thing. So.
Oh yeah. By the way, nice freeze. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right.
He's
totally on purpose.
He's super impressed and or excited to be jerking off.
Oh no! See, it doesn't even have to make any sense of the text. The Trinity sure as fuck doesn't. That's for sure. No, but you see, Kip, in Genesis, when God is saying like we need to make man in our image, like who else could he have possibly been talking to? Come on, man!
Not the
look,
Holy Council or whatever, the Council of Gods.
it's almost like you haven't even read the Bible or written a book.
Bro, do you even Bible?
Or I bet if you have, I bet you hate it. Always trying to disprove it. Anyway, that Dr. Josh is a bad influence. That bow tie.
Blame the bow tie.
Forever. Yet he chooses to create.
I don't know
as an
why,
out-
but the way he jumped from stupendous jerk off face to
Forever. He's like, that's what heaven's gonna be like. Just jerking off forever. In which case, like, if that's the deal, like, I'm in. But no, he said the God in Christianity does not need the object subject because Trinity.
we're his subjects and he's our king, and I realize it's not a direct metaphor, but
Yeah. And also in the context of where this conversation has gone, like what bush are you talking about? I mean,
talking to a bush. Yep.
see, slacker.
He climaxed at the unpause. It was so fast.
I don't know how I feel about that I assisted him in that way, apparently. I mean, I feel dirty, but
pouring of his love, knowing full well that they
don't call it an outpouring of love.
Oh, it's like God has a sense of humor.
creation will rebel against him because God loves us so much. So if it's only you're a piece of shit, that's a problem. That's a problem theology for, I think, what the Bible actually says. And the piece of shitness, this is a theological term.
Of course.
I went to seminary. Is that we brought that into
Nobody
the world,
fucking cares.
right? So
Right.
when
Oh, we brought it into the world. Where did we get it from? Wait, so how?
Dude, we've been talking for a long time.
Yeah. Are you running out of steam here? or-
I'm running out of steam a little bit. He just keeps treading water and trying to.
Yeah.
I can see his appeal to some Christians, or a lot of Christians apparently, because he's in some ways telling them new information they haven't heard before. But any atheist who has been watching YouTube for a bit is not impressed with the new stuff that he's adding.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Also, not the vibe. Okay, youth pastor vibes, but the youth pastor you don't trust at the lock-in,
Mm-hmm.
and you're not sure with who. But
Fuck. Yeah. All right.
but
Well,
you
so
don't trust him with someone for sure.
all right. So are you saying we're done with the Wes Puff?
No, I'm saying we should probably wrap it up pretty soon.
Okay. So do you want to keep like watching a little more, or just
Oh yeah, let's watch a little bit more.
yeah? Let's let him cook on this little jerk off of a thought that he's on right now.
garden and the fruit, if we want to take that literally, or like we want to do the Jordan Peterson thing, whatever.
Yeah.
What we get though,
Is taking it literally and doing the Jordan Peterson thing my only options? I fucking hope not.
I really hope not. Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm. Has to like inform all his neighbors when he moves into town. Yeah.
Is that God knows what's best for our flourishing. And when it says that you will know the difference between good and evil, it's less of like an intellectual understanding of what good and evil are and more of a choosing the shots on our own term.
Here's the thing. I am also all of 5'7", so
All right, dude, he's really ripped for a little person. I said that on purpose to be a little bit offensive.
see. But I am see. That's why I purposely remain like super scrawny, so I look taller.
But okay, but when shorter dudes are muscular, it's less of like you're less impressed with them more than you are. You're just like, oh, good for you.
Oh, this is true. Mm-hmm. But not like the full like harness. He's just on a regular booster, like a big boy.
Yeah, he calls it a racing seat with that 5-point harness.
Makes all the vroom vroom noises. Yep.
I just pictured him doing that. Make all the sound effects for whatever the car does. Going around the turns, going.
Oh, okay. This might be the most ridiculous thing you've said all night, but because remember the camera adds like 10 pounds, so
And that's just his beard.
mm-hmm, yeah,
Yeah, the host is leaning way back.
yeah. Either Wes stinks or Mario is picking the youth pastor 5, or both. Yeah, he's like even like starting to cover the nose there. It's like, so.
Even though God created me and knows all things, I actually think I know better. And I'm going to eat the fruit because I think that that's better for me. And that's what sin is.
You see people do this all the time.
Yeah.
They decide what God cares about the most, and then they, care their life according to that. I guess in the circumstance with the person who lives on the island who has never heard about Christianity.
Yeah.
But what if he lives his life as a Christian because God is omnipresent, right? Like God maybe has given him the gospel in a different way than he gave it to you.
The covenant's written on the heart. What people
So
will
it's
say.
like,
Hey,
what
that guy
if that
can't talk.
person is living a devoutly Christian life, and the God that he's praying to might not be named Jesus Christ, but isn't it possible that God is up there like, I
wish.
I know who he's praying. He's praying to me because I put it on his heart. Is it possible that he's accepted in heaven? I don't want to. I don't want man to decide what God is capable of, and I sometimes think that like we do that. And I'm not trying to skirt out of the responsibility of just going, "Hey, I got to get baptized."
You're just going to put it on me.
I'm going to put it on you. No, but like sometimes it's possible that man is going like, "Hey, God doesn't know unless you do this exact thing," and then God's up there like, "Listen, I get the point what you're trying to do, but like the guy on the island who's living this perfectly devoutly Christian religious life, he gets in too because I put it on his heart."
Yeah, so I think ultimately that's a question that I don't know the answer to because it's not something that's directly outlined in Scripture.
Right.
Oh, you had so much other bullshit though.
Like, can't you make something up for this too? Okay, so here, but also like,
Well,
how
because
fucked up is it?
Is it because the guy in the story is probably by default colored that he doesn't have an answer for his salvation, but he does for the white men in the group and white adjacent?
Okay, but here's the thing, like just how casually and like almost like as if it's supposed to be a good thing. It's like, well, I don't know. Like, here's the thing, like, is this like when I ask things like, okay, so people know my story. Like, I used to be Christian, but now I'm atheist. So, what are the things I like to ask Christians? Okay, is like I used to believe, but now I don't. Am I going to hell? And I get different answers because I get some people saying, well, yes, one like you prayed the prayer, you accepted Jesus, like you're good forever. But then other people say, no, because you turned away, now you're not. So, but they treat this like, oh, it's okay for us to disagree. I was like, but some Christians, here's the answer that really gets me, is they'll tell me, well, I can't say for sure, but as if they think that they're being like nice and like non-judgmental. It's like, okay, how scary is that you can't tell someone if they're going to heaven or not? shouldn't that be something you should be pretty fucking clear on to be able to tell someone?
I remember using that what he said as I don't know, I can't say it. I remember using that when I didn't want to say something that was going to be uncomfortable to say. I knew I had gotten myself into a corner, or I knew what the answer was, but I didn't want to be the one to say it. Mm-hmm. But he did say it earlier. He's like, well, they deserve to go to hell anyway, so.
Yeah. That was his answer when he says, like, what about the guy on the island? He's like, well, first of all, we got to realize God doesn't owe us anything. So that's basically saying, like, yeah, he's going to hell, but that's
like,
okay.
What if he lives exactly like Jesus, but is not a Christian? And Wes is like, yeah, I just don't know.
Yeah. But also, welcome Bond.
Apparently, people know who Bond is, and we do not.
Yeah. So yeah, sorry, we're about to be wrapping up, but thanks for coming, even now or whatever. But yeah, feel free to go back and watch the rest later, or come back next week. We'll be here again, unless something happens like last week. That happens, but anyway. So yeah, just again, this is how he says, like, well, I don't. Scripture doesn't say what will happen to that guy. Well, shouldn't Scripture be clear on what happens to this like poor islander dude?
At least a little bit.
Like, yeah.
Also, what is he smelling on his fingers? Both of them right now.
Ooh. It was him.
He's the Saint Michael of hell. To me, it looks like he's smelling his fingernails. The mustache guy.
Yeah.
It looks like Wes is smoothing the mustache he doesn't have.
He wishes. Well, I mean, in his defense, he is 5. So, all right. So as Fox says, I've always got the feeling that the people who do not want to tell me I was going to hell would give the who knows, but many preferred to tell me I was going to hell. See, I do appreciate the honesty.
Yeah.
from those people.
Well, it does let you kind of have like a good feel for what kind of person they are. Because people that are like fine with telling somebody they're going to be tortured forever, well, for one, they're usually in charge at church somewhere. But they're also a jerk.
Fair enough. All right. How much longer you want to keep going on this?
I will say that, like, the reason why atheists follow Missing Mod is because Missing Mod is fascinating.
True enough.
Once saved, always saved. Depends on
well,
who you
then
are.
then tell that to the other Christians, and also the verse, I think it's in one of the Johns, who said, like, those who walked away were never one of us to begin with. So also tell that to like the entire like Arminian branch of Christianity, because they don't believe that.
Well, then we're saved forever, Tommy. We can atheist our way to heaven.
All right. Yeah, that's one of the things, like, I always say, like, I can't really accept or reject Christianity because I have yet to be presented with a singular version of Christianity for me to accept or reject. So all I can do is just point out the problems I have with the individual versions I hear. But so Missing Mod, like, I'll leave that up to all you Christians. Once you have like your shit all figured out and you can agree with each other like Jesus said you're supposed to, and that's supposed to be evidence of you being his followers, is that you're all unified in one, and that's supposed to be evidence of the truth of his message. Once you have that all figured out, then come back to me. I'll let you know what I think of it. Sure, it'd be preferable if God could actually tell me, but if he's just got people, then whatever. But
I think you can like extrapolate certain things. In one way, part of that is still saying you can earn it, in that he's doing the right things.
And he doesn't even know he's doing it. He's doing it because.
So I think God is not going to judge us based on what we don't know.
Okay. We would hope.
Didn't you just?
But he doesn't owe us anything. What's that?
Didn't he just disagree with himself a second ago?
Probably. Like, but apparently God is, because earlier he said we're all starting from the point is like we don't deserve it, and he doesn't
Yeah.
owe us anything. He's like, oh, but he's not going to judge you on what you don't know. So that seems to be he's implying that this person who didn't know, well, God's just going to let him into heaven like through the back door or whatever. But that goes against the whole we start not deserving it. So,
So I am optimistic that I personally would not damn that individual because I
okay,
don't.
real quick. So BS, I'm assuming you're talking about like in the chats now on YouTube, like you get like points and like so. Unfortunately, I can't see that on our end, so you're like you're gonna have to let us know like what the rankings are.
Yeah, it's they're trying to gamify the chat or something.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure we appreciate it, but I accidentally clicked on that.
Notches on her belt. I think that's what that was under.
So I will say I don't know anything about religion. I just believe the Bible and what it says about Jesus Christ. Well, I hate to break it to you, the Bible is a religious text, and also it says that Jesus Christ was a pretty religious dude himself. So,
and it does have internal conflicts, some of which cannot be reconciled with the things people say that they can be.
Mm-hmm.
Heaven's back door.
I'll let you know when I get there. Man,
heaven has a back door. I've never thought about that. It's just a screen door. It's not the pearly gates.
But that's actually locked from the outside because we're supposed to. I guess if heaven is the opposite of hell, then if hell is locked from the inside, then heaven must be locked from the outside.
Right. So we have the keys to heaven.
Because God doesn't owe you anything.
Not the keys to hell.
All right. Well,
Jesus
Fox
has the keys to hell. St. Michael has the keys to heaven. I don't know what's happening.
All right. Well, Fox, just keep commenting and doing barrel rolls, I guess.
Necromancy spells. Let's do it.
Yeah. Maybe, fight some mobs, get good, other terms. I don't know.
Let's necromancy some corpses, and then like get them to do like a like the elderly gentleman in the balcony on the Muppets. I think we need a weekend at Bernie's that shit.
All right.
Don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
And God is more than capable to reveal himself. I mean, Paul says in Romans that God's...
So why the fuck doesn't he? All right. Good man.
Divine attributes and invisible qualities have been shown throughout creation so that no man is without excuse.
Good luck, Bun.
So there's an aspect of nobody can stand before God and say, I just didn't have enough and I didn't know enough. Because
awesome. We're going to reach that 62 sub milestone before we know it.
Let's do it. So
God is saying creation is screaming at you that there's something.
Wes is he's just saying the regular stuff now.
Yeah.
He's just trying to sell the same old bullshit. Because they backed him into a corner where he has nothing. He can only fall back on the same stuff. Now he is prettier when he says it than most people. So he's got that going for him.
Got to give him that. I mean, it's prettier than me. I got to say, but oh well.
Is he wearing makeup? I mean, like
you and me both. I mean, for something like this, for a show like this, I wouldn't be surprised. Like just with like how popular and high production value, whatever. If they all do have some kind of makeup just for like the studio lighting, just so they're not all shiny, I wouldn't be surprised that they have something.
Right, but it doesn't look like he's wearing some kind of color on those lips.
See, but I gotta say, like, so good at freeze frames. I would say I have not been doing this on purpose, but I mean, come on, let's go like fine tuning argument here. Like, how could these freeze frames not be happening if I did not intend it and design it this way?
I like the Nosferatu claw hand he's got going on.
That too. All right. So was I reading you correctly saying like, he's just saying bullshit now? And are you done or we wanna...
Yeah, we can be done because he's just gonna say stuff.
Yeah.
It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be sad because I'm gonna remember it and be like, "Oh, I bought into this, and I thought these were
Yeah.
good answers, and they're not good answers. Even if you do
Right.
buy into it, these are not
Yeah.
good answers."
All right. Well,
he's like, "It's a mystery, but I also have an explanation."
until I get back into a corner, and then it's a mystery again.
Yeah,
and you guys just need faith. All right.
but
Well,
I do really enjoy that. Like, Wes Huff clips have been just flanked by pride flag brick wall this whole time.
Yes. You're welcome, everyone. All right. Say goodnight, Wester. Ah, man. Oh, that was some things.
Sleep well, Prince Huff.
Oh, but he's still up on my screen. All right.
Oh no, make him stop.
All right, he's gone. He's gone. Oh, but now it's his website's up. All right. I had to close the window out. All right.
I do not like it when pastors name their websites after themselves. He's not a pastor. I understand that. But it's sort of.
Right.
Like,
right,
there's two former pastors at our old church. One's still there. I'm wishful thinking. Former. They fucking trademarked their name or some shit. It was bad. And just a few years ago, that would have been unthinkable.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, they actually like made a point of like not putting his name on stuff, but now even like the men's camp retreat thing that was kind of his thing, but they're like, no, it's not about him. Like they literally call it like the thing with his name and
man
it's
camp
like
with somebody who might be litigious, so we're not going to say their full name.
Yeah, and like the front page of the website for this camp, like half of it is like all about him and how awesome he is and why you should listen to things he says. But yeah,
well, now in their defense, they would probably say that's because his podcast kind of took off nationally and people recognize his name and not the name of the church or of the event, and so that's how we're going to get more new people to find out about the Lord by coming to our event and or function. That's what cults do. If your idea can stand on your own and you're trying to like rescue people with your idea or your religion, but they have to come to your meeting, like that's how they're going to get saved. No, we wouldn't have said that at the time, but we were told to invite people to weekend services. That was the big outreach thing. If you're inviting people to your meeting, and that is how they get saved. That's the entry to being saved. Those cults do the same thing.
Yep. Yeah. When you're preaching to the brand, you are likely a grifter. It's almost like he knows who we're talking about. But yeah, like I wouldn't say it stressed me out.
No.
Maybe at some points. Were you affected?
I don't know. I think I have I have a sense of where you're coming from. That's all.
Yeah.
If I thought you were actually being hateful, no. I'd be affected, but I wouldn't be. I don't know. No skin off my nose if you're a dick, unless
I'm
trying to take my family's health care.
Right. But BS would buy Wes Huff a muscle shirt. Oh, buy a Wes Huff muscle shirt.
Man.
Okay, if he's not selling those on his website, that's the
right, like the kind of muscle shirt that you would buy like in like Panama City, Florida, or something.
How much you want to bet? You can go to Panama City right now and get an airbrush shirt with Wes Huff's face on it.
Oh man, you can go to Kings Island. You don't even need to go south. You can go to the.
No, but I mean, like as if like you don't have to get one custom made. Like they're already there.
Is there a Wes Huff fan group? Is there a fan club?
Oh, I'm sure there's several. Yeah.
Oh my god, I want want to find it on YouTube. I want to see the Christian thirst trap.
Yeah, but so I'd say, Mod, I wouldn't say you come off as hateful,
No.
but more like, I'm trying to say this without sounding too condescending. Unless you don't care, then sometimes you just come off as if I wish you knew more what you were talking about. If that makes sense. Yeah.
I
Just
think it's one of those things like you
Yeah.
may not be aware of how what you're saying comes across to non-Christians, especially
Yeah,
non-Christians who are gay.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that as far as like you're stupid, but more, yeah, just more like I
No.
wish you understood more. Yeah. Except, yeah. I
I
mean, maybe
did.
with like your objections to like the science stuff, like I said, like talk to
But-
actual scientists.
But you're in Florida.
Yeah.
So
Where there's plenty of huffamaniacs. Ooh. Why would you want to? I mean, yeah. Anyway. All right. Well,
I don't know. Florida disproves survival of the fittest. It's like a hurricane punching bag. It's America's dingleberry. I don't mean that. It's just funny because it's a little third shaped.
it is. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I think this is one of our longest streams yet. I think it's rivaling our election night episode. So,
God damn!
Look at what you did to us, people.
How did we do this? I don't think this highly of myself that I think I need to be talking this long. Yet somehow it happens.
Well, I mean, all these dopes seem to like it. I mean, our wonderful viewers who
right. Let's take after God and blame the little people.
Yes, we don't owe you anything. You should be grateful that we. All right. Well, there's the crotch. All right. Well, Tata BS.
It is pretty swampy. That's an apt analogy.
Yeah. Thanks for being had.
And thanks for being you.
Yeah.
Even though.
That's the best way to follow that.
But seriously, it's awesome that you're from Florida and you're a Christian and you're hanging out with the Athey boys. That is why I'm fascinated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I honestly, like, I guess I don't. Sometimes I'm worried about how much of an asshole I come across as, but it seems like it's not as much as I think I do because so many people who are still Christian still like me. But yeah, I try. All right.
Well, Tommy knows a thing or two about not knowing how he comes across. He's a little forgiving about that in other people. Like when you used to. The time where I told you, have you had enough to drink? Your opinions are getting louder.
Yeah. Oh, just the one time? Yeah.
Well, that was the time I said it out loud.
Yeah. Oh. And thank you for noticing.
Satan's taint.
It is
Nathan Smith of the Saint.
I think I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but it looks like I also, by bumping it, put it out. Coquito. It's Coquito. It's a coconut and spiced rum. My kids got it for me because they didn't. They said it wasn't based on like what it smells like. They're just like, well, it looked like in the name it had like I think one of those was alcohol, so we thought you might like it. So take that for how you will. But
we know one thing is that Dad likes his booze.
Yeah, but they don't know that I'm not big into coconut or spiced rum. But I mean, it smells all right. But yeah,
Huff Sweat does smell like coconuts. It smells like suntan lotion.
probably smells like his coconuts.
What? God, you wish.
Good times were had. All right. Well, we should probably go before this keeps going. All right.
God, I gotta get my
so,
son.
yeah.
Make my son go to bed. My wife will have
But yeah,
words with me in the
I guess all the usual things. If you enjoyed it, come back next week. Also, catch my little videos I do on Sunday mornings. They're much shorter. Let's see. Yeah, like, comment, subscribe, follow. Like, we're on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, apparently. Share with your friends. Invite more people. Let's get to that elusive 62 subscriber mark, and then I don't know why I like that number as much as I do. But anyway. Go
before you say.
Yeah. Yeah, don't worry. See, BS knows. All right.
So suddenly end it to prove him wrong.
All right. Well, Benny those dicks, Matt.
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
Good night.